Welcome to the audiobook of The Elf Captive by P.A. Mason, Book 1 in the War for Magic series. Let's get started. Chapter 1. As we approached the gates of Fort Hood, lightning crackled in the sky, striking the arcane shield that protected the base. The barrier flashed momentarily, lighting up the landscape before returning to its invisible state. As I watched the violent storm rage overhead from the back seat, I wondered if I was desperate enough for a shower to risk dancing in the rain at night during a storm. Despite the tumultuous weather, the sight of home base made me sigh a little wistfully, after a demanding ascent from the depths of the dwarf homeworld, and a 12-hour drive in the back of a Jeep with 3 other stinky soldiers from my security detail. The dream of cleanliness was tantalizingly close. The guards waved us through the checkpoint, and I knew that soon home would be within reach. "We're home, yeah!" Jennings smacked the top of the car and whooped as we passed the gate. "I'm gonna get me a pizza, some beer, and somebody to squeeze. You with me, Lewis?" Lewis chuckled from the passenger seat and thumped Jennings on the arm. "You got your priorities wrong. I've got my girl waiting on me, and I'm not fool enough to scarf a 6-pack and a pizza before seeing to her." "If she's still waiting after 6 months," Jennings scoffed and threw a look over his shoulder. "What about you, Lopez? You squeeze me, I squeeze you?" "Squeeze yourself," I said, and shared a look with Gunther, who rolled his eyes. The peanut gallery in front laughed, but I stared out the window at the long stretch of asphalt between the gates and the compound. A gleaming line of pearl-white headlights and taillights moved about. It was hard to tell in the dark, but the base vehicles seemed busier than normal. A lot might have happened since I last reported in. I hoped it didn't bode ill for the soldiers at Avant. I was surprised to find Colonel Levine standing with his arms folded in front of the barracks when Jennings pulled in. I wasn't expecting to report in until the morning, and glanced at my watch, batting away a wave of irritation. As an officer who chose to live off base, I still had at least half an hour after finding my car to get home to Lampasas, and I knew Mrs. Lee would thump the wall between our apartments if I had the shower running after midnight. "Well, looky here," he called over the rain hammering the base as we climbed out of the Jeep with our packs. "Hope you caught some sleep on the drive back. I've got fresh orders and not enough AFOs on the ground, especially ones with dwarven steel." I gritted my teeth and slung my pack over my shoulder, hustling to get under cover. There were never enough Adept Forces officers on the ground. If there was trouble at the Avant Gate, another 4 officers wouldn't turn the tide. But Colonel Levine grinned and clapped his hands, erupting with laughter at his own joke. "Gotcha good. You get 1 night's sleep before you get reassigned. Use it wisely." The guys groaned and shouldered their packs to leave for the barracks. Only Gunther troubled himself to wave goodbye, and I waited for them to trudge away before turning back to the colonel. He still wore a cheesy grin, and looking around to see if we were alone, I poked him in the ribs. "Was that necessary?" "You know it was, Asha." He gave me a sidelong look at my impudence, but didn't chastise me. "In the morning, they'll be glad I gave them an extra 12 hours before their next assignment. You, on the other hand, can accompany me back to my office." I arched an eyebrow, waiting for him to crack up again, but he only turned on his heel and strode off, leaving me to follow with a groan. For a guy built like a house, he moved fast on long legs, and he knew I had to hustle to keep up. I really wasn't in the mood for poring over the minutia about my posting to Ambassador Benson's security detail, but I knew that he'd want the unofficial account of the biggest deal brokered off-world since the gates opened 15 years ago. "Really?" I lengthened my stride on legs that felt like lead to fall into step beside him. "We don't get a week off before heading back to the lines? Half a year on special assignment doesn't qualify?" "When was the last time anyone gave an AFO a week off?" Colonel Levine shook his head, his strong jaw set. "Hell, I can't remember the last time I had a week off." Maybe the arcane special forces afforded more privilege to its officers than regular infantry, but it was true that the work was relentless. But Hank Levine had been a soldier long before the night the gates opened on Earth, and even if he was a hard-ass military man, I owed him my life. I rubbed my grainy eyes as we continued into the colonel's office block. "You're drained." He stopped a soldier heading in the opposite direction to bark an order for 2 coffees to be delivered to his desk, with his secretary Denise no doubt having long left the office. The private in question scurried off with a "yes, sir," while eyeing my pack with a frown. "By the morning, your magic reserves should be replenished. If not, we'll get you a lodestone to charge up." Levine's office was much as I remembered it, stark, furnished sparely, with magical devices in secure display cases on his chipped melamine desk taking pride of place. The only personal item in the room was an engraved bottle of champagne on a shelf, a gift from his wife a few years back for his last promotion, which he swore not to open until he retired. I knew Lorraine was counting the days until that particular toast. She'd already lost so much in the war, but then again, we all had. "If you're after all the sordid details, you'll be disappointed," I sighed as I dropped onto a molded plastic chair in front of the desk. Ambassador Benson kept us out of the negotiation room. Her people took the rotation to watch her back in the Great Hall. We were the overqualified bodyguards that shadowed her after hours. "Huh." Levine barked a laugh. "And you think that earns you a week off? I'm not surprised, though. Colonel Monk keeps his cards close. It was his operation from the start, and if he had more AFOs at his disposal, he would never have agreed to bring on officers outside of his unit." I pursed my lips, uninterested in army politics, which shifted like quicksand as more powerful magic users ascended ranks. I thought Benson might demand we turn in our swords the minute we got home. "She called ahead, actually. I understand those were diplomatic gifts, and the dwarves are likely to get a bug up their ass if we don't honor them as such. What's your assessment of them?" I tugged the sword loose from my pack, knowing how sharp the edges were and hoping it didn't cleave the sheath in two. The dwarves still scoffed at our preference for one-handed weapons, but as our training with their weapons masters had progressed, they agreed that our physiques were better suited to agility and speed, rather than blunt force and endless endurance. "Each one is different, based on the weapons master's observations of our skills." I smoothed my hand over the runes etched on the flat of the blade, which tingled with an audible crackle. "Mine is infused with lightning." Levine let out a whistle and beckoned with his hand. I passed the blade over reluctantly. He touched the runes gingerly, and a spark shot out, causing him to snatch his hand away from the blade and keep his grip on the handle. "Because of your striking demeanor, I suppose?" I snorted. Brockerdrotten Firehelm said I was as prickly as one of their native fruits. "Sounds about right," Levine muttered as he inspected the runes under the fluorescent light. "I don't know how much use you'll get out of this manning the gates, but you should count yourself lucky. The general wasn't impressed about the number of lodestones that went into the deal at the briefing, and it'll take years to outfit the entire army with enough guns using dwarven alloys. If this thing wasn't enchanted, I imagine they would have tossed it in the furnace to speed up production." My breath caught as I took back Erding and hastened to resheath it. Luckily, the private sent to collect coffee interrupted what I supposed would have been a jibe on Levine's part at my show of possessiveness. I wasn't the sentimental type, but damn it, I'd earned that blade. Levine gave the private a hard stare as he hurried to bring 2 battered tin mugs over and remained silent until he'd backed away and left in a hurry. "I see the coffee hasn't improved since I left." I made a face as I took a tentative sip. "Beans are hard to come by." Levine shrugged as he took a healthy gulp, like he was oblivious to its rocket fuel aftertaste. I placed my mug back on the desk with a shudder. "So, if you're not after information, what did you need to speak to me about?" Levine ran his tongue over his teeth and gave me an appraising look before standing to fetch a tablet. "How many languages do you speak, Lopez?" I frowned. "Spanish, French, and English, fluently." "And I hear you picked up a good amount of Dwaran on your trip off-world." I narrowed my eyes, his nonchalant tone making me wary. "I'm conversational in their trade dialect, the common tongue, so to speak. It's not like I could read a newspaper over there." "They have those?" I heard paper was scarce, even in the latrines. "Don't remind me." I made a face, but strange bathroom customs aside, I wasn't going to let him get me off balance. If you're after a Dwarven interpreter, get a linguist on the job. I'm not in any rush to go back through a gate. It's already organized as part of the deal. No, Ambassador Benson called me personally to commend your efforts. I hear nobody on the team picked up the lingo quicker than you, and she suggested you be reassigned to Georgia. I refused. I took a measured breath, grateful yet wary. I appreciate it. You didn't enjoy your tour? The work was fine, but Benson seemed more interested in making trade deals than collaborating on closing the gates. I heard nothing to suggest it was even on the agenda. Small steps. Levine punched the tablet with his finger. We need firepower first, and China is already ahead of the game on that front. I refrained from grinding my teeth. Humanity had enough on its plate without Earth politics clouding the primary goal. Shut the gates, saving what was left of this rock. But we're here to discuss your new assignment. The General agreed it should be yours, given your skill set. I don't know if you heard, but we received an invitation for peace talks from Arendor last month. I took a sharp breath. The elves want to talk peace? I didn't believe it either, but I took the message from the Avant Gate myself. And according to the EA, they've extended the invitation to Russia, who intends to represent the East. You're kidding. I blinked, trying to connect that piece of news to my apparent skill set. Of course, this was bigger than the US. This had to rate as the most significant issue for the Earthen Alliance since the gates opened. And you want me on that detail? Levine stood a little straighter. I'll be heading up the unit that accompanies General Rind through the gate, and you're going with me. While the Alliance is meeting to discuss the talks, I'll send Jennings and Lewis directly to the General. I'm handling the negotiations with the elven dignitaries at the gates about their terms. No wonder it's a hive of activity here, I muttered. The General is going through in person? The elves would settle for nothing less. Once Russia agreed, it became a pissing contest. Levine slurped more coffee. The talks are in 3 months, and I'm keeping you back to work on something that could give us an edge. I cocked my head, waiting for him to elaborate. Dwarven translation devices are one thing, but even they're notoriously picky with Elvish. If there's anything that the Alliance agrees on, it's that we shouldn't put all our faith in magical devices created off-world. In hostile territory, even more so. We need operatives who can read the room and hear what the translators miss. I frowned. Isn't intelligence working on that kind of thing? Sure, but from what we know, there are hundreds of Elvish dialects across their worlds, and the elves are being cagey about the location of the meet. We can't take a squadron of linguists with us on the off chance one of them will understand what those pointy ear freaks say. Besides, they'll stick out like sore thumbs. So you want me to take tuition from intelligence on a language with a bunch of dialects for 3 months? Even better. Levine set the tablet on the desk in front of him. You're going to learn from a direct source. Blinking, I held up the tablet and peered at a mugshot. The image showed a figure with long white blonde hair, sharp, angular features, and intense green eyes. It was a face that might have belonged to any of the hundreds of elves I'd encountered on battlefields at first glance. But there was something about his penetrating gaze, the determined set of the jaw, that made this particular elf stand out. It was like he was staring right back at me somehow. Maybe because I only ever got up close with elves who were either dead on the battlefield or trying to kill me. They come in for mugshots now. I assumed the elf in question was from one of the settlements across the border. Why would one of their colonies help us? They won't. Levine's voice was flat. This one we picked up near a forced gate 10 miles from Encino. I had to tear my eyes away from the tablet before setting it on the desk. The Mexican military hadn't made it a priority to clear out the elves living in their borders, if that was even possible, and a group had set up a permanent camp in dense forested country north of Monterrey. The Mexican general negotiated a deal with the U.S. for access to the surrounding countryside in exchange for aid. It had been a bone of contention for years. Why would he open a gate outside of the colony? Our best guess is that he misfired. We haven't been able to get him to talk, and the colonists have doubled down on their security. We haven't been able to open a dialogue with them about this guy's identity. Confused, I screwed up my face. How long have you had this guy? 6 weeks. The muscles in Levine's jaw flexed. I've got the general breathing down my neck for progress reports daily. No wonder, I breathed. How long's the record? The UK reported holding a female for 9 days a couple of years back. They kept her under constant watch, but when a guard let his attention slide, she grabbed his gun and took out everyone in the room, then her own life before he could blink. Of all the races, elves were by far the biggest mystery to Earth. The fact that they all went kamikaze the moment we captured them didn't help matters. 6 weeks of captivity was nothing short of a miracle. I folded my arms. And you want me to learn his language? Levine's eyebrows climbed his forehead. Are you questioning orders, Lopez? No, sir, just waiting for you to get to the point. This elf is too big of a deal globally to be utilized as a tutor. Normally I'd agree, but as it stands, we need an AFO on the ground who speaks the right language when we're off-world. And right now, he isn't giving anything up to the folks brought in by the general. Is that so? My eyes narrowed. There was something else. There had to be. I'm just a soldier, Hank. I don't have any fancy degrees or training as an interrogator. My only experience with elves has been on the business end of a blaster. Fancy degrees are in short supply these days, and there's no handbook on the subject of interrogating elves. Maybe we need some fresh perspective, given the lack of results by these so-called professionals. He grimaced. But what I need is someone I can trust with sights on the SOB who reports directly to me. Right now, we haven't even gotten a name from him. I told the general that if this guy won't tell us what we want to know, putting another subject on the table might help us build some rapport with him. Rapport? My lip curled. Me? Colonel Levine retrieved a manila folder from a drawer in his desk. After dropping it in front of me, he steepled his fingers like he was really enjoying watching me squirm. But a faint crease formed between his brows. His usual straight posture seemed slightly hunched, and his shoulders were tense, betraying an underlying tension. I'd known him for long enough to tell when he was putting on a brave face. And despite the assignment sounding about as fun as a sharp stick in the eye, I had faith in the man to have my back. Like he had ever since he found me after the gates opened as a terrified teenager in the middle of the apocalypse. Yes, you, it should be a cinch, with all that charm of yours. Rolling my eyes, I stood and scooped up the folder. Sure. People tell me how charming I am all the time. Colonel Levine grinned from ear to ear. Good. Dismissed. If anyone had told me back on Azagrim that I'd return to an Earth turned upside down with peace talks and elf captives, I'd have told them they were crazy. Standing, I gave a nod to the colonel and turned to leave the office. I wasn't sure how I felt about it all, but thought a decent night's sleep and a hot shower would help make sense of the situation. In a senseless world, there were only a few things that we held on to. Elves were the enemy, and one day things would get back to normal. Well, as normal as they could be anyway. Chapter 2. If the first shower after I'd gotten home was good, the one in the morning was amazing. Having sluiced off the grime and otherworldly dirt the night before, I took my time lathering my hair with real shampoo and stayed under the spray until the water ran cold. Water that didn't reek of minerals and leave your skin with a rusty layer of iron slime like the natural baths in Azagrim. My hair smelled like tropical flowers, not sulfur. Still, it took Mrs. Lee banging on the wall to get me out once the boiler was empty. After getting dressed and enjoying my first non-MRE meal in months, a granola bar from the back of the cupboard, which I hoped was still in date, my neighbor once again started banging, this time on the door. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, less because of Mrs. Lee and more about having my first proper alone time interrupted before 8 a.m. Mrs. Lee, I smiled politely as I answered the door. If it's about the water... The elderly woman shook her head and tutted as she pushed past me into the apartment. No warm wash today. The fabrics I'm sewing are delicate. No, I figure you back, so I come to warn you. Oh? I arched an eyebrow and closed the door. There wasn't a lot of room for entertaining in my one-bedroom dwelling, but Mrs. Lee pulled up a stool at the folding card table which served as my dining suite. Lampasas has become overrun. Last week, soldiers come and say they requisition building, waved paper in my face and tell me to leave. I frowned, trying to imagine anyone telling Mrs. Lee to do anything she didn't want to do. As I stuck a kettle on the stove, she continued. But I'm too clever for them. She tapped her temple with an impish grin. I take papers, which say they can only take if building not lived in by family, so you should get a roommate before they come back. A roommate in a one-bedroom apartment? I opened a tea canister and sniffed the contents before dumping a spoonful in a teapot. The only reason your stuff isn't on lawn is because I say you AFO and chop their balls off if they dare. They say they check with their superior officer and come back. My lips twisted into a smirk. Less about the threat than imagining Mrs. Lee delivering it to a couple of junior officers. How'd you scare them away from your place? Too clever, like I said. I have new roommate, a crafty one who help with sewing machines. Crafty? I poured from the kettle. Tell me this roommate of yours isn't a... Yes. Giggit is gnome. But he clean, and you be nice to him. Already he helping with many orders. I wasn't sure if it was necessary for the woman to invite a gnome into her apartment to keep the army off her back. As it stood, I was sure that the colonel would have insisted she be left alone if he knew about it, less as a gesture of goodwill and more about keeping the woman off base. As a magic adept over combat age, she was still conscripted to serve in whatever way she could. After a long and tedious battle, the seamstress had come to an arrangement where her contribution was as a tailor to the army, infusing garments with magical protections. If you want, I can talk to Colonel Levine about it. I'm sure you don't have to keep sharing your apartment. You can drop the gnome back where you found him. Nup. She shook her head as I handed her a chipped mug. Giggit is clean. He living under bridge but now have honest work with me. He stays. If Mrs. Lee wanted to keep the gnome, I wasn't about to stop her. In principle, I wanted all off-worlders gone, but that didn't mean I harbored malicious intent toward all the races. So long as he stayed the hell out of my apartment and didn't start dismantling my car for parts, I was prepared to be a respectable neighbor while the gates stayed open. Well, if he starts thieving or giving you grief, let me know, okay? I've dealt with my fair share of gnomes over the past 6 months. Asagrim! Mrs. Lee's eyes brightened and she leaned forward. You must tell me all about it. Is dwarven tailoring superior to ours? Nothing compares to your outfits, I said with a smirk as I sat across from her and took a sip of tea. They mostly wear fire-retardant leather with an overabundance of buckles. Very fine buckles, yes? Of course. But I don't have much to tell, really. I was stuck doing security. We weren't permitted to go running off into their cities. I spent most of my free time on the surface. The dwarves didn't care if we went up there. To see the gnomish? I eyed my neighbor askance. Before that morning, I couldn't remember her even talking about gnomes in passing conversation. To see the sun, Mrs. Lee, and the stars. Mrs. Lee's mouth parted and she sagged in her seat theatrically. They have on Dwaringal World? You look like you have more tan. I rolled up my sleeve and shrugged. My skin was already an olive shade, but getting a tan wasn't on my list of priorities. I might have picked up some color, though. They have 3 sons. By mid-afternoon, it's too hot to even think about going up there. But in the mornings... I closed my eyes a little wistfully, remembering the warmth on my skin. It was everything I remember and more. While I was on the surface, I bartered with some gnomes for lessons in Dwarin. If you can keep them on task, they aren't bad teachers. Mrs. Lee pursed her lips and nodded in approval. So you are gnomish sympathizer, then? I don't know about that, but they aren't so bad, I guess. Especially on their homeworld, where they didn't resort to thievery, with dwarves around to keep them in line. When you're firm with them. Yes, not good on the concentration. Mrs. Lee slapped her forehead. You must give them tasks to do. They are most helpful when making things. I reached for my pendant but let my hand drop before fishing it out from my shirt. As a parting gift, a gnome by the name of Gotha had crafted the Velimir for me. She'd told me it would be at least as good as a lodestone on Earth, which was why I was reluctant to show it to anyone. She'd spent every minute while giving me lessons working on it, which I'd come to learn was the only way to keep her focused. What about here, though? Do you know about the situation with the elves? Mrs. Lee's features twisted and she took a small sip of tea. Everyone knows. The TV promised a time of great fortune and peace. Everybody lap it up like suckers. It's got out that far? My eyebrows climbed in genuine surprise. I would have thought they'd keep it hush-hush until the deal was solid. Too much whisper after Russia declare their marshal visit Great Elven City and make wedding arrangement with one of their princesses. They had no choice but to declare second expedition from Texas. No marriage, though. You've got to be kidding me! My jaw dropped in disgust. An arranged marriage? During a ceasefire? Doesn't the marshal's wife object to that? Hell, don't the Russian citizens object to that? They say once peace deal brokered, they marry. Marshal's wife give interview in magazine. Say she making sacrifice for noble cause. Mrs. Lee shrugged and leaned in a little closer. You ask me? She's sick of staring at husband's fat bald head. Perhaps she has eyes on a handsome elf too, eh? I shook my head, refusing to dwell on the motivations of the Russian marshal or his wife. What happened to restoring the Earth and closing the portals? Does this feel like the kind of gesture a planet makes toward severing all ties? And more importantly, gates that keep us from spending the next few centuries at war? Mrs. Lee reached over the table, her eyes softening, and clasped my hand. You clever, but you stupid sometimes. Things change in 15 years. Too much water under bridge. I know how you feel if Mr. Lee was never... She paused and choked back a sob. Closing gates won't bring him back. It won't bring anyone's family back either. Too much commerce now depends on magic. It will be just as bad, if not worse, if gates close. Already they talk of great elven magic restoring the weather and the seasons and banishing bad skies. Not that I believe such nonsense. I pulled my hand back. If even Mrs. Lee, whose life was as broken as mine by the interrealm gates, was coming around to some ridiculous ideal of living in harmony with the other worlds, things were worse than I thought. Sure, talk of ending the war long enough to turn our full attention toward the gates themselves had always been a counter-argument in what remained of Earth's media. But even so, this sounded a step well beyond that. Nothing will go back to normal until magic is a figment of our imagination again, I said, gripping my mug. You really want society to go on as it is? Even if we see martial law lifted in our lifetimes, we'll be living in a magical caste system forever. Mrs. Lee snorted. Is always big people and little people as long as humans exist. And big people have magic now. Genie not go back in the bottle and cannot unscramble egg. Magic is here to stay. The words felt like I'd been slapped in the face with a rubber band. My hands shook slightly as I set down the mug, rattling it against the table. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but it was too late. The memories were already flooding back, unbidden and unwanted. Flashes of dust and smoke filled my mind, the acrid scent of burning buildings and bodies filling my nostrils. Screams echoed in my ears, distant and muffled as if underwater. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing the images away, but they persisted. My chest tightened and the sting of tears threatened to spill over. No, not here. Not now. I couldn't let Mrs. Lee see me like this. I forced myself to take another deep breath, focusing on the warmth of the mug in my hands, the faint scent of tea, the solid presence of the table beneath my elbows. Slowly, the memories began to recede, fading into the dark recesses of my mind where I kept them locked away. Asha, you okay? Mrs. Lee's voice cut through the haze, concern etched into her features. So we'd have to upset the food chain again, I snapped. So what? We've done it once, and we can do it again, Without magic. Mrs. Lee scoffed and stood to pat my shoulder. If she wasn't as old as my grandparents would have been by now, I would have taken it as an insult. Instead, I glared out the window at the ever-present storm clouds which obscured the sun. Never parting even for a minute since the gates had opened, the effect had been devastating to the environment. If people thought elves could skip on over and wish them away, then it wasn't me being naive. "I must go," Mrs. Lee said softly. "There are many orders to fulfill, but it is quiet at the Avant Gate. Even with much to do, I hope your colonel has seen fit to give you a chance to recuperate after your adventure." I was about to correct her on that point when she turned to leave. After hoping to snatch a couple of hours to myself that morning before starting my assignment, it was clear I had a lot of catching up to do. I let Mrs. Lee out with a promise to come and greet her gnome later and stared at my pack, where the manila folder from Levine remained bunched next to dirty laundry and the sheath of my new sword. If given the choice, I would have spurned the assignment and laundry to go and seek someone to spar with to blow off some steam. But I doubted that would fly with the colonel. And despite my reticence about peace talks, this elf prisoner might offer some way of deciphering why the world was evidently going mad. Rather than remain at the apartment to peruse the folder in my bitter mood, I grabbed my pack and headed out the door. I figured I could kill 3 birds with 1 stone if I could read the folder's contents in the laundromat on base and track down Gunther afterward. He was the officer least likely to keep up sword training now we were home, but I would leave Jennings as a last resort. It might have been vanity to continue practice with a weapon that had limited practical application in modern warfare, but there was something to the mastery of it all that compelled me to continue. The first problem with my plan was that my battered Honda's lodestone ran dry halfway to base. Having kicked the tires a couple of times when I realized there was no replacement in the trunk, I drew energy from Earth's new innate magical power supply to keep going. The effort left me feeling drained by the time I rolled into the compound. Parking near the lodestone dispensary, I lugged my pack across the grounds toward the nearby barracks where laundromats were located. Once I'd pushed my clothes into the washer and settled on a bench across from the machines, I finally opened the folder. I hoped vainly that it contained better answers than what Mrs. Lee had brushed off as a new normal. The contents of the folder were not enlightening. They identified the prisoner by number in the absence of any ID. As I paged through records and what was known of the elven colony in Encino, I became increasingly glum about my assignment. He was held on base in a fortified facility, custom-built for inter-realm prisoners of war. He'd been interrogated 5 times to no effect, with use of magical manipulation and stressors applied with approval of Colonel Levine. The records were clear in one aspect, though. The military wanted to know who this guy was and how he was connected to the peace talks. I leaned my head back against the wall, staring at the laundromat's flickering fluorescent lights. The hum of the washing machines filled my ears, but it couldn't drown out the thoughts swirling in my mind. For the past 15 years, I'd been fighting elves. It seemed like every time we turned around, there was another incursion, another skirmish, another battle. And now, here I was, being tasked with interrogating an elven prisoner in the hopes of what? Facilitating peace talks? The very idea made my stomach churn. I didn't want peace with the elves. I wanted them gone, along with every other magical race that had come through those damned gates. What I really wanted was for the world to go back to the way it was before. Back when magic was nothing more than a fairy tale and the only wars we worried about were the ones we started ourselves. But that wasn't the reality I lived in anymore. Magic was here, and it seemed like it was here to stay. The thought terrified me more than anything else. An existence where magic was the norm, where elves and dwarves and gnomes walked among us. It was a world I didn't want to live in. And yet, here I was, being asked to play a part in making that world a reality. By interrogating this prisoner, was I helping to close the gates once and for all? Or was I just paving the way for these peace talks to succeed, for magic to become a permanent fixture in our lives? It wasn't like I had much choice either way, I reasoned, and reminded myself to have faith in Levine, who I knew shared my sentiments on the matter. The reports from the shrink were where things became more interesting, if still unhelpful. Adjectives such as recalcitrant, sociopathic, and egocentric littered the page. It was clear the psychologist was at their wits' end in their effort to profile the prisoner. Absently, I wondered how accurately human behavior theory would apply to the different races. There was a note scribbled at the bottom of the page which recommended testing a moderate reward system in the long term to give the prisoner a sense of agency within their confines. It also asserted that conventional torture was unlikely to be a reliable means to exact information given the previous results. I closed the folder in distaste. Elves were the enemy, sure, but facing off across the battlefield was different to poking at a lab rat with cold indifference. Maybe it was another reason I should never have wound up a soldier. I took another stab at the earlier reports which detailed the capture itself, while waiting the last few minutes for the dryer to finish its cycle. The prisoner took down 4 patrolling officers before being apprehended, which wasn't surprising. But the details were lacking on how they managed to cuff him in magical restraints. It was something I was sure the colonel hadn't missed, and made a mental note to ask him about it later. The elf was then transported across the border for delivery at Fort Hood as per protocol. With my laundry done, I folded it into a bundle and left the laundromat to see if the Lodestone dispensary was done refitting my vehicle. I wasn't sure what to make of my new assignment, or how I might approach the first interview. But if I didn't present myself to the warden soon, the colonel would be chasing me down before too long. With a sigh, I resigned myself to meeting with the recalcitrant sociopath, just as soon as I located Gunther and set up a sparring session. I figured I'd need to wave around something sharp and pointy after meeting with the elf. Chapter 3. The warden met me when I arrived at the facility. From his bald head and lined face, Warden McDaniel was of an age where he might have served before the gates opened, but that was never a given. It was his upright presence, pristine uniform, and natural authoritative voice which made me think he'd been a military man for his entire career. "Lopez," he said in a friendly bark as he checked his wristwatch. "I thought maybe there'd been a misunderstanding about expecting you today." I kept my face neutral and pulled the manila folder from my pack. "No, sir. I've been off-world, so I took a few hours to read the briefing." "The Azogrim crew, huh?" McDaniel eyed my pack, in particular the sword-shaped protrusion from the top of it. "Well, I suppose that gives you something to talk to Legolas about to break the ice." "Legolas?" I quirked an eyebrow. McDaniel spread his hands and shook his head, causing his jowls to wobble. "That SOB won't give us a name, and calling him by number never sat right with me. Come on through to my office so I can catch you up on the particulars." I nodded and followed, not voicing my thoughts on whether dubbing the prisoner with a Tolkien-esque name was any better than referring to him by number. The facility was suitably stark as McDaniel led me through secured doors and concrete hallways. In a world which had been steadily declining over the past decade, new buildings were a rarity. And while it wasn't exactly aesthetically pleasing, the whole place thrummed with magic. I'd never had cause to enter the building, which sat a good distance away from the compound. But I'd heard that guard duty was boring and poorly paid, considering the relative danger of dealing with hostile magical beings. Executions of non-human POWs were commonplace, though I knew from Ambassador Benson that the practice would now cease in the case of dwarves, while both sides were holding up their end of the New Deal. "I must say I'm not used to having so many visitors come by, so excuse my desk," McDaniel said as he ushered me into an office with reports piled high on every flat surface. "Take a seat." I slid my pack under the chair and did as he requested. "I'm guessing the most noteworthy prisoner in recent history requires a lot of paperwork." McDaniel chortled. "That it does. Can I get you anything?" "No, sir. I'm fine." I patted the manila folder on my lap. "But I would appreciate anything you can do to elaborate on the situation." "Of course, Legolas is in the East Wing in solitary, with a whole unit of guards watching his every movement. A real pain in the ass, considering we have an entire facility to run. McDaniel sat with a faint scowl. He's kept in magic-canceling manacles at all times, and we like to keep him in relatively confined spaces. I'm guessing you've seen elves in action? I nodded, a flash of memory of elven soldiers vaulting barricades at the gate making me shift in my seat. They were long, lean acrobats, with speed which made tracking them with blasters an uphill battle even when there was no magic involved. He hasn't caused any casualties yet, but mainly because he hasn't tried. Don't think for a minute that he's less capable than your average elf because he's in cuffs. He's a wily one. I can tell from his eyes. McDaniel shuddered as he retrieved a slim band from his desk and passed it over. I accepted it with a questioning look. A distress beacon. You'll have the guards watching at all times, of course, but you press that, and the manacles will restrain him forcibly. Try to keep it under your sleeve where he can't see it. I rolled up my sleeve and clipped it on. What am I permitted to take in with me? The less, the better. McDaniel rubbed his bald pate and gave me a dubious look. You'll be searched before you go in, but I expect you'll need something if you're here to try and learn his godforsaken language. We don't allow pen and paper, but something to record the interview is fine so long as you keep it out of reach, and it can't be smashed into something sharp that he can end you with. I bristled a little at the warden's tone. I was a soldier, not an idiot, but smiled, regardless. Thanks for the tip. Anything else I need to know? McDaniel stood and sniffed, looking a touch uncomfortable. Yeah. We've been sending blood samples off regular, but those scientists still can't give us a definitive answer. I requested a male AFO for this job only because I suspect what's been theorized is true. Yes? I cocked my head. We almost transferred Hancock out of the unit, a female guard who seemed affected by his presence, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure I do. I folded my arms. Pheromones, he whispered. Glamour, whatever you want to call it. First few days after he arrived, Hancock wasn't herself, if you get my meaning. She seems to have knocked it out of her head since then, otherwise I would have rostered her elsewhere. Hell, I wanted to anyhow, but the shrink in charge wants to keep the circle around Legolas close. I screwed up my face, unwilling to believe something so crass. He's in snuff cuffs, I said flatly. Which is why I say it ain't any glamour, but something in the blood itself. McDaniel lifted his chin defensively. It'll get proved in time. I rubbed my eye to give myself a moment's reprieve from his challenging stare. I'll keep that in mind. Do you think I can go take a look now? McDaniel's gaze penetrated me for a moment, as though weighing whether I was taking him seriously, before he picked up a phone and barked orders for a guard to come and collect me. Super sexy despo wasn't mentioned in any of the paperwork, so I wasn't concerned, but I wondered whether the shrink who'd profiled Legolas was a guy in retrospect. I was summarily collected by an officer by the name of Collins, who looked me up and down with a smirk before showing me through the facility. He rattled off a bunch of protocols as we went through armed doors, which I listened to with half an ear. So you're the one they sent to interrogate our elf bastard, huh? Collins remarked, his tone dripping with amusement. Good luck with that. He's been tight-lipped since we brought him in. I raised an eyebrow at him. I've dealt with plenty of elves before. I'm sure I can handle this one. Collins chuckled. We'll see about that. The shrink is with him now, so you'll have to wait until they're done. Understood, I said as we reached the guardhouse. Any tips on getting him to talk? He'll talk just fine. Getting him to answer a simple question is another matter. Collins left me to wait in the guardhouse, for which I was glad. The guy's dismissiveness was abrasive, and the way he looked at me set my teeth on edge. There was nobody else in the guardhouse, the other officers presumably watching over the current interview. So I took a seat and started jotting the required information, my mind already strategizing on how to approach the prisoner. It wasn't like I was concerned about losing my composure like some dog in heat, which McDaniel had implied, but I wasn't much of a conversationalist. and if I wanted something from a recalcitrant individual, the only way I was likely to get it was with the carrot, or the stick. If the interrogation reports were anything to go by, the stick wasn't going to work. But what could I possibly offer the elf inside a maximum security prison that would be worth trading for? In my pensive state, it didn't feel like much time had gone by when the door opened and Collins reappeared. "Your turn," he said, his eyes once again raking over me with a mocking twist to his lips. If I didn't have to work with the guy for the next 3 months, I would have knocked that smug expression off his face. Grabbing the translation device from my pack, I followed Collins out. A female guard with a blonde ponytail, Hancock maybe, accompanied a guy in a shirt and tie coming in the opposite direction, who tugged at my sleeve as I went to sidle past him. "You're the linguist AFO?" he asked. Nothing so formal. I looked pointedly at where his hand rested on my arm. He drew it back and adjusted his glasses. "My name is Dr. Shaw. I wasn't aware of your assignment until today. Please, come and see me at my office before you schedule your next interview. It would be useful to use a shared approach and compare notes." Dr. Shaw pressed a card into my palm, which I thrust into my pocket with a nod, unsure if his station meant that was an order or request. I'd need to clear it with the colonel before dropping in, but I imagined Levine would think it appropriate that we work together. "We'll be in touch." I nodded to Dr. Shaw and turned to follow Collins. The tight set of the guard's jaw made his annoyance about my brief exchange with the doctor clear. When we stopped outside a fortified door, I was surprised when the guard lifted his hand to wave around my body like a scanner. I'd assumed the guy was only an operator, humans with the ability to use magical items and not to wield magic in their own right. But I guessed it made sense to have some adepts on this particular job. I wondered vaguely whether he'd always been a prison guard, or if he'd served on the front line. When Collins stopped at my hip, he frowned. "Translator?" I patted my pocket and nodded. "I put it on the log sheet." "Suit yourself." He shrugged and held a palm to a flat disc next to the door. The door buzzed and swung open, revealing the prisoner for the first time. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My first glimpse of the elf was not what I'd imagined. Instead of the color-shifting fatigues I was accustomed to, he wore a garish orange jumpsuit. It made sense, of course. His magical attire would have been confiscated. But the sight was jarring, almost absurd. He sat cuffed to the table, his piercing gaze meeting mine with a look of utter boredom. In that moment, the world seemed to still. Then Collins stepped through, breaking the spell. I forced myself to focus, taking in the stark confines of the 9x9 room. Harsh fluorescent light illuminated every corner, glinting off the table bolted to the floor. 2 molded plastic chairs flanked it on either side. Clearing my throat, I stepped across the threshold. The door snapped shut behind me with an ominous finality. I lowered myself onto the vacant seat across from the elf. Our eyes met again, and I saw past the facade of boredom to the contempt simmering underneath. Under the unforgiving light, his emerald irises seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly iridescence. They were angled slightly, almost feline in their shape. That close, I noticed his white blonde hair carried a faint green tinge. I wondered absently if I'd skimmed over the same quality among elven casualties on the battlefield. It took a second for me to fish out the translation device from my pocket. As I did, Collins reached for the pinned chain between the prisoner's manacles and gave it a shake. "A bit of juice to these will keep him from getting too smart." Collins's lip curled as he gave me a demonstration, causing the prisoner to go rigid and shake. "Touching them isn't necessary, but sometimes you'll need to use extra force. Don't worry, it isn't possible to go too far with it from what we've been told." My eyes widened as I watched the elf go from shaking to convulsing. Before I could process my own reaction, I flew from my seat, slamming a hand on the table. "Enough. Get your hands off those cuffs, officer." I was taken aback by the vehemence in my own voice. This was an elf, the enemy. Why did I feel such a visceral reaction to his mistreatment? Collins only arched an eyebrow and lifted his chin as he stepped back. It's protocol. Pushing aside my inner turmoil, I resorted to the only thing the army understood: dominance. While I'm in this room, this is my prisoner. I lifted my finger to point at the elf and glared at Collins. And you won't touch him unless I give you orders to do so. Got it? Collins huffed and made as if to argue, but I cut him off. That'll be all, officer. I'll buzz the door when I'm done here. Listen, I don't know what kind of delegation you think you have, but here we only answer to the warden, and he says... I don't give a shit what he says, I sneered. He answers to Colonel Levine, same as me. That'll be all, officer. Collins stared me down for a couple of seconds before giving me a mulish look and sidling past the prisoner, bumping his shoulder on the way past. The elf's lip twitched, and if looks could burn, Collins would have had 2 holes in the back of his head as he left through the armed door. Once it snapped shut, I took a steadying breath, trying to regain my equilibrium. Then I depressed the switch on the translation device. Sorry about that, I said telepathically through the translation device, my mind still reeling from my unexpected outburst. Then I cringed internally about my hasty apology. What was wrong with me? I couldn't let this throw me off balance. I had a job to do. My name is Asha Lopez. Your methods are crude, he said, surprising me by responding vocally. He shook his manacled wrists in a lightning-fast gesture and sneered. And your magical devices are barbaric. I didn't flinch. Sharp movements didn't do much to send me into terror in my line of work, but I still sat dumb at the revelation that the elf spoke to me in plain English. After hitting the switch of the translation device again, I folded my hands in my lap. You speak English, I said, wondering what else I'd missed in the reports back in the laundromat. That's no mean feat in 6 weeks. One does not venture to other worlds without first becoming proficient in their languages. I smirked, and his challenging stare grew darker. Entonces, yo supongo que eres competente en otros idiomas terrestres? I cocked my head. Sí, he grunted. I pouted and gave an appreciative nod. Too easy, though. If his intended destination was in Mexico, it made sense he was fluent in Spanish, too. I steepled my fingers and leaned forward. Êtes-vous sûr de cela? Je ne suis pas trompeur, moindre être, he answered in perfectly accented French. Lesser being, I said dryly. I didn't realize we were already trading insults. Hell, I don't even know your name yet. The elf set his jaw, his eyes glinting like I'd just insulted his mother. I waited for him to continue in his language of choice, but he only leaned back with a surly look. It took me a second to realize my error. I'm not here to learn your true identity. Frankly, I don't give a damn why you're here or what you were planning to do once you got to the Encino colony. I've been given a special assignment that you're qualified to assist me with, and I refuse to call you prisoner or Legolas while we work together. Don't even get me started about referring to you by number. I'll let you decide what you'd like me to call you. He gave me a flat stare as if I was babbling. Heck, maybe I was. And I could tell even before he opened his mouth he would not provide a suitable answer. I don't work with humans. He enunciated every syllable with disgust. Really? Your schedule too busy? With all the solitary confinement, shrink appointments, and... I leaned in and whispered, Did I hear something about blood samples? That must really take it out of a guy like you. And don't get me started on the meals. It must take hours to digest the stuff they serve up in here. If it's anything like the mess hall, I will not render assistance to the enemy. So this was turning out great. Despite every intention of trying the carrot approach when stepping into the room, I'd used the first 5 minutes to resort to snark and sarcasm. My mother always told me that sarcasm was the lowest form of humor. The elf was in a hostile environment, and even for a tough guy, his captivity on a strange world had to be more than a little alarming. The word is, we might not be enemies for too much longer, I said. knowing that the subject of peace talks had already been aired with the prisoner from the reports, but planning to be coy on the subject. I'm not sure if you got the memo before arriving here, but your leaders reached out to schedule peace talks in a few months. His expression gave nothing away as he stared back at me across the table. It was a poker face my gambling comrades would have killed for. And yet, he spread his hands as far as the manacles allowed, and the corners of his mouth turned upward. I got the feeling the facial muscles responsible for smiling were among the least exercised in his whole body, and my mouth twisted at the notion. Elves are capable of sarcasm? Who knew? But you might want to hear about my assignment before you turn me down. What was it you said before about being proficient in languages before heading to an unfamiliar world? What I want is simple. I'm here to learn Elvish. I wasn't expecting him to laugh. Heartily. But I only waited until he'd subsided, convinced the proposition couldn't be that entertaining. When his features settled into a mocking grin, I cocked my head in irritation. And tell me, why would I grant you this boon, Asha Lopez? I refrained from biting my lip and kept my features deadpan. Because I've been ordered to visit you here daily until I'm fluent in Elvish, and I figure you could use someone to talk to who isn't trying to get inside your head like the shrink. I leaned back in my seat, not wanting to appear eager. Besides, I've been told I make for excellent company. The prisoner snorted derisively, but a touch of amusement remained on his lips. He didn't appear in any hurry to respond, and I wondered if I'd misstepped. Lord, he said after a few moments. I blinked. Beg your pardon? You wished to know what you should call me. You may refer to me as Lord. Chapter 4. I am not calling you Lord, I said. You insisted that I determine how you should refer to me. His lip curled in a faint sneer. Reneging on your word would be dishonorable. I'm affording you some dignity, not offering to curtsy on the way in and out of this room. I leaned back in my seat. Choose something else. You speak as though I have agreed to your request, which I have not. This dialogue of names is a waste of time. I'm here to do a job, and I intend to do it, but if we can't come to terms, I'm happy to spend the next 3 months coming here just to play the Barney song on repeat. I'd rather know what you want, so we can find a solution which is mutually beneficial. How this plays out is up to you. A flash of confusion was quickly concealed in the elf's eyes. What is this song of Barney you speak of? I rubbed a hand over my face. Never mind, but if you don't come through with a name soon, I'm calling you Barney while I'm here. Tell me what I can offer that will persuade you to teach me Elvish. Barney for now held up a cuffed wrist with a pointed look. Even if I had the authority to get those off, I wouldn't. Creating your own portal is impressive magic, but I'm not here for a demonstration. I would not find it objectionable, he said dryly, glaring at the cuffs. Have you got any reasonable requests? Anything that might make it more comfortable for you here? There is nothing that would make my sojourn here more palatable which you may offer. Palatable. I pressed my lips together and gave it a shot. Sure there is. Prison food must be pretty awful. Maybe I can track down some earth delicacies or even wine. Do they drink alcohol where you're from? Pressed fermented grapes. Barney made a face. Humans have a strange fondness of distilling poisons from spoiled food. Technically, wine is only fermented, not distilled. So, what, no booze in Elfland? Barney managed to look down his nose at me despite the scant distance between us. It made me wonder how tall he was standing up. I thought he might not deign to answer, but he scoffed before replying. Elven elixirs are made with only the freshest of nectars and infused with alchemical properties to instill a sense of satiety and joy upon consumption. I grinned. For someone so recalcitrant, he'd just given me something that might be useful to the general. No wine hampers as diplomatic gifts. A box of smoothies might be better received. But my expression appeared to offend Barney, whose dismissive demeanor returned to an expression of icy coldness. I suppose humans have sterner livers, but I'll admit, dwarven constitutions have us beat. You ever tried Dermouth? Barney's eyebrows rose. Only a fool would partake of dwarven liquor. They contain toxic compounds. I grimaced. I'd only taken the bait once while on my tour, but some of the others on the detail had imbibed more than I had. Explains the hangovers, and here I was thinking it was plain old alcohol poisoning. Barney's eyes narrowed, apparently not finding my remark amusing, but he appeared to be cogitating on something, so I waited for him to speak. I'm told your nation was invited to Azagrim to arrange trade treaties. You were part of the delegation? I'm not anyone important, if that's what you're asking. But yes, I was there. The elf's eyes grew more intense, and he looked me over like I was a bug pinned to a board. His penetrating stare felt like he could see right through to my underwear, and I had to keep myself from shifting in my seat. You're just a soldier, he said and rubbed his chin. Your war made us all soldiers. I clenched my teeth. His eyes glittered with disdain. Elves did not start this conflict. Humans are parasites. It wasn't enough to destroy your own planet. Your species sought a new frontier to wreak havoc and have finally encountered a superior race who will bring about your ultimate ruin. I clenched my hands under the table, feeling my pulse quicken with rage. I drew in calming breaths through my nose, knowing that I had to keep my shit together. He was the enemy, and I had to keep that front and center in my mind. He would try to goad me, or at the very least shut down any conversation where he didn't feel like he had the upper hand. I'd read it right there in the file. He was a recalcitrant sociopath. You know, for a lot of us here on Earth, ultimate ruin happened 15 years ago when the gates opened. If we weren't always waiting for the next attack from elves, maybe humans would have figured out a way to close them all by now. I forced my shoulders to relax. And if these talks go well, you never know. There might not be a reason to keep you detained here, particularly if you choose to cooperate. Maybe it was the carrot I was looking for. I couldn't give the elf the freedom he wanted, but perhaps even the hint that my assignment might lead to his release could be enough to tempt him. He seemed slightly taken aback as he shifted in his seat, but the glower remained in place. Elves will never make peace with humans, he spat. Not until magic is restored to Arendor and your world is thrust back into the Dark Ages from whence it came. Or maybe not as carrotish as I thought. With his voice laden with venom, I guessed he thought I would vehemently disagree with him. I was tempted to let him know just how agreeable the Dark Ages sounded on my end. You think the talks are a ruse? I asked instead. War is an exercise of the mind, not of the body, he said with an air of calm, as if reciting from something. The battle of wills and the practice of maneuvering for ultimate advantage far outweighs bodies strewn on a battlefield. You realize you're talking to a soldier, right? I quipped, hoping to steer us away from finger-pointing over who started the war. If what you're saying is true, I might as well pack up and go find another job. If you do not seek death, it would be wise to scurry off to some remote refuge where you might survive Earth's ultimate defeat. You get to do that back on Arendor? I said. You see here, we don't get the luxury of choice when it comes to protecting our country. Protecting, he sneered, then shook his head and looked to the ceiling. Humans are naive if they believe that the actions of your armies have been to protect and not annihilate. This was not going well. What was I doing here anyway? I wasn't a negotiator and never expected to have to talk the enemy into helping with some random side quest to help broker a deal I wasn't sure I wanted to happen. Yeah? Well, I've seen my fair share of annihilation caused by your people on the battlefield. Millions have died in this war, and I'm not going to sit here and be told by the likes of you that humans are the problem. I've spent the past 15 years dreaming of the day that those gates are powered down, and we never have to see your kind again. His eyes narrowed again and he cocked his head, studying me. After a long moment, he spoke. Perhaps on that we might agree. It will be a fortuitous day when the ties between our worlds are severed. I blinked in surprise, not expecting to find any common ground with the elf. I waited for him to continue, to assert that it was our fault that hadn't happened yet. But he only looked at me with that contemplative expression, as if reassessing his initial judgment of me, and I glanced at my wristwatch to break off eye contact. I'd decided ahead of time to keep the first interview short, and got the feeling we were at an impasse. While slinging barbed remarks across the table for the next few hours might have yielded a few extra tidbits, I needed to regroup and think through my next moves. Standing, I offered Barney a tight smile. "I'll be back tomorrow. I look forward to conversing further on the weakness of humans. You should think about my offer." His brow creased in what I interpreted as confusion. "You wish to continue our dialogue?" "I told you I'm here to do a job." I shrugged. "And I can't give up just because you're an asshole." His eyes narrowed and I smirked. It tickled me to think he was having as hard a time figuring me out as I was at figuring him out. "You may call me Barney, if that is what you wish. I understand this Legolas is a fictitious character portraying my race in an unacceptable parody." I snorted and shook my head, wondering what he would think about the reference to a purple dinosaur. "Barney it is, then." It was Hancock who came to fetch me from the interview room instead of Collins. She eyeballed Barney before closing the door, as if she might have found a missing toe under the table after being left with an AFO. Then she led me back to the guardhouse with an upright gait which might have been to compensate for her middling 5-foot height. "I understand we can expect to see a lot of you over the next couple of months," she said. "So I took the liberty of moving your things into the locker room. Collins almost took an eye out when he started swinging that fancy sword of yours." Admitting to touching my things lowered my esteem of the officer, but having done so to keep her colleague's mitts off my sword bumped it up a few points. "Thank you," I said, a little more gruffly than intended. Hancock gave me a sidelong look, a touch of amusement in her eyes, but mostly with a sense of weighing me. "Thought it might be wise to stay on the good side of an AFO. Collins is too much of a dick to consider stuff like that." Okay, that warmed me up to her some more. "I've got a few like Collins in my unit." Hancock raised her eyebrows and waved me through a door leading to a locker room, metal benches in the middle with bathrooms on the other side. The room was big enough to service a whole mob of guards, which made me wonder what the capacity of the East Wing was when not utilized as a personal suite for a VIP prisoner. "You been here long?" I offered as I opened the locker Hancock pointed to. "More or less." She shrugged, a little tight-lipped. "I didn't make the physical to qualify as an AFO, but I'm an adept, so I got posted here." "Interesting." I nodded companionably as I checked Erding was safe in its sheath before shouldering my pack. "I guess this prisoner makes for something new. Does he give you a hard time?" Hancock's cheek twitched, and when her eyebrows drew together, I thought she might have assumed that I'd been implying that her gender and physical stature put her at a disadvantage, or that nonsense glamour stuff McDaniel was talking about, which clearly wasn't a thing if my interview with the elf was anything to go by. "Not as much as the others." Her lips curved in a cocky smile. "I'm working with Dr. Shaw to see if someone with more regular contact can't get the elf talking. You should really go past his office and compare notes. It'd be better if we were all working on the same page." "I'll discuss it with the colonel," I said, not wanting to promise anything. "Warden McDaniel expects all reports on his desk before 5 and gets snippy when they're turned in late. There's a spare office you can use here if you like, so you don't have to come back later." My brow creased. "I report to Colonel Levine. If the warden wants copies of my reports, he'll need to get them from the colonel's office." "I'm sure those two can sort it out," she said, though from her eyes she must have thought her boss would win the argument. "What time can we expect you tomorrow? We'll need to write up a schedule so there isn't too much crossover." I stepped toward the door, indicating I was ready to leave. "I'll be here early. Say, 0800 hours. I'll pen it in." Hancock led me back as far as McDaniel's office, and another guard showed me to the entrance. The whole visit had given me a lot to think about, and I knew I had to pay Levine a visit to ask more questions about the assignment. After driving back to the compound proper, I stopped by the mess hall for a sandwich to go and slunk out before I could be accosted by comrades fishing for details about the Azagrim posting. Levine's office was a hive of activity when I arrived, and I half expected the colonel's secretary, Denise, to shoo me away with an appointment card. Instead, the older woman with an immaculate weave and glittery red nails pointed to the seat next to her desk. "You can park it right there, Lopez. I've been waiting on you all day." The mischief in her smile suggested that my tardiness was less about a forgotten appointment with the colonel and more about her own secretarial intel machine. "New assignment." I held up my hands in supplication. Levine was bouncing up and down in the parking lot the minute we got back. Denise scanned the room with her laser eyes and leaned over her desk. "The Santa's workshop operation, right?" "The what now?" "You know," she pressed in a whisper, "the ELF. He gets an operation name? I'm sure he'd be pleased if he found out. With the colonel back and forth from the event gate, he don't want no word getting out about this prisoner yet. Too much of a coincidence that this guy shows up right before the elves start offering talks." She smacked her glossy red lips. "You ask me. Your boy's someone special to their kind. What's he look like in the flesh? He cute?" I might have been able to keep from squirming in front of Barney, but under Denise's lascivious stare, I felt like I was sitting in a sex ed class in high school. Sure, I guess he's not bad looking if you're into tall, broody types who think humans are barely cognizant apes." I paused, recalling the way his shrewd stare seemed to see right through me. "But I get the feeling you'd kick his ass for getting too lippy anyway." Denise made a disturbing growling sound like she found my reluctant admission appealing, and I regretted my words instantly. Heat rose to my cheeks as unbidden thoughts of the elf's striking appearance flitted through my mind. I quickly pushed them aside. So is there anything I need to know outside the official reports?" "Only that everyone wants a piece, and the colonel spends half his time trying to keep hold of the reins. These talks are the biggest thing to happen since all this started. And let me tell you, other bases are green with envy that no peace delegation turned up at their gates." Army politics. I did my best to skirt it at all times, and now it seemed like I'd landed in an enormous pile of political crapola. "I can only imagine. Have you got anything on Warden McDaniel?" "Like what? Dirt or something? Is he giving you guff?" Denise's features hardened. "No, but he seems to expect reports." "Girl, you're an AFO on special assignment with clearance from Colonel Levine. You make it clear to that warden that asking too many questions will earn him an ass whooping." I smirked. When it came to clearance and the pecking order, Denise never pulled any punches. "I'll do that. Any idea on when Levine will be free?" I nodded toward his office door. "If I don't get to the commissary this afternoon, I'll be eating granola for dinner." Denise tutted and shook her head. "He's on a conference call, but it'll take more than a granola bar to put some meat on those bones. Didn't they feed you in Azagrim?" Curling my lip, I recalled the offerings in the dwarven dining hall. That Ambassador Benson had stomached it was a testament to her diplomacy skills. "Everything was coated in enough salt to give you a heart attack. And without it..." I shuddered. The remembered taste of roasted, whatever it was, visceral even months after dipping my toes in dwarven cuisine. "If it was worse than what the mess hall serves up, you have my sympathy." Denise glanced at the wall clock and her desk phone rang. "He should be out any minute, but he'll be on his way to Evant. I'm gonna need to get this, honey." I inclined my head and snatched a paperclip from Denise's desk as I drew back to keep from nosing in on her conversation. Pulling a multi-tool from my pocket, I used needle-nose pliers to bend the paperclip out, then fashioned a star with 5 rounded points and looped the excess around to form a ring. Having served in the military for half of my life, finding things to do with nothing to do while waiting was a skill I'd become well-versed at. I slipped the ring on my finger with a small smile as I considered what the Dwarren people I'd met would make of something as crude as a paperclip piece of jewelry. Denise was still whispering away a few minutes later when Levine's office door opened. From the look on her face, the conversation must have been tedious. and she caught the colonel's eye and mouthed something I couldn't make out. He frowned and cast around the room after seeing me and pointed a finger to bark orders at a few loitering uniforms. It was impressive to see him clear a crowd of people in a matter of moments with a few signatures here and stern words there. "Lopez," he said, once the last of them strode out of the office. "You've come at a bad time. I'm on my way to the Avant Gate." I stood. Denise told me. "I have a couple of questions about the assignment." He glanced at the ceiling before checking his wristwatch with a Lord give me patience expression on his face. "You've got 2 minutes. Make good use of them." "Yes, sir," I said, though he'd already turned and started storming off. Denise gave me a sympathetic look, and I smirked as I legged it out of the office. Chapter 5. Okay. I trotted to catch Levine as he stormed down the path. "I need to know who I'm including in the reporting line here and how much autonomy I have in the facility with the prisoner." "Reporting line?" "I kicked Warden McDaniel's guard out of the interview room and later got told he'd expect reports. I said they'd need to clear it with you." "Good." Levine nodded. "This assignment is on a need-to-know basis." I blinked, wishing he was clearer. "Isn't the warden your man?" "Insofar as the pecking orders go, yes. Do I trust him not to throw me under the bus if he gets the chance?" Levine grunted. "Let's just say he's not above trying to score brownie points with the general's office behind my back." "He has some interesting theories about the prisoner and pheromones," I ventured. "He didn't appear to be happy that I was female." Levine rolled his eyes and shook his head. "That old chestnut? He's been crapping on about glamour and blood work since the beginning. If there was any truth to it, the guys in lab coats would have found something by now. But let me be perfectly clear. Warden McDaniel doesn't get to dictate which AFO I choose to assign to this prisoner." "Okay," I said, not quite sure how to respond to that. "And autonomy? How far can I push this thing?" "What do you mean?" "Well," I took a deep breath. "Interrogation has gotten us nowhere so far, and I can't say I'm surprised. He's like a cornered dog in that interview room. I'd like to test out meeting him in other parts of the facility and negotiate a trade-off of some kind in exchange for these elvish lessons." "You know what he wants?" Levine gave me a sharp look. "Not exactly, no, but I'll work something out. Everyone wants something." "You think extra privileges will melt him like butter? This is an elf we're talking about. The protocols are in place so he won't neck himself or kill any guards." "He hasn't tried anything so far from what I've read in the reports," I insisted. "Holding him for 6 weeks without incident can't be all about improved protocols. Besides, I'm more than capable of handling him while he's trussed up in snuff cuffs." Levine stopped to stare at me. His easygoing manner from the night before had evaporated, and the lines around his eyes were more than a little tense. I reminded myself that Barney was only part of his problems, and things were getting more cutthroat than usual in the military hierarchy. "You're one of my best AFOs, Asha, and more importantly, you're like family to me." He placed a hand on my shoulder. "I know what you're capable of, but we both know your limitations." I met the colonel's eye, and the concern there bristled at my sense of competency. Sure, magic wasn't always reliable in my hands, but it stung to think the man who had kept me under his wing for my entire military career doubted my ability to handle the prisoner. "My limitations don't mean much with those custom snuff cuffs," I argued. "I've seen them in action. Even if I do choke, it's a press of a damn button to keep him subdued." It galled me to use the torture device which had caused such a visceral reaction of disgust on my part to persuade Levine, but I could tell by the way his shoulder eased that it was working. If I was being honest with myself, I didn't want to face off with Barney in that interview room again, fighting to keep hold of my temper the entire time. I needed space with him. Somewhere we didn't have to sit almost nose to nose with each other. "Fine. I'll ensure McDaniel gives you whatever you need. But if you let this guy get the better of you, and I have to tell the general he's dead, I'll stake you in front of the Avant Gate myself." I swallowed and nodded. "Understood. I'll be careful." Levine's eyes softened, and he gave my shoulder a brisk pat. Learning Elvish is one thing, but more importantly for me is that I want to know what's happening inside that facility. You're observant, Lopez. I'm trusting you to keep me informed. I'm sick of people pissing on my back and telling me it's raining. So that's really why I got this job instead of some linguist in intelligence? I cocked my head. Those pencil pushers don't have what you have, Lopez. He checked his wristwatch and held up a hand toward the parking lot. Experience with elves in combat. You remember that. Now, is that all? One more thing. My eyes darted to a waiting Jeep in the parking lot, the driver gripping the steering wheel like he was about to ride through the gates of hell itself. I surmised that likely had more to do with his incoming passenger than the destination. Dr. Shaw asked me to drop by his office. I wanted to check with you first. Levine's lip twitched. Course he did. Shaw isn't one of my guys. He got shipped over from Colonel Monk's office. If the order comes through for you to work with him, I'll have to agree. But until then, give the shrink a wide berth, you hear? I nodded, but Levine was already heading to the Jeep. I wondered if he knew Hancock was already working with the shrink and made a mental note to include it in my first report. Maybe on a post-it note, so Levine wasn't obligated to share the observation with the general. It seemed Denise wasn't exaggerating about everyone wanting in on the operation if Shaw had been brought in from Georgia. As Levine rolled out of the lot, I recalled my other problem and swore under my breath. I wasn't overly concerned about getting kicked out of my apartment, but I would have preferred to nip it in the bud before going toe-to-toe with uniforms enforcing requisition orders at my front door. From Levine's demeanor, it was neither the time nor the place to bother him about my living arrangements, so I had to have faith that Mrs. Lee would fend off any unwanted visitors while I was away. I checked the time, weighing up what I should have been doing, writing reports, going through the file again, and buying some much-needed groceries. But I decided I had enough time to track down Gunther and see if he was free to spar for an hour. If anything, the practice afforded me time to process my thoughts, and I'd come to look forward to the gongs which sounded every morning on Azagrim, which marked the training hour. I had trouble finding the more bookish AFO, though, and asked around the barracks to see where he might have gotten to. I'd gotten the idea that he'd already been teased about his gift by fellow officers who knew him well enough to find the sword amusing. But when I finally caught someone who knew where he'd run off to, the news wasn't good. Camped at the gate for the next week, they want adept AFOs on standby at all times. The rotation is pretty lean since they moved a whole squad down to Encino. I nodded thanks to the younger officer whose name I couldn't quite place and left the barracks. Gunther might have been the odd one out on most occasions, but as an especially powerful adept, a wielder of magic without the need for magical devices, he had more aptitude than most in the unit combined. Even if he was better suited to study, on the battlefield he'd changed the game when our forces were outnumbered more than once. My aptitude, on the other hand, was on the other end of the scale. Few knew just how much magical firepower I was packing, but it came unreliably. It was a fault I knew Levine was hoping I'd one day conquer, but the truth was I had seen firsthand the destruction that uncontrolled magic could unleash. The day the gates opened, I learned about the consequences of such power. Ever since, I preferred to lean on my combat training and other skills, because the thought of ever losing control like that again terrified me. While the perfectionist inside me wished I could master my abilities, I also fervently hoped magic would one day be eradicated from this world. Without a sparring partner, my idea of keeping regular practice dwindled, but I didn't put it off entirely. With Jennings and Lewis en route to the general's office, I'd have to wait until Gunther was back from Avant. Until then, there was nothing stopping me from going through the forms solo. Heading for my Honda, I hoped the training ground wasn't too busy, and resolved to work up enough of a sweat to make writing reports feel like a relief. The training ground was a fair distance from the compound, and from the trucks I passed on the way, I thought I'd have company when I arrived. If these peace talks came with a ceasefire at the gates, it made sense that regular soldiers were spending more time on drills. My best guess as to why they weren't redeployed to other gate sites was that come time for the general's arrival, there'd be a show of force to see his team off from Avant. When I pulled in from a dusty lane, I rolled my neck as I got out of the car and surveyed my surroundings. The land stretched between clusters of trees, and a sergeant pointed animatedly at their squad as they jogged in full gear over a rise. Most of the shooting ranges were dotted with soldiers practicing with doled-down blast guns, or pop guns as they were affectionately termed. But there was some space further out where tall walls of old tires marked training boundaries due to their magic absorption properties. I figured the walls would give me a modicum of privacy, so I retrieved Erding from the passenger seat and strapped the sheath over my shoulder. If I thought my trespass would go unnoticed, I was wrong from the looks my sword drew as I crunched across the gritty track. Notoriety wasn't exactly my thing, and I guess I hadn't thought through the rubbernecking ramifications of the diplomatic gift back on Azagrim, but nobody followed me into the back ranges, and when I unsheathed Erding, I closed my eyes and held the flat of the blade against my forehead as if greeting an old friend. The dwarven blade tingled in response, sending a jolt of energy through my body. My eyes snapped open, and I almost stepped back at the sight of a rune right in front of my eyeballs glowing a fierce blue. "What the?" Swallowing, I extended the sword and tilted it back and forth. Even under a sunless sky, the metal glinted with a predatory gleam, and I'd only seen the runes glow like this when Brokerdraten Firehelm had demonstrated its lightning enchantment. But that was back on Azagrim. Maybe on Earth, where magic was about as abundant as grass, Erding was more powerful and hungrier than I'd originally thought. So much for trying to keep things incognito. My hand tingled again, and if I didn't know any better, I would have said the sword was eager to be put to use, its thirst for battle palpable in the air. The feeling was contagious, and I swung the sword in an arc, the blade humming with savage joy as I flowed into the dwarven forms that had been drilled into me for 6 months. As I fell into a roll, I remembered the speed at which a dwarf could spring up at your feet with a weapon lunging toward your neck. I grunted in frustration. There was no opponent waiting to fend me off as I thrust upward, and the sword seemed to strain against the empty air. On Azagrim, we hadn't been permitted to cross swords until we'd mastered ourselves, learning to find calm in the heat of battle. But now, with Erding pulsing with raw power in my hands, I found it hard to temper my frustrations as I slashed, lunged, rolled, and cartwheeled across the bare dirt. The sword seemed to be urging me on, its magic molding itself to my movements, until I felt like a force of nature unleashed. Recalling the beat of drums which sounded throughout training under Brokerdraten Firehelm's watch, I was surprised to find that Erding thrummed with magic at a rhythm close to what I remembered so vividly in the training square. Its power felt so close, like I was a hair's breadth away from conjuring a lightning storm. I struggled to maintain my focus under the sword's strange influence. As my practice continued, the temptation to summon bolts of energy molded into worthy foes grew, and Erding felt almost eager in my grip at the idea. A low rumbling of distant thunder almost caused me to lose my footing as I used a wall of tires to spring sideways back toward the hay bales. I stopped short of my target to slow into more controlled forms, the sword resisting my attempts to rein it in. Focus, I reminded myself, even as Erding crackled with anticipation. Levine might have thought a sword would be as useful as a letter opener on the front line next to human-crafted blasters. But with the power beckoning to me, I thought he might reassess his statement as I imagined cleaving through enemies with the power of lightning. I'd dominate the battlefield with the chaos of storms held in my grip. My breathing became heavier, and I closed my eyes as I tossed the sword upward to roll forward and catch it. Then I bore the weapon down on the hay bales, Erding screaming with savage triumph. When I opened my eyes, they widened at the scorched line which marked where Erding had sliced through them with the ease of a knife through butter. Smoke twitched at my nose, and strands of hay flared into crimson embers. Crap. I blinked and looked to the far wall where a group of soldiers whistled and called out like they were at a football match. I'd been so lost in my training I hadn't even noticed them arrive. A crackling sound from the assaulted hay bales accompanied the first licks of flame. I sheathed Erding before holding my hand out to smother the flames with magic, the sword still thrumming with barely contained violence at my hip. A little nauseated, I gave a nod to the soldiers who had jumped from their perch and hightailed it in the opposite direction back to my car. Dwarven humor ran a little dark, and I wondered if their gift had been as much about the look on my face at that moment as the prospect of the security detail turning into destructive berserkers on the battlefield. The bloodlust I'd felt was dangerous. I was sure keeping it wrangled in live combat would be a dicey proposition. As I placed Erding into the passenger seat and buckled up, I reasoned Earth had more magic now than the other worlds ever did. Perhaps dwarven enchantments had never been so potent and sentient, back before the gates opened and the only foes enchanted swords were likely to meet was the odd dragon raiding for new territory. It was something I would need to talk to my comrades about before they took their weapons to the gates, and I hoped things remained calm at Evant while Gunther was there. As I reversed toward the track leading to the compound, I resolved to write a note that could go out with the next dispatch. Don't go waving your sword around too much when the elven dignitaries stick their heads through the gates. You might end the peace talks before they even start. I shifted on the driver's seat and gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles whitened. Erding's power still sang in my veins, stoking the frustration that simmered just beneath my skin. The day had been a whirlwind of conflicting emotions and desires. The news of peace talks with the elves felt like a betrayal of everything I'd fought for, and the infuriating prisoner seemed to delight in picking at that festering wound. I had hoped that sword practice would provide a much-needed release, but instead it only raised more questions. Questions about the nature of magic, my role in this shifting world, and the uneasy feeling that I stood on the precipice of something I couldn't quite comprehend. Chapter 6. I arrived well before 0800 hours the following day. A guard by the name of Garcia came to collect me. After stashing my belongings in the locker room bar one bag, which I tucked under my elbow, I asked him to take me for a tour of the East Wing. He scratched his head at the request, and I wondered if Levine had gotten a minute to have a word with Warden McDaniel, but Garcia shrugged and showed me through without asking any questions. As far as amenities, there wasn't much to see. A dining hall with long rows of tables and benches, complete with anchors to fix manacles, looked more like a sweatshop than somewhere to eat a meal. A common area further along looked more promising, with individual tables dotted around and stools fixed to the floor, along with a bookshelf and TV against the far wall. It gave me a little pause to see a TV, but I figured it mustn't be playing broadcast television on account of Earth security. I wondered at what they could possibly be playing for the prisoners, but didn't bother to ask about it. It wasn't until we got to an open-air yard that I thought I might have something to work with. The term open air was a little loose, going by the rebar fixed to the concrete walls 20 feet up, and a sad, deflated basketball sitting on a bench made me wonder if the cage top was magically fortified. When I reached out with my senses, a prickling on the back of my neck warned me against finding out. But the size of the yard itself was generous, and while it wasn't much to look at, it beat a tiny interview room with fluorescent lighting. "Is there anywhere else worth seeing?" I asked. "Only the workshop, but that's only for low-security inmates." "You get them working in here?" I frowned. "Nah," Garcia chuckled. "Figured out pretty quickly that it was easier to keep some races in line if they had junk to pull apart and put back together. Depending on their skills and behavior, some even get offered jobs on the outside in munitions workshops." "Huh." I pressed my lips together. "You get many gnomes come through this far from a dwarven gate?" "Some. Usually police bring them here instead of lockup when they're arrested. It's not like the courts can do anything with them, and police have a hard time keeping their cells intact when they try to stuff the little freaks in there. Going by what Mrs. Lee had said, it sounded wise to keep their kind neck deep in work to do, and if their criminal activity scored them jobs, then they were probably doing better than most human prisoners. I didn't think Barney would get a kick out of dismantling appliances, though, so I didn't press the matter further. "I might check it out later. I'm ready for the interview. You can bring him out here." The words elicited the reaction I expected. Garcia looked around the yard a little dumb and blinked at me like I'd lost my mind. "This one doesn't get any yard time, and—" "He does now," I interrupted. "And when you call ahead to the warden, you can tell him I'm more than equipped to handle his prisoner if he gets too frisky." Garcia opened his mouth as if to argue, but said nothing as I held his eyes with a challenging stare. I expected McDaniel would be in my face within 5 minutes, and Garcia seemed to piece together that this was his boss's fight when his shoulders slumped. He trudged off a little dejectedly, and I allowed myself a moment of smugness. That was the first argument done. One more to go. Dropping my bag on the nearest bench, I walked the perimeter of the yard. A lone basketball ring hung on the far wall, and weedy grass in the center was hemmed in by an asphalt track which looped around the walls. A few metal poles jutted out of a concrete base which looked like bars used for chin-ups, but they'd been twisted and snapped in some places like a cheap aluminum tent pole. They presented something of a hazard, but I guessed when the yard was utilized, they stationed guards on top of the wall with blasters. I doubted they gave a crap if one of their charges managed to impale another with the broken equipment. Summoning my magic, I chose the blunt force option to tear the poles from the concrete and manipulated the steel with my hands to fold the mess into a tightly packed ball. With nowhere to stash it, I flung it into a corner where it landed with a thud. It was hardly elegant, but I preferred to be practical and efficient. "What do you think you're playing at, Lopez?" I allowed myself a small smile before turning with a bland expression to the warden, who stood by the door with his jowls wobbling in indignation. "I made myself perfectly clear that we keep Legolas in confined spaces here. That's for his safety and that of my guards. I can't allow you to cross my orders the minute you arrive. It's my ass on the line if anything goes wrong, you hear?" "On the contrary," I shrugged. "Colonel Levine spelled out my fate very clearly should anything happen. You ever seen a soldier staked in front of a gate before, Warden?" McDaniel's mouth worked before his face settled into a scowl. "If you're suicidal, that's not on me. General Rind will rake us all over the coals if we lose this prisoner." Now he was bandying around the general's name. It made sense given Levine's admission that he was a bootlicker to the big brass. I arched an eyebrow and walked closer to the doors with my hand clasped behind my back. "I won't allow your prisoner to harm himself or your guards. You have my word on that. If you need to call the colonel's office to get the all clear, you do that. But we both know you've been told to give me what I need. Colonel Levine was a little tetchy when I spoke to him yesterday. I expect he won't be very forgiving of frivolous complaints." Warden McDaniel mouthed the word frivolous, but must have decided I wasn't worth arguing with, as he turned and pounded the button to shut the armed door. I hoped I'd done Denise proud in the not-taking-guff department and figured she would tell me all about it the next time I dropped by Levine's office. It took 20 minutes for the door to open again, which told me McDaniel had made the call. Nerves fluttered in my stomach, but when Garcia's head poked through and he ushered Barney into the yard, I loosened a little. Preferring to face off with a hostile off-world prisoner than going toe-to-toe in a pissing contest with the warden probably said more about me than the prisoner in question. Standing next to Garcia, I appreciated how much the elf loomed over the guard, and while he seemed lithe under his orange jumpsuit, his broad shoulders hinted at solid muscle underneath. When Garcia cleared his throat, I realized I'd spent a second too long sizing up my quarry. "Thanks, Garcia. I'll take it from here." The guard shifted and dragged his hand over his dark goatee. "I'll be in the observation tower. Holler when you're done." I made myself smile and nod, even if I was clenching my teeth about the warden's orders for Garcia to hover over the interview. I resolved to use a magical barrier to keep the guard from overhearing, but was annoyed at the amount of focus that would consume while trying to keep my wits about me. The door echoed with a metallic clang as Garcia let himself out, leaving the elf squinting at me with suspicious eyes. "Hey, Barney," I said, moving my fists to my hips. "I thought you said you wished to learn Elvish." He walked forward slowly, taking in every detail of the yard. "And I thought you refused to teach me." As he approached, I stood my ground and looked him up and down. But orders are orders, and if you choose to be obstinate, I'd still rather continue our meetings somewhere a little roomier than that box we were in yesterday. Barney stopped 3 feet short of my position and turned his attention down to me. His appraising eyes seemed to take in every detail before he grimaced. You do not fear me. Fear you? I scoffed. I've spent the last 13 years on the front line, and I'm still here to tell the tale. You think a single elf in snuff cuffs is going to make me crap my pants? An elf at close quarters is more than a match for any human, magic or no. I'm sure your bravery is warranted when firing at my brethren from a distance with those guns of yours, but you would be no match in hand-to-hand combat. Oh yeah? I held up a hand and wiggled my fingers, causing a flare of magic to sizzle upward. Lucky the playing field is even then, isn't it? Barney curled his lip in a dismissive sneer, and I had to remind myself I was here to win the guy over, even if he was an arrogant ass. He wasn't the first guy to underestimate me, though, so I filed his scornful face in the "I'll make you eat those words" compartment of my brain and plastered a smile on my face. You hungry? I nodded toward the bench where I'd stashed my bag. I brought us some breakfast. Barney eyed the bag dubiously, and I rolled my eyes as I went to retrieve it while keeping from turning my back to him. Come on, don't be like that. I got this from the commissary yesterday, so I'll bet it's the freshest food you've eaten in weeks. Barney remained with his feet rooted to the floor with an icy veneer on his face. Tugging out a covered tray, I popped the lid to reveal an assortment of sliced fresh fruit, which had cost me a pretty penny, and waved it in front of me with a lopsided smile. I do not require additional sustenance. I heaved a deep breath and took a slice of pineapple before setting the tray back on the bench. You call prison food sustenance? After our conversation about wine, I got the feeling you might be a gourmet type. The vile slop delivered to my cell isn't fit for consumption. Elves would not entertain the idea of feeding such unsavory offerings to the worst of our prisoners. So you would like something better, but not from me, huh? Barney's brow furrowed, and it took a moment for him to answer. Amelia Hancock provides me with adequate earth meals directly, even if they are coated with insufferable chemical compounds. That was not what I was expecting. Chewing on a piece of pineapple, I tried not to make my surprise obvious. Amelia? When the guard said she was working with Shaw to get Barney talking, delivering meals didn't spring to mind, and she hadn't offered me her first name either. Annoyed that one tactic was off the table, I swallowed and retrieved my backup plan from the bag on the bench, then nodded to the asphalt track. Growing fruits and vegetables got a lot harder after the gates opened. Most of our produce is grown under hydroponic lighting. I walked past him, gesturing for him to follow. It took all my nerve to continue with confidence even when I couldn't see him out of my peripheral vision. While holding on to my magic to keep the soundproof barrier in place, I could at least sense him behind me. But could I react quickly enough if he tried to take me by surprise? Perhaps you'd like to discuss Earth politics, then? His footfalls sounded, and Barney caught up to me in a few steps. He remained a respectable distance from my side, and I gave him a knowing smile as I waved the rolled-up magazine in my fist. Whether he was interested in what passed for articles in one of the few tabloid magazines which had endured since the advent of magic, or was simply glad to stretch his legs, was irrelevant. So long as we weren't facing each other over a table, I figured I could keep things from getting too adversarial. I've been meaning to catch up on this, actually. I've been off-world for a while, so I'm a little hazy on the details. But she is quite the looker, isn't she? Or are elven artists known to use a little creative license with their portraits? I slapped the cover of the magazine and held it up for Barney to take a look. Who is this? He asked as he squinted at the cover. Ah. I turned it over and flipped to page 6 to find the name. Princess Yavanna, apparently. Your people have offered peace talks at the major gates. Russia, which is another Earth country, negotiated an arranged marriage for their marshal if the talks are successful. The grunt Barney gave was derisive. I have never heard of such a princess. His response caught me off guard. I had expected him to either dismiss the topic entirely or start slinging insults about humans and the war. Instead, he seemed to be implying that this so-called princess was a fraud. Really? I thought you said you elves were honorable types. One of our kings from the ruling council may have claimed a concubine's get for such a purpose. Humans are foolish if they believe this marriage is anything but a farce to install an agent into their midst. It was a startling admission, not because of this so-called fake princess, which seemed plausible, but that he shared his opinion with me. Was this a test to see how I would react? Or did he hold his leaders in such low regard that he was willing to undermine their schemes, even to an enemy? I couldn't claim that I was devastated for Russia's sake if it was true. Is that so? I kept my tone neutral. So let me get this straight. You refuse to teach me Elvish, but are happy to thwart your leader's plot to pass off a hooker's kid as a princess promised in marriage to one of Earth's most powerful men? Barney's lips curved in a slight smile. Yes. His blunt response left me at a loss. I sighed, shaking my head. Great. I'll be sure to let Colonel Levine know. Got any other nuggets of diplomatic wisdom to share? No. How about a reason why you're happy to throw your people under the bus? Bus? Barney said it as though trying to recall the meaning of the word. Why would I wish to stow elves under an earthen conveyance? Despite the seriousness of the conversation, I had to bite back a laugh at his literal interpretation. It's a figure of speech. Why would you share information which puts your leaders in a tenuous position? We passed the ball of metal I'd crumpled against the far wall, and Barney's eyes lingered on it for a moment. I thought he might not answer as we continued walking, but the metal of his manacles clinked as he reached to rub his chin. My loyalty is to my people, not those who seek to make alliances with enemies and cede to a war which is not yet concluded. They insult those who have fallen at the hands of humans and would have us trade for the very magic which is our birthright. I don't know how your species brought about the Galadlins and the displacement of magic, but until the balance is restored, your world is hostile territory, and the only business elves have with humans is at the end of a blade. His vehemence was palpable, and I felt a flicker of unease. Just when I thought we might be taking a turn in our rapport building, he had to go and remind me of the bitter divide between our peoples. Wow, I said once I was certain he was done. Tell me what you really think. I did, he said blandly. I rolled my eyes. I thought elves understood the concept of sarcasm. There is nothing which warrants sarcasm about such grave circumstances. I suppose not. But there's another Earth saying, if I don't laugh, I'll cry. That got me through all the times humans died at the hands of marauding elves. Barney gave me a long look, and I figured he was done talking. Thrusting my chin forward, I moved into a jog, needing to burn off the frustration welling inside me. He followed my lead, and I focused on the pounding of my feet against the asphalt, trying to drown out the turmoil of my thoughts. If I had to spend time with the guy, I might as well get a workout in while I was at it. I was sure he could use it just as much as me. Chapter 7. We did 5 laps at a steady jog before Barney spoke again. You said you were part of the delegation to the Dwaringal realm. Was it Azogrim you visited? Damn it if the guy didn't sound like he was taking a leisurely stroll rather than jogging. I kept from frowning at Barney's attempts to make conversation. It was supposed to be me trying to get him talking, not the other way around. I'd thought he would keep up the silence, though, so I thought I should respond, even if I wasn't sure how much I should reveal. Does it matter which planet the talks took place on? I was there. It happened. And now Earth has a mutually beneficial trade deal with dwarves. So I suppose you will also be joining the party going to Arendor if you have been tasked with learning Elvish. He kept his eyes ahead, but when I looked at him, I discerned the smug set of his features. I'm not at liberty to say, I said dryly. What's it to you, anyway? I thought you refused to teach me Elvish. I did, and yet you returned. Maybe I'm not one to give up easily. If you believe I will assist you in this, you are a fool. I will do nothing to contribute to this farcical negotiation. I snorted. Which is it, Barney? A farce? Or a traitorous act by your leaders to sell out the elven people? You can't have it both ways. Suing for peace is dishonorable, even if it is only tactical in nature. So I'm guessing you think dwarves are dishonorable too, huh? They always were short-sighted, he said. It was like talking to an obstinate brick wall. But if I could turn the conversation to the dwarves, maybe I could keep from snarking. They need magic about as much as we do to keep their society running. Dwarves didn't venture here as much in the early days, so they didn't set up many colonies to ship lodestones back to their world. There are many other abundant energy sources they utilize. I have seen for myself the great engines powered by the heat of lava flows. No, they are greedy for magic and prepared to ally themselves to those who stole it from them. So much for that. I halted and bunched my fists at my side. For someone so well-traveled, you're pretty ignorant. You know that, right? Humans never asked for any of this. You talk like we engineered some Machiavellian plan to take over the cosmos, and I'm telling you now, it didn't happen like that. He stopped and looked over his shoulder. You believe this? Of course I do, I said. We lived without magic for millennia just fine. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, the appearance of magic threw us back into the Dark Ages. A lot of people lost everything the day those gates opened. Including me, I added silently. He gave me a pitiful look. Your world is populated with billions of humans. I do not expect you to be appraised of each of their occult factions. Oh, so now I'm ignorant? My cheeks warmed and I clenched my fists at my side. The definitions of words in your dictionary have varied meanings. Being unaware of a fact is not an insult. Remaining so willfully, as I understand, is. If I had a dictionary handy, I might have thrown it at him. Rubbing the bridge of my nose, I tried to come up with something which would keep me from wanting to throttle him, and failed abysmally. I don't just serve in the army because I'm conscripted, you know. I do my part so one day we can get everything back to normal. You can hate on humans all you want, but most of us can remember a time when we weren't under constant threat of death from other worlds, and we want that back. He stared at me curiously, like he'd never considered humans actually wanting magic to go away. I imagined he thought we were living in a golden era now that we had gained the source of power which had fueled their worlds since time began. Those who seize power do not easily relinquish it. I cannot imagine your leaders holding the same sentiments. Power is more than magic, I scoffed. His lips curved in a slight smile. Magic is everything. I shook my head and put my fists on my hips. If there is a higher power, or intelligent design behind all this, maybe its purpose was to teach us all something. Magic can't be everything, because in its absence we have to have something left. Barney's eyes flickered across the yard as though he was considering my words, but the smug smile remained in place. It was more than a little infuriating, and as the silence stretched on, I felt more like an idiot for waxing poetic. Perhaps, was all he said before resuming his jog, leaving me to either catch up or sit on the sidelines for the rest of the visit. I took a deep breath and hauled ass to resume my position beside him. I wasn't surprised when I arrived at the colonel's office to learn he was on a conference call with the general and wouldn't be out for a few hours. What I did find surprising was the cart stacked with boxes addressed to me beside Denise's desk. Came from intelligence this morning to help with your studies, the secretary said. A bit of light reading, huh? I eyed the boxes dubiously. Mm-hmm. You got that elf boy talking yet? Denise arched an eyebrow with a fist planted on her hip, the office empty except for the two of us. It's a work in progress. I rubbed my eyes. But this might help. He doesn't buy into these peace talks. The cynical type, huh? She shrugged as she took a stack of papers to the photocopier. Well, he isn't the only one. But if you've gotten far enough to know that much, I'm sure the colonel will be eager to hear it. I hope so. To push the handles down, I kicked the bottom of the carton trolley. I better take these home. Do you know about buildings getting requisitioned in Lampasas by any chance? Buildings are getting requisitioned everywhere. Denise snapped a stapler with a grim look. The base is almost at capacity, and in a few months, there'll be an extra 5 battalions brought in for the crossing. Not to mention all the extra folks who'll be here for the big day. The detail that goes through will be small, though, right? I cocked my head. The general wants to be prepared for the worst. If things go to hell, there'll be full-scale warfare on our doorstep, and it wouldn't surprise me if the general intends to march every damn soldier through that gate if it happens. An icy shiver ran up my spine. While humans had the upper hand on Earth, the minute a soldier's blaster ran dry off-world, they'd be at the mercy of the elves. I'd been conscious of the fact every minute I'd been on Azagrim. Let's hope that doesn't happen, I said, meaning every word despite being ambivalent about the talks themselves. So there's no recourse if I get kicked out of my apartment? Denise blinked in surprise. They served you with notice to vacate? They tried while I was gone. Mrs. Lee persuaded them to leave, but thinks they'll come by again. You might be in a bit of a bind, girl. The orders have been firm with exceptions to be issued from the general's office on merit. If you want, I'd check out which barracks have space. The block on the west side has better facilities. Thanks, I said, even if my heart wasn't in it. Getting a roommate suddenly sounded a lot less objectionable, but the idea of being overcrowded or forced out of my apartment still grated on me. As an introvert, I had always cherished my personal space and the solitude it provided. Living off base was a conscious choice I had made to maintain a sense of separation from my work and the constant presence of others as a soldier. The thought of losing that sanctuary, especially now when I needed it most, left a bitter taste in my mouth. No sweat. Denise's desk phone rang, and she gave it a hard enough stare that it should have combusted. I'll tell the colonel you've been looking for him. As Denise dealt with the telephone, I pushed the cart out of the office. I thought that if the requisition papers held up, I should have taken the boxes to the prison and stayed there for further studies. But the thought of being stuck in the facility made my stomach churn, and I knew I wouldn't feel comfortable back on base either. Since it was still early in the day, I had plenty of time to get started on some basic research and write a report for Levine later. With an eviction on the horizon and the uncertainty of what lay ahead, I found myself longing for the solace of my apartment more than ever. It was a small comfort given the breadth of my current problems, but one I was determined to hold on to for as long as I could. When I arrived home, I thought maybe solitude was not in my immediate future as I pulled into the carport. A short humanoid with wild frizzy blonde hair and a beard down to his knees stood on the lawn, wildly gesticulating at Mrs. Lee's apartment while barking in rapid-fire gnomish. From the tone, I was guessing the gnome, Giggit, as I recalled, was using some choice curses, and when a window opened and a wrench launched out the window, I guessed the feeling was mutual. "Ah, hi, I'm guessing you must be Giggit." Having dodged the wrench, Giggit spun on his heel and sized me up with calculating eyes. He was cleaner than the gnomes I'd encountered. I'd give Mrs. Lee that much. And from the tailored pants and shirt, he looked like a miniature old man. The only otherworldliness of his attire was the metal of his boots, which I knew would be fur-lined. "Honorable neighbor," he said and bowed from the hip. "Is good to meet." Another projectile, a screwdriver if I wasn't mistaken, flew out the window. I stepped backward as Giggit turned in a crouch and began his tirade again. Mrs. Lee joined in this time, but given she was speaking her native Mandarin, I couldn't begin to guess what the argument was about. "Mrs. Lee?" I called. "Is everything okay in there?" Mrs. Lee poked her head out the window, a wisp of gray hair hanging in her scowling face as she shook a handful of fabric. "He break my sewing machine and refused to fix." "Not break is better now." Giggit shook a fist. "Work faster." I winced, imagining a motor intended for a car bolted onto the side of one of Mrs. Lee's machines. "Faster no good if it ruined the fabric," she screeched. "You work faster and is good. Too slow and this happens." Mrs. Lee's face mottled red. Giggit had a thing or two to learn about Earth women. I am not slow. I am artisan, and you will fix before... I stepped in between the pair on the lawn and held up my hands. Okay, you two. Let's sort this out, shall we? Giggit, Mrs. Lee wants you to put the machine back how you found it. As someone who has shown you hospitality, it would be an insult to refuse. Giggit folded his arms and looked like he was chewing bricks as he ground his teeth, but he nodded tersely after a moment. And, Mrs. Lee, you really shouldn't throw tools at your... guests. I doubt the hospital would have seen him if you took one of his eyes out. Mrs. Lee turned her nose up. He fix on lawn. Giggit can sleep in doghouse tonight. I opened my mouth to point out that there wasn't a kennel the guy could sleep in, but shook my head instead. She'd found the guy under a bridge, after all. Fine. Giggit, you'd do well to get back into her good graces. There was something in the gnome's beady eyes. Hurt, maybe, as he nodded. As the intermediary, I opened Mrs. Lee's door to unplug the souped-up sewing machine in the middle of her small living area. The machine had a motor about the same size of it bolted onto the side, and I hauled it onto the lawn in front of the gnome. I could only hope Mrs. Lee had tossed enough hand tools outside for the guy to get the work done. I've got a lot of paperwork to get through, so I'd appreciate a little peace, okay? I tilted my head at Mrs. Lee mainly. You have another machine in there, I'm guessing. Not as good, but yes. It is Giggit you should tell to be quiet. She snapped the window shut with a grunt. I turned my gaze to the gnome, but he had already dropped to the lawn with a screwdriver, his tongue poking out the side of his mouth as he worked. The clouds above looked extra broody, and I hoped he wouldn't spend the night getting rained on. With a screwdriver and a wrench, I had no doubt he could turn my Honda into a makeshift fortress by morning. She'll calm down. I have a combat tent you can borrow if she won't let you in tonight. I only want to impress Mai with my skill for crafting. She work hard and this make easier. My eyebrows climbed. If he was on a first-name basis with Mrs. Lee, it explained a lot. I never would have expected Mrs. Lee to get into the dating game again. But with a gnome? Well, if you want my advice, stay away from her sewing machines. She's a craftsperson too, and people get set in their ways. If you want to impress her, you ought to make something for her, not for her work. Giggit blinked and looked up at me. You think so? Sure, I said, hoping the idea would buy Mrs. Lee a little reprieve. Something that will bring her joy. She say work makes her happy. His eyes narrowed. You have something gnomish about you. I can sense it. I lifted my hand to my chest where the pendant Gotha had crafted. The Velimir rested against my skin. I'd yet to test its promised lodestone-like enchantment, worried that it might draw attention. But it figured that keeping the trinket hidden from a gnome would be impossible. After tugging it out, I lifted the leather cord over my head to pass it to Giggit. A gift, I said. From Gotha of the Ormer Dollar tribe. We spent time together when I was posted to Azagrim. Giggit held up the pendant as he peered at the finely woven strand alloys encasing an amber-like resin substance. At its center was a tiny stone which caught the light as Giggit moved it back and forth. This is fine work. Giggit nodded in approval. I had similar but traded when I got to Earth. No need with such a bounty of magic here. Did you make it yourself? Giggit tilted his head from side to side. I can, but maybe not as powerful as this one, and materials are back on Azagrim. That's a shame. Earth women love jewelry. They do? Giggit's eyes brightened as he handed the pendant back and stroked his beard thoughtfully. Of course. I shrugged and turned to leave the gnome in the yard. If it didn't work out with Mrs. Lee, Giggit might have a future in the army crafting enough Velimirs for soldiers going off-world in place of lodestones. It had long been surmised that the elves had similar devices which were used within their colonies to transport magic back to Arendor, but given their relative uselessness on Earth, not a lot had been done to figure it out as far as I knew. As I carried boxes into the house, my thoughts darkened as I considered the upcoming venture into Arendor. Even if I was hesitant to share my gnomish trinket for fear of never seeing it again, they would prove useful to the rest of the security detail. After the first tense weeks on Ozagrim, the unit had relaxed a little when it was clear the trade talks weren't a ruse to slaughter us all, but I knew we would have no such assurance with the elves. It was something I figured I'd need to fess up to with Levine, even if the thought of potentially losing another piece of myself, right as I was being forced from my home, only added to the laundry list of loss and frustration I'd felt since arriving back on Earth. It was all the more reason it was in my interest to learn enough of the language to get by. And if Barney intended to remain recalcitrant, then my only avenue was to soak up as much of the information I had on hand. Perhaps in some small way, mastering the Elvish language could give me some control over the situation, a way to assert myself in the face of the upheaval that seemed to be coming from all sides. If anything, I might be able to hold our contentious conversations in stilted Elvish. It would give Barney plenty of ammo to continue mocking me with, anyway. Chapter 8. When I opened the first of the boxes, I found a strange device along with an invitation to speak with Olivia Holson, who appeared to be in charge of Elvish linguistics. The device itself promised magical aid in recall of information, and from the rune work and pinkish alloy of the box, my best guess was that it was dwarven-made. After activating it as I picked up the first of the spiral-bound files, a thrumming in the back of my brain, not so much unpleasant as it was disconcerting, told me the device was working. Holson's letter said she only sent the most likely of Elvish dialects to study, which had been gleaned from various races over the years. With a promise to send more if required, I hoped she'd been correct in her assumptions as I stared glumly at the other boxes crowding my kitchen. Having grown up in a house with 3 languages spoken by virtue of my parents' background, the study of language on paper was unfamiliar. On Ozagrim, Gotha had instructed me in spoken phrases and telepathic relays rather than pen and paper. But once I got started reading through what were essentially phrase books, I found the dwarven device also lent itself to deep focus. After deciding to stop for a break and switching the thing off, I'd been a little alarmed to note that it was nearly midnight and that I hadn't filed a report for Levine. When I checked my phone, there was a terse text message from the colonel to meet him in the morning to provide my report in person. Sighing, I rubbed my temples and blinked at the fatigue which bared down like a thick fog in my mind. The letter from Holson had also cautioned against prolonged use of the device, and I thought I better set a timer the next time I used it. Before turning into bed, I stuck my head out the door to check on Giggit, and smiled as I spotted the gnome curled up under Mrs. Lee's carport. The gnome had sourced an old tire for a mattress and a tarp for a blanket from who knows where. I knew Mrs. Lee was a hard woman in a lot of ways, but hoped the gnome earned a pass on his sewing machine experiments, which probably indicated I was far too tired to think clearly. The brain fog wasn't gone when I woke in the morning. I was grateful, I mused under the shower, that I wouldn't have to go see Barney first. But I wasn't sure that being quizzed by Levine was much better. I wasn't the type who liked to keep people waiting, though, so I begrudgingly got my butt into gear. Noting that Giggit was still snoring under the carport, I checked the wheels of my Honda and popped the hood to check nothing was missing before getting in the car. When I got the engine going, the gnome started in his sleep, but the noise didn't appear to wake him as I pulled out of the driveway. On the road itself, I attempted to gather my scattered thoughts and focused on my study from the night before. I'd read through the basics in all the boxes, hoping to glean enough from all 5 of the Elvish languages to test them out with Barney. And while I was struggling to recall everything the elf had said in our interview the day before, I could see each page I'd read while using the dwarven learning device, even though I'd only ever heard of photographic memory. Geez, I muttered. If intelligence had enough of those devices to hand out to the likes of me, then it was possible there was a linguistics officer out there capable of absorbing all the 100 dialects. If I couldn't convince Barney to relent and teach me the language their leaders used, or whatever neutral language was most commonly spoken, I figured that would be the next best option. I might even suggest it to the colonel and contact this Olivia Holson to see if that was a possibility. After pulling into base, I checked my messages again to be doubly sure of our meeting place. But Levine had definitely said to meet him in the gym, and I figured it couldn't be an autocorrect mistake. If he was taking appointments during workouts now, I was glad I hadn't been called in to talk to him while he was in the bathroom. After parking and entering the gym closest to his office, I noted it had been cleared out, and Levine was on a bench on the far side with a pair of dumbbells which could have doubled as anchors. "Any reason I'm chasing you up on reports, Lopez?" He grunted, sweat glistening on his forehead as he lifted. "Sorry, sir," I said, acutely aware of him referring to me by my last name. "I got that delivery from intelligence yesterday and was up until midnight studying. I'm not sure if you're aware of dwarven devices they use as study aids, but my guess is that I was sitting there for 10 straight hours without realizing." "I've heard of those." Levine made a face and set the dumbbell aside to drag a towel over his face. "There were some mishaps when they were first put into use. You be careful with them, you hear?" "Mishaps? Great." I sighed and tried not to think what these mishaps might have involved as I rubbed my eyes. "I'll go easy next time. As it sits, I think I could probably ask for directions to the bathroom in all 5 of the dialects Olivia Holson sent me if I have time to think about it. Let's hope the elves see the merit of TP on their world so you don't have to rely on MREs. You should check with your charge on that. Is that something he's likely to discuss?" If his humor was intact at least a little, I was glad. I took the liberty of sitting on a fitness ball as Levine got ready for leg presses on the next machine. Who knows? Barney doesn't mind ragging on the peace talks. It's the language stuff he takes offense to. Barney? I blinked and recalled that I hadn't included that little detail in the reports. I recounted the conversation, and Levine had to pause his routine as he laughed. "That's priceless. The boys at Gitmo wanted our facility right from the start. Said they were in a better position to keep off-world prisoners secured, but they decided transport was too risky." I smiled, but my heart wasn't in it. I hadn't really intended for the name to turn into something to ridicule the elf, so I switched the subject. "He thinks this elf princess is a ploy to have one of their agents placed in Russia. He hadn't heard of her when I mentioned her name." Levine resumed his presses. "A lot of folks are wondering the same, but I'll pass that along. He say anything else about it?" I closed my eyes to recall the conversation in better detail. When I challenged him on it, he said a king might have claimed her as his own, which apparently qualifies as maintaining elf honor. But he wasn't really sticking up for them. As far as he's concerned, any elf that makes a deal with Earth is a traitor to their people. He's of the belief that Earth orchestrated the opening of the gates and theft of their magic. "But he won't give you a name, huh?" Levine pushed through the last of his reps and paused. "There's a lot of conjecture about his identity and what he means to the elves. None of the diplomats at the gates have mentioned him in our prep talks, but the general wonders if he's the reason behind their change of heart." "Because he arrived just before they turned up with a white flag." I frowned. "It could be coincidence." "Some coincidence." Levine shook his head dismissively. "If he's got the power to open a gate on his own from a world with limited magical resources, he isn't just some traveler or irregular from the colony. Intelligence believes they've fashioned their own permanent gate in Encino-powered Earthside, so if he was on their crew, he would have used their infrastructure to get there. And wouldn't have bothered to learn Earth languages," I added. "I agree that there's more about him than meets the eye, but I don't think he's aligned with their leaders. Maybe he's some kind of resistance? He wants the gates closed and magic restored to his world, so if there were rumors of the talks, he might have jumped world ahead of time to foil their plans somehow." "Well, he's not doing much of that behind bars." He lifted his drink bottle to his lips. "So either he figures a comrade will try to get him out of his predicament, or that his people will campaign for his release. Have there been other portals in the area to suggest he had company here? Or others who might have gotten away when he was arrested?" "Probably the latter." Levine took a deep breath. I tried to track down the sergeant and soldiers who brought him in to get more details, but they were all killed in action within a week of the arrest. There were skirmishes at the colony when we attempted to press them for information. Damn Mexico, I say. If they'd let us go in for air raids, we would have been done with that colony years ago. I mulled it over and recalled that the how of arresting Barney hadn't been documented well in the report. If they were that lax, then the notion that there were other elves who had evaded capture missing from the report seemed likely. If there are others, he might think they can spring him out of jail. Have you considered using him as bait? Too risky. Levine stood and rolled his shoulders. The general is less interested in what he was here to do and more concerned about who he is. But if we don't make any progress on that in the next couple of weeks, he might consider other options. Dr. Shaw believes he can crack the guy if he has more time. I folded my arms, reminded of Hancock. You know he has a female guard feeding the guy, don't you? Was all he said as he wrapped a towel around his neck. I think his ass is on the line, and he's got nothing. The general will lose patience with him soon enough. What's your next tactic with the elf? I licked my lips and shrugged. I've got him out into the yard, which I think he appreciates, even if he's still a belligerent ass. He jogged with me yesterday while we talked, so now that I've got some basic Elvish under my belt, I might do the same and speak to him in their languages until he agrees to teach me. I'm sure he won't be able to keep from correcting poorly pronounced words. He enjoys feeling superior. Levine smirked. I'm glad it went well. McDaniel had a hissy fit when he called to tell Denise you suggested taking him out of authorized zones. I'm sure he did. Maybe he'll have a little more faith now. Barney didn't put a foot out of line. Of that, I was at least a little proud. Barney, Levine mouthed with a chuckle. So far, you've given me more useful information than any of the people who have been sent in with better qualifications for the job. Keep it up, and I might be able to convince the general to stop sending in folks from other bases. It's bad for morale. You're under a lot of pressure, huh? Is there a promotion at the end of the line with this? Levine narrowed his eyes, but I thought he wouldn't chastise me for impudence. Maybe. But the alternative, if everything falls apart, is worse. I'd rather not see out the rest of my days in a military prison for negligence. Is it that bad? I stood and nerves fluttered in my stomach. General Lynch from Fort Greely up in Alaska won't see the light of day again after orcs raided the facility and made off with most of the anti-ballistic missiles there. From what I hear, nobody could have expected it, and they were badly outnumbered with a shaman heading their forces. But excuses don't cut it in the U.S. Army, and someone has to wear the blame. I nodded solemnly, understanding the harsh reality all too well. It's a heavy burden to bear, knowing that any failure falls squarely on your shoulders, no matter the circumstances. Levine sighed. That's the price of leadership. When things go right, it's because of the team. When they go wrong, it's on you. I can't imagine the stress you must be under, I said softly. With so much riding on these peace talks. He gave a humorless chuckle. Some days I feel like I'm walking a tightrope over a minefield. One wrong step, and it's all over. I met his gaze, my expression serious. I want you to know, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen. One way or another, I'll get the elf to talk. Levine held up a hand. I appreciate that, Asha, but don't put too much on yourself. This is a team effort. We all have our parts to play. I know, I acknowledged, but I also know how much is at stake here, for all of us, especially for you. I couldn't imagine Levine's wife, Lorraine, handling the pressure well. The woman who'd taken in an orphaned 15-year-old after the world collapsed held a dear place in my heart. But after her son Dustin was killed in action, she'd become a recluse. The thought of Levine ending up in prison, leaving Lorraine all alone, made my chest tighten with anxiety. They were the closest thing I had to parents since that fateful night when the gates first opened, and my world shattered. Levine and Lorraine had given me a home and a family when I had nothing and no one. their steady presence and warmth helping me navigate the strange new reality we found ourselves in. The idea of them suffering even more loss and heartache was unbearable. He gave me a grateful nod. Just keep doing what you're doing. That's all I can ask. Elvish aside, so long as you keep Barney talking and in one piece until the talks, everything will be okay. If you figure him out, I dare say you'll be the one in line for a promotion. I blinked, not because of the incentive, but Levine knew damn well I wasn't in it to climb a ladder. I took a deep breath, pushing down the rising tide of emotion. Levine was counting on me, and I refused to let him down. Not after everything he and Lorraine had done for me. They'd saved me, in more ways than one, and now it was my turn to save them. I'll do my best. Good. Levine grabbed his gym bag from the lockers on the back wall. Now, unless you want to continue these discussions while I'm showering, consider yourself dismissed. I made a face and shuddered, which elicited a laugh from the colonel. As the closest thing to a father I had since the night the gates opened, I knew he was only teasing, unlike other lewd offers I'd endured during my service. I'd rather keep my breakfast in my stomach, I said, and made for the door. For that, you can make sure a proper report is on my desk within the hour. I groaned as I let myself out, much to Levine's amusement, and marched toward the office blocks to find a quiet corner to write up a report. The idea of taking Erding out for a quick training session had been niggling at the back of my mind since arriving at the gym, but I pushed it aside. After what happened last time, I was wary of the sword's power and the risk it posed. But I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that I needed to do more. Levine was counting on me, and the stakes were too high to leave anything to chance. An idea began to take shape, equal parts reckless and brilliant. I couldn't use Erding, but what if I could find another way to practice my sword forms? The prison yard was the perfect place, isolated and out of sight of rubberneckers. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the thought. It was risky, bordering on insane. If it went pear-shaped, it could jeopardize everything. But the more I considered it, the more I felt the pull of temptation. Getting the elf outside had been a good move. Would distracting him with something to do help to loosen his tongue? I chewed my lip, torn between caution and the desperate need to do something, anything, to ensure our success. I'd lost one family already, and there was no way I could lose another. It was a gamble, but one I was prepared to take. Chapter 9. As I strode into the facility, I spoke Elvish quietly under my breath, hoping not to butcher the language too much in front of Barney. I was pretty sure my newfound vocab wouldn't be enough to convince him to teach me the language, but perhaps he would come around when he realized our research on Elvish languages had advanced to the point we could get by without his help, especially if I could figure out what he wanted in return. Collins showed me through from the East Wing entrance to the locker room with his customary snotty looks, amplified perhaps by the 2 stout sticks I carried. You planning on beating him now? What I do with the prisoner is none of your concern, I said icily as I stowed my bag in the assigned locker on the back wall. Right, he said, rolling his eyes. I suppose he likes it rough. Turning the sticks in my hands like blades, I advanced in 3 quick steps and had the guard pressed against the wall with a stick held under his chin. What did you say to me? Collins's eyes widened and I had to keep from smirking as he lifted his hands in supplication. All right. Don't be so touchy, huh? I lowered the stick and took a step back. Keep it up and I'll arrange to have you transferred to another unit. I hear orcs are rowdy customers. His jaw flexed and he sidestepped from the wall toward the door. You want him in the yard again? Please. I flashed my teeth in a tight smile. Collins left me in the locker room with an affirmative grunt. Having arranged security access the day before on my way out, I knew they had paired my magical signature with the doors in the East Wing. I took the most direct route to the yard, so I was there ahead of Barney. After inspecting the yard to check that it was in the same condition as the day before, I kicked at the weedy grass in the very center. Dropping the sticks for later, I wondered now that I'd arrived if it was a good idea to bring them. If it caused another tantrum from McDaniel, I'd deal with it later. I remained still, eyes scanning the observation towers above me, wondering how many people were there. Though I didn't have the ability to sense their identity, I could tell there were at least 2. If they planned to intervene, it would take them a few minutes to get down here, supposing they didn't cut right to the chase and assault us from above. I wished I had the skill for illusion so I could block their view, but my disinterest in magical studies beyond what was necessary in combat had come back to bite me more than once. I turned at the sound of the door, and Collins thrust Barney ahead of him and met my eye before closing it again. Barney's face tightened, and I took a deep breath. "Greetings," I said in the first of the Elvish languages I'd looked at the night before. Barney only gave me a flat stare. "Or maybe greetings." I tried in another, before rattling off salutations in the other 3 languages. "Whichever you prefer." His lips quirked as he stepped toward me, but he looked up toward the observation towers instead of answering me right away. "You have another teacher?" "I would ask why you are here, but your pronunciation suggests this source of Elvish is unsatisfactory. It's hard to find decent YouTube instructional videos on Elvish." I shrugged. "But maybe if I'm ever on Arendor, I can diffuse any tense situations I find myself in when your people are laughing too hard at my pronunciation to worry about any faux pas. I do not know what this YouTube is, but yes, elves would find your fumbling amusing during these negotiations that you are not at liberty to talk about," he said with an air of smugness. I caught myself grinning. But if he thought he was getting the better of me by piecing together where my next assignment was, I was happy to play along if he would agree to help. "Yeah, those ones." "So you are here to formally end our dialogue?" "Nope." I put my fists on my hips and made a face. "See? You're making this difficult for me. I've been assigned to come here every damn day until I learn enough of your language to be useful to my superiors. Since you refuse to help, that means I'm spending time outside of these interviews studying 5 languages instead of 1, which means keeping my fitness up to perform my other duties will fall by the wayside." "Your difficulties are none of my concern," he said blandly. "Of course they're not," I huffed, "which is why I'm offering you something else. Since you have everything you need here, all I ask is that you tell me which language I should be studying, the most common or better suited to these peace talks with your leaders. In exchange, you get time out here every day, and I'll keep my distance. You seemed to appreciate the jog yesterday, so while I do my thing, you can do yours." Barney cocked his head. "You will study Elvish while I exercise?" "No, you're still my responsibility while you're out here. I'll train so I can dedicate my time outside of here to study. I don't want to have my nose in a book while you're busy plotting to kill me or making plans to end your own life." "Have I done anything to suggest that is likely?" He arched an eyebrow. I bit back a smirk and shook my head. I couldn't let him know how much was riding on keeping the guy in one piece. I didn't want to give him any ideas on foiling the peace talks if he thought his death might achieve that, but he made a good point. "All the same, I think the warden who oversees this facility would insist I keep my eye on you at all times." He rolled his shoulders, and I glanced at his manacles, which at least allowed him to keep his hands at his sides, if only so he could wipe his ass without assistance from the guards. If exercise was appealing, I thought he could still manage a decent workout with them, but guessed that losing even that much mobility for 6 weeks would have been pretty tiresome. Sure that whoever had crafted them could have done so with simple cuffs without the chain that bound them together. It was clear they were as much about making the guard's job easier and keeping him from moving too easily. "Tell you what, if you tell me which language and help me at least a little with pronunciation, I'll see about whether I can switch those manacles for something less cumbersome while we're out here." The only sign that the offer took Barney by surprise was a slight widening of his eyes, and I held them with a knowing look to make it clear I noticed. "Come," I said slowly in the first Elvish dialect, my mind flicking through the phrasebook pages imprinted into my brain. "It is plain I possess what I need without your help. Your refusal makes your circumstance more dire." He couldn't hide his surprise that I could indeed go deeper than basic words as his fair eyebrows flew upward. Heck, I was surprised I could manage that much. I allowed myself to grin at his expression, thinking that the dwarven device's hangover had been totally worth it, even if I sounded like a toddler as I ground out each of the words. Encouraged, I continued. You anticipate your freedom. Do you wish to walk from here in a sickly condition? Barney's shock turned to indignation as he stood straighter and responded in rapid-fire Elvish. It took me a few moments to decipher the words, which included something about being virile, strong, and appealing. I meant in bad health. You know, lack of fitness. I held my hands up and feeling a little mortified, and closed my eyes to push a force field overhead to keep the guards from overhearing. Your sexual potency is none of my business. But since you're answering in Elvish, can I assume you're close to agreeing now? You said I would leave this place as one not fit to sire the next generation. I frowned as I recalled the translation in question and decided whoever had given that particular nugget either had an axe to grind or a twisted sense of humor. I made a mental note to make a correction to the translations and send it back to Holson. See, you're already helping me. I offered my hand. Let's shake on it, and you can tell me if any of these languages hits the mark. I'm told there are many more to look over, and if I can pick up this much in one night, I figure I can learn enough in the coming weeks to make my superiors happy. Come on, you might as well get something out of this as well. Barney peered upward, which I found interesting on account of the snuff cuffs, like he could see the force field itself. Standing a good foot higher than my nearly 6 feet, it left me staring at his frame, wondering if my offer had been wise. I had no way to be sure I could secure different cuffs which would allow Barney a full range of movement, or whether he was at that very moment reckoning with the rebar overhead and scheming on how he might get up there to escape. You have my bargain, Barney said, the words measured and deliberate after a long pause. He cast his eyes downward, scowling at my outstretched hand. Slowly, almost reluctantly, he lifted his shackled wrists and gently placed them atop my palm. The cool metal of his restraints brushed against my skin as he bowed his head slightly. I held my breath, aware of the warmth of his skin and the weight of his wrists resting in my hand. The simple gesture felt strangely intimate, a fleeting moment of connection between adversaries. I resisted the urge to twist his hand into mine into a proper handshake and cement our tentative agreement. On my honor, Barney murmured, his voice low. I will advise you on Elvish language studies in return for satisfactory restraints and the opportunity to move freely within these walls daily. Despite my hand feeling embarrassingly clammy, I did not pull it back right away. Want to throw anything in there about not harming me or yourself while you're at it? The touch lingered, an acknowledgement of the trust, however begrudging, that was being extended on both sides. In that moment, the distance between us seemed to shrink, if only for a heartbeat. Barney's lip twitched and he lifted his hands from mine. This was not part of our terms. I sighed. Worth a shot. Why do you shroud our dialogue in secrecy? He stared down at me intently. I don't like being watched while I work, I said, and frowned. It wasn't like I'd said anything worth keeping secret, but under the force field I just felt more relaxed. But the bigger question was, how could he still sense magic in the cuffs? You can sense it? Barney nodded, his expression unreadable. Your power is intriguing. Most humans I have encountered are unable to wield magic with such ease. I raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of approval in his tone. Is that a compliment, Lord Barney? The corner of his mouth twitched upward. Perhaps. It is refreshing to speak without the prying eyes of my captors. Barney's admission held a note of appreciation, which I guessed I could understand, given his situation. I was sure I would feel the same way if I were in his shoes. I'm sure by now you're sick of being stared at and analyzed all day, every day. Yes, he said, the single word laced with a wealth of frustration. Well, while we're making bargains, why don't I throw in a force field in every session if you answer one question for me? What is the question? His face hardened. It was something I'd been noodling over for a while and was perhaps more about my curiosity than anything strategic. But I figured while we were on good terms, now was as good a time as any to ask. It's okay. I'm not going to insist you share your identity, but I want to know what you're giving Hancock in return for those meals she brings you. Barney narrowed his eyes, and I thought he might refuse to answer, but after a moment, I wondered if the question gave more away about me and the other humans he came into contact with. Letting him know we weren't all working together probably wasn't wise, but he only agreed to help once the force field was in place. Once I'd differentiated myself from them, maybe? Amelia Hancock wishes for her lust to be slaked thoroughly and repeatedly in exchange for provisions. My jaw dropped, a rush of revulsion and disbelief flooding through me. Of all the messed up things I'd read in Barney's file, this was somehow worse than I could have imagined. The idea of that cold, clinical psychologist directing Hancock to exploit Barney's captivity in such a degrading way made my stomach turn. You don't have to do that, I blurted before I could stop myself, my voice tinged with a mixture of horror and pity. I mean, if you want to, then that's your business, I guess. But for food? She asks fewer questions than the rest. Barney put a little emphasis on the last word, and his mouth twisted contemptuously. We must all make sacrifices in times of war. The word sacrifices echoed in my mind, quickly drowned out by an unexpected wave of relief. Relief that Barney didn't find the prospect of sleeping with Hancock appealing. The realization hit me like a punch, bringing a flush of shame as I questioned my own reaction. This was a man being coerced, yet my first thought was to be glad he wasn't enjoying it. I looked up, trying to buy myself a few seconds to collect my thoughts and push down the confusing tangle of emotions threatening to boil over. This was not the time or place to be analyzing my own reactions, especially not when they hinted at something I had no idea what to do with. I needed to focus on the task at hand, on finding a way to navigate this twisted situation without making things worse for either of us. Levine wanted me to steer clear of Dr. Shaw, and after that revelation, I didn't want any part of his operation either. And if I messed up the shrink's angle by insisting that I'd provide meals to Barney without the need to degrade himself, Dr. Shaw might take it to the general and insist we work together. Somehow, I didn't think the males in charge would find the arrangement as abhorrent as I did. As much as it ground my gears, I knew offering a way out was a risk way above my pay grade. But I had to say something. "Thank you for telling me," I said. "If you ever want it to stop, I'll, see what I can do." Barney gave a nod, his penetrating stare causing my already flustered face to burn under his scrutiny. But even as I tried to steer my mind back to the practicalities of our arrangement, I couldn't shake the lingering unease. The knowledge that, beneath my professional facade, something had shifted in the way I saw Barney. Something that made the already complicated dance of our interactions feel even more treacherous. I cleared my throat and folded my arms. "Are you going to tell me which language I should be reading up on?" The elf lifted his manacles with a wry smile. "Once you have proved your end of the bargain, Asha Lopez." Normally, I'd have made a sly comment about him knowing my identity despite his alias, but all I wanted now was to get away. "Have it your way, then. I'll be over there." I waved to the center of the yard. "Doing some forms. Enjoy your jog." I turned my back, glad Erding wasn't there as I picked up a stick, irritation coursing through me. My earlier idea to practice forms together was gone as I forced my muscles to relax. I knew I shouldn't be angry at him, but chalked it up to general frustration. I didn't want to jeopardize our new arrangement before it began. Barney began jogging the perimeter on the asphalt, his strides noticeably longer than the day before while matching my pace on his long legs. As I bent my knees in readiness to begin, I felt his stare on me as he rounded the yard. When I met his eye, he looked away, and we began a long game of cat and mouse, both of us looking, then looking away as I kept watch on my charge, and he observed my strange dwarven training. I fumbled more than once and tried to keep from doing anything too flashy. But I had to keep reminding myself there would come a day when all the focus in the world wouldn't help me in the chaos of a battlefield. Better to get used to that now than be caught out when the stakes were higher. After an hour, with sweat streaming down my face and Barney looking like he'd been out for a leisurely stroll, I let the force field dissipate and stabbed the stick into the ground. "We're done here," I barked above. Barney stopped and stared at me curiously as I dragged a sleeve over my face. When I made no move to approach, he returned to the door. Within minutes, Collins arrived, and Barney left without saying a word. Damn it if the forms weren't supposed to calm my frayed nerves. Busy or no, I had some choice words to say to the colonel, and if it turned out he knew about Hancock's relationship with the prisoner, I wasn't going to be happy. Chapter 10. Levine answered on the third repeated call as I steered my Honda back toward the compound. "What is it?" he hissed. "I'm in the middle of a briefing, so this better be—" "Did you know Shaw has a female guard screwing the prisoner?" I demanded, my voice wavering slightly as the memory of Barney's face as he made the admission flashed through my mind. There was a pause on the line. "Asha, So you knew," I interrupted, and clenched my teeth, struggling to keep the surge of emotions I'd felt for Barney's plight in check. Of all the crap I've seen as a soldier, this has to rate right up there. We're sexually assaulting prisoners now? Is that how low we've sunk? You're better than this, Hank. Get that creep off this operation, or I swear— "It's not my call," he snapped. "Shaw reports to the general, and Hancock's activities are top secret. If it weren't for the other guards coming straight to me about it, I wouldn't know either." I blinked, and it all clicked into place. No wonder Collins had been such a jerk. He must have thought I was just another set of tits thrown at the elf in the hope that— Gross. It was all just gross. And that Levine would keep this from me after our talk in the gym left me feeling completely off-kilter. I didn't enjoy feeling vulnerable or being the last person to know. "This has to be against some kind of convention. We still have those, right?" "It's out of my hands, Asha. We can talk about it later, okay? If I don't get back on this call soon, General Rind will have my hide." "Sure," I spat, my frustration laced with disappointment in the man I counted as my mentor. "But before you go, I need authorization for a set of snuff cuffs without the chains. The prisoner has agreed to work with me on the proviso that he gets yard time to exercise with a full range of movement." It took a second for Levine to reply. "Those are custom-built and enchanted by a contractor. I'll have Denise call ahead to have another set of cuffs issued, but you'll have to take them to a hedge witch in Colorado Bend State Park to alter." "Fine by me." Levine sighed, and I almost hung up before he spoke again. "Asha, are you sure you want to do this? Is it riskier than dropping my pants and rolling around with the guy?" I clenched my teeth at the mental image that conjured. Levine grunted, and I knew he couldn't argue the point. "I'll have Denise give you the details." The line went dead, and I glanced at the time. Depending on how long this hedge witch took, it looked like study was off the table for the day. But in my current state, torn between anger, confusion, and an inexplicable need to advocate for an enemy elf prisoner, that might not have been a bad thing. Denise provided me with the paperwork and coordinates briskly, making me wonder if she was appraised of the whole situation. Knowing her as well as I did, I figured that was a certainty, and I couldn't help being curt with her as I grabbed the paperwork and fled to the armory. Snuff cuffs weren't top-tier supplies. I'd carried my fair share of the devices while out on patrol, but I'd never used a pair with the capability to subdue prisoners like the ones used on Barney. The officer's brow creased when he read through the request, and he took a while out the back before returning with a case and a clipboard for me to sign for them. I checked the case once I got into the car, and the cuffs were identical to the ones Barney wore. As I traced my finger over the chains which held the manacles together, I felt the zinging of magic, which dulled to a vacuous feeling as I touched the manacles themselves. I decided the chains were for subduing and the cuffs to keep him from touching magic, which at least made the alteration feasible. When I got onto the road, I gave voice commands to the GPS to lead me to the coordinates Denise had given me. The screen on my dash showed that the nearest road was miles away from the location. That part wasn't surprising. The few hedge witches who had arrived from various Gaian worlds, the general term for planets within Earth's realm, since the gates opened, seemed to prefer being off the grid. From what we knew, Earth had long been viewed as an insignificant backwater by the magically abundant civilizations that surrounded us. But now, with raw magic practically seeping up from the soil, Earth's popularity had apparently grown. I hadn't known Levine had a witch working for him, though. As humans, Earth had no beef with them, so to speak. But having progressed further in magical evolution on their world, the military considered them warily. And no amount of persuasion on Earth's part had eventuated in a treaty for their kind to lend formal military aid. From what I understood, their worlds had plenty of ongoing conflict to keep their soldiers busy without Earth's problems. The drive itself took an hour, which gave me a chance to reflect on the situation with a little more objectivity. McDaniel had spoken about some kind of pheromone theory when I arrived, and cited Hancock's behavior when Barney had first arrived as proof. While I'd brushed that off after meeting with Barney and felt no urge to rip my clothes off in his presence, there might have been something that I'd missed. Hancock might have simply thought he was hot. I couldn't deny he was easy on the eye. But she also mentioned that she never qualified for an AFO job. If Dr. Shaw was holding a promotion under her nose to coerce her into his sordid schemes. I gripped the steering wheel a little tighter as I imagined her rubbing up against Barney, purring like a cat. I had to blink to try and scrape that image from my mind. The best way I could help Barney get out of that arrangement, if he wanted to, I had to grudgingly add, was to make it clear that the less information he gave her, the better. Eventually, General Rind would have to become frustrated with a lack of results and shut it down, likely in the hope that a sexually frustrated prisoner was more likely to yield information. Trying to push the question of Barney's sexual proclivities from my mind, I forced myself to consider my approach with the hedge witch. Denise had provided me with a token which proved I was doing Levine's bidding, but witches were known to be cunning, and I didn't want to walk away having promised my firstborn child in some kind of magical contract. When I pulled up at the end of a dirt track that took me as close as I was going to get to her location, I fished the gnomish pendant from under my shirt and tucked it in the console. Then I stared at Erding in its sheath on the passenger seat long and hard. As much as I didn't want to leave it behind, going in with my blaster was less likely to make her too interested in me. And if she was powerful enough to have a private contract with Levine, I was sure she could put me on my ass before I could even draw the sword. After deciding on my course of action, I dumped most of the contents from my pack on the passenger seat, crammed the case with the cuffs inside, and thrust my car keys into my pocket after locking the Honda. I was heading southwest on the map, and by the looks of it, the witch was set up near a stream. I strode off across the rocky ground past a sign warning hikers away, figuring if I cut west, I'd hit the stream further north and follow it down to the hedge witch's location. It didn't take long for the scrubby landscape to turn to trees, and insects began buzzing around my face. The sound of birdsong echoed through the forest, making me wonder if they had erected ecodomes in the area. The absence of full sunlight hadn't eradicated everything. Many of Earth's hardier life forms had endured and survived. But as soon as humanity got enough of a grip on magic, efforts were made globally to save what they could. I figured a state park might warrant that kind of protection. There was clamoring on both sides of the argument from those who said all magical resources should be put to the war effort, and those who posed the question of what the point was if there was nothing left to save. Even under military rule, the court of public opinion had persuaded the army to make some conservation efforts. It was a small comfort, knowing that Earth's unique biodiversity, so long taken for granted in a world once devoid of magic, was being protected amidst the chaos of the war. I smelled the stream before I saw it, the running water giving the air a damp, earthy smell, and pushed past shrubs to reach travertine rocks spattered with water from a small waterfall. The stream itself was only a few yards wide, and plant life leaned in toward it like it was fighting over prime real estate where their roots would remain watered. It was beautiful, but would make for an interesting hike. After assessing the likelihood of slipping and cracking my head open, I gave the stream itself a wider berth and stomped over vines to get back to turfy terrain. Unbidden, the idea of Barney likely laughing at my clumsy woodsmanship crossed my mind, and I caught myself smiling before quickly schooling my expression. I still wasn't sure how I felt about the elf. He was the enemy, and yet here I was tramping through a state park on a mission to have his restraints modified so he could be more comfortable in a damn prison. I knew I wasn't permitted to like the guy or find the puzzle of him so intriguing, but given the circumstances, he really wasn't giving me such a hard time. With his talk of restoring the magical status quo and closing the gates which joined our worlds, I had to admit our goals weren't all that far apart. A part of me, the part that still saw him as a threat, wanted to dismiss that notion. The idea of collaborating with an enemy elf should have been unthinkable, but instead, it left me questioning everything I thought I knew. Another, more conflicted part couldn't help feeling a glimmer of hope that elves and humans might reach enough common ground to achieve cooperation, even collaboration on closing the gates for good. I shook my head, trying to clear the treacherous thoughts. I was here to do a job, not get caught up in some naive fantasy of alliance, even if I could still recall the touch of his skin against mine or the intensity of his green eyes with worrying clarity. Still, as I pushed onward through the dense foliage, I couldn't escape the nagging sense that my growing rapport with Barney was blurring lines that should have been impregnable. The elf might find my conflicted state even more amusing than my dubious hiking skills. The sky was dimming when I finally smelled wood smoke. I thought I'd taken a more circuitous route than necessary, with a fair amount of upward and downward climbing. But as I pushed up an incline, I was disappointed to find a sharp drop of 50 feet with the stream turning to a waterfall to my right and a rocky channel at the base. From the edge, I saw signs of habitation below, including smoke pluming from a crude hut, but no obvious way down. Great, I muttered. It'd be just my luck to snap an ankle and land on her doorstep. There were times for magic and times for relying on human ingenuity. After marching up and down in search of somewhere more forgiving to descend, I opted for magic. Manipulation of matter was harder to apply to oneself, so summoning energy through my fingers as I touched the ground, I ripped rock, turf, soil, and vegetation aside to carve a path diagonally down across the slope. If the hedge witch hadn't already been aware of my presence, the grating sounds and clouds of dust resulting from my impromptu landscaping no doubt would get her attention. But I refused to let that distract me. Showy magic wasn't my kind of thing. But lacking the fine magical skill to weave a ladder from vines which grew in abundance, I had limited options. I knew if I'd been observed by others, I would have choked using that much magic at once. With a semi-even path to follow, it didn't take all that long to get to the bottom, even if I had to double back to make my way to the hut. In some places, I had to skid down on my butt to keep from slipping, but once I was halfway, rocks turned to soil, which was easier to keep steady on. When I trudged toward the hut, I was a little surprised to see that nobody was waiting to greet me, and that the hut in question was smaller than I expected. Made from what appeared to be tree branches and mud, a door fashioned from woven grass was propped against the entrance, and when I got close enough, my nose recognized its purpose. When I lifted the door, thick smoke streamed out, with the shapes of fish strung up inside confirming that it was the hedge witch's source of cured meat. "Are you hungry?" came a feminine voice to my left. I let go of the door and took a sidestep to scan the rock face, where specks of purple were out of place behind vines at the point where the voice had sounded. A hand appeared to pull them aside, and I narrowed my eyes at the woman standing at the mouth of a cave. Clad in a purple dress more suited to hanging out at a Renaissance fair, long black curls draped around her shoulders, and a silver diadem hung over her brow, with a pearlescent gem glinting at its center. If I didn't know any better, I would have pegged her as closer to my age, but there were enough rumors about hedge witches to assume she was far older than she appeared. "Sorry," I said lamely, and pulled the token Denise had given me from my pocket. "I'm Asha Lopez. Colonel Levine sent me. Ishar, I presume." Her chin lifted a little, and the twinkling humor in her eyes faded at the mention of Levine. "You may tell your colonel I remain unwilling to take on an apprentice, even one with powers such as yours." My cheeks warmed at the backhanded compliment, or curse, depending on how you saw it. She must have assumed my display with the rock face was some kind of effort to impress her. If I had to guess an earthen accent, her lyrical tone suggested her native language sounded something more like Spanish, but her grasp of English was sound, which made me wonder how long she'd been lurking in this place. "No, I'm not here to learn." I shrugged off my backpack and pulled out the case containing the cuffs. "Levine sent me to have these altered." I clicked open the case to hold it up, but Ishar's eyes only flickered to the cuffs for a moment, before she resumed her penetrating stare. "Your people are strange. First they bring me items to enchant, and now this? One has to wonder what twist of fate brought the gates to your world, of all places." She shrugged, and her plump lips curved in a smug smile. I let out a non-committal hum, not wanting to betray my own burning questions on the matter. The sudden influx of magic to Earth had upended everything we thought we knew about our place in the cosmos. Hedge witches were another piece of that ever-expanding puzzle. "It's a matter of great importance, I don't mean any disrespect." "A polite one, eh?" She stepped aside and held the vines aside with a jerk of her chin. "Best you come in." Reclasping the case, I tucked it under my shoulder and smiled politely before hunching to step into the dimly lit cave. To my relief, the cave opened overhead past the entrance, allowing me to stand at my full height, which was considerably taller than the hedge witch whose head didn't touch the entryway in the slightest. As she showed me through to her dwelling, I had to blink to reckon with her size. While she appeared taller from a distance, standing behind the woman confirmed she wasn't even 5 feet tall. Further on, the cave widened and sloped downward to what I could only describe as an underground cavern. The rocky walls seemed untouched by human hands, but a carved bench on one side revealed the influence of magic. Opposite this, a hollow held a nest of blankets and cushions, the surfaces inscribed with intricate runes that shimmered with a faint white light. In the center of the cavern, an otherworldly green fire was lit underneath an iron stand housing simmering cauldrons, and all of a sudden I felt like I'd stepped into a scene from a fantasy novel. "You may sit," she said, gesturing to a chair made of wicker by the fire. As I dropped my pack and the case by the chair and went to sit, Ishar grabbed my wrist, catching me by surprise. I turned with a grunt, but before I could wrench my arm free, the hedge witch spat on my palm and bent over it with gleaming eyes shining a sickly shade of yellow. "Ah," she crooned. "Yes, this is very interesting." I tried to move, but my arm simply wouldn't obey my brain. Crap. What had I gotten myself into now? Chapter 11. "What is interesting?" I asked, glaring at Ishar, but knew better than to try and use magical force to squirm out of her grip. "Your blood is potent. I see a balance here I have not witnessed in some years. Perhaps great things await your destiny, eh?" The pressure lifted from my arm and I snatched my hand back, shaking it to get rid of Ishar's spit, then rubbed my palm on my pants. "Destiny can bite me." "Ah," she said with a chuckle, tapping the side of her nose. "It is my experience that destiny does indeed sink its fangs into the unwary and doesn't let go until it is done with them." I squatted to retrieve the cuffs from my pack, then took a seat on Ishar's wicker chair and extended them toward her with a meaningful glance. "The only destiny I'm after today is the one where you remove the chains so these cuffs keep my prisoner from touching magic but allow him to move freely." Ishar made a tutting noise as she lifted the manacles with a disapproving look. "You do not wish to render your charge incapable of harming you?" I flashed my teeth in an approximation of a smile. If you mean reducing him to seizures, I think I'll pass. Suit yourself, she muttered. But it would have been easier to bring me a new pair of bindings. Severing enchantments is more work than creating them. That's all I've got, I'm afraid. How long will it take? Ishar frowned at the cuffs and pressed her lips together. Normally, I would say 2 weeks, but I suspect this would not be sufficient for your colonel. I will take my chances with a waning moon this night, but you must relay that he is quickly running out of favors. I'm sure Levine would be thrilled to hear it, but how can you tell what phase the moon is in? I haven't seen the moon in 15 years. Can you not feel it? She asked with a mischievous look and turned before I could answer. She took the cuffs to her bench and laid them among clay pots containing who knows what, and began muttering to herself. It didn't escape me that a hedge witch from a different world relying on our moon for her sorcery was odd, but I had to assume at least some of the worlds out there had moon phases like our own. I wondered if discussions of moons and suns on elven worlds were appropriate with Barney, or whether he would turn that into a tirade on Earth's faults too. Rubbing my eyes, I lamented the fact that it would be a long wait until darkness fell, and Ishar had completed her work, and longer still to stomp back to the car and head home. I stared into the green fire which produced no smoke and noted the acrid stench of the steam wafting from one cauldron. I supposed that meant it wasn't dinner the witch was brewing, and settled back in the chair to get comfortable while Ishar did her thing. I hadn't meant to take a nap in the presence of a powerful witch with a penchant for spitting on people. But nevertheless, I startled when Ishar poked me in the shoulder and pointed to the entrance of the cave. I am ready. If you lend me some power, it will go quicker. Sitting upright and blinking, I stood and stifled a yawn. Outside? Yes, Ishar said, before hobbling toward the door. In the firelight, I caught sight of her face and was shocked to see deep lines of old age and a bent back which made her shorter again from that afternoon. Giving my head a shake, I grabbed the empty case and my pack and followed her out. You are thinking that my appearance is queer. Ishar stopped by the remains of a campfire a few yards away from the smoking hut and waved a hand to conjure a fire, this time with blue flames. But even on this world, I have heard stories of the maiden, mother, and crone. There is power in the phases of life, and the crone is better suited to crafting magic which will endure as her legacy. Come. She gestured with her hand. As I left my things by the cave's mouth, I went to join Ishar and took her proffered hand reluctantly, hoping no further bodily liquids were in the cards. But the witch only threw the cuffs into the arcane fire and reached inside me to take hold of what I thought of as my magical soul. The defenses I'd walled up over the years proved to be no barrier for the witch, who siphoned off magic through me and cast it toward the fire in complex woven arrangements, the likes of which I'd never seen before. I tensed and thought the magic would fizzle like it usually did when I was anxious, but with Ishar at the helm, magic streamed steadily into the cuffs. Magic itself felt like holding pure joy, a sensation I refused to indulge in. But without control, my shoulders loosened, and my being filled with an ecstasy I'd hoped to forget, and the metal links joining the cuffs melted in the flames. Strands of magic teased apart the linked enchantments and folded over the cuffs as they severed, leaving a blinding white light burning my retinas as the last of the magic snuffed out the remaining enchantment. I'd never seen magic like that before, and in that moment, I wanted more. When Ishar released my hand and the arcane fire blinked out of existence, I fell heavily onto my butt, and dread replaced bliss as I folded my knees up to my chin. I began rocking, and tears streamed down my face. Memories hit me like a tidal wave, crashing over me with overwhelming force. I was back there, in that moment of pure, unbridled chaos. Smoke choked my lungs and seared my eyes as I thrashed in my bed, my body convulsing with the uncontrollable surge of power that coursed through my veins. Every muscle grew taut, tendons straining until I felt I might snap like a twig beneath the onslaught of power raging through me. It felt as if my very essence was being ripped apart, the magic within me swelling to a crescendo that threatened to shatter my being. I clawed at the sheets, my fingers curling into talons as I fought against the agony that racked my frame. The room around me began to warp and twist, the walls bowing outward as if straining to contain the raw energy that pulsed from my body. Furniture splintered and shattered, shards of wood and glass whipping through the air like deadly projectiles. A scream tore from my throat as the power reached its apex, my back arching off the bed as a blinding flash of light erupted from my chest. The explosion was deafening, a concussive blast that ripped through the house like a shockwave. Distantly, I thought I heard the anguished cries of my family, but surely their voices were swallowed by the roar of the flames that engulfed our home. I remained suspended in a timeless void, my consciousness adrift in a sea of searing pain and suffocating guilt. But when I finally opened my eyes, the sight that greeted me was one of utter desolation. Where my family home had once stood was now a scorched, smoldering ruin, the familiar contours twisted into a hellish visage by the ravenous flames. The stench of death hung thick in the air, mingling with the acrid smoke trying to choke me. The magic had consumed everything, leaving only scorched ruins and smoldering ashes in its wake. And yet, amidst the chaos, my bed had remained miraculously unscathed, a single island of untouched calm in a sea of destruction. I stared at it, uncomprehending, as the full weight of what had happened crashed down upon me. My family, my home, my entire world, all consumed by the very power which lit every nerve. I had become the monster, and in that moment, I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. When I finally managed to tear myself free from the grip of the memories, I found myself curled on the ground in front of Ishar's cave, my body racked with uncontrollable sobs. I became aware of Ishar's hand on my shoulder and flinched away. "There is a wound inside your soul," she said. Sniffling, I batted away the tears on my face and pressed my head into my knees. I didn't want the hedge witch to see me like this, and fought to get my breathing under control. It took a few minutes before the shaking slowed, and I knew I had to confront Ishar before I could leave. When I stood on shaky legs, Ishar considered me from her seat on a log with the manacles in her hands, like they hadn't been molten hot just minutes before. A normal-looking orange fire had replaced the blue flames. I'm sorry, it's just that we must not apologize for what is out of our control," Ishar said, her voice soft and understanding. "You are haunted by something which bubbles under the surface, something which seeks release." I sniffled, wiping the tears from my face as I struggled to regain control. The night the gates opened, the words caught in my throat. The memories were still so raw. My family, they were killed by my own power, by my inability to control it. The admission felt like acid on my tongue, the guilt and shame threatening to consume me. Ishar nodded slowly, her expression one of empathy. A heavy burden indeed, but the transfer of power was beyond your control, that it awakened something inside you, something so destructive. She trailed off, shaking her head. "It is a tragic consequence of the gods' cruel schemes." "You can't grant me absolution," I said, the bitterness in my voice palpable. "I deserve to live with what I've done." The weight of my guilt was crushing, but the stubbornness inside me had long since accepted that it was a burden I'd brought upon myself. "We do not choose our fate, only what we do with it," Ishar said gently. "For you, this means accepting what is inside you." "I don't want it." My lip trembled and I gritted my teeth. "I never asked for any of this." The hedge witch nodded slowly and I clamped my jaw, wondering why I would offer even that much. But so few people knew about the depths of my magical powers. And without the ability to control it, people like Levine had always urged me to keep it secret for fear that I'd end up in a lab as some kind of experiment. It felt good to admit it out loud. My entire existence since the gates opened was fueled by the need to prove I wasn't a liability, and to atone for the atrocities I'd committed that night against the people I loved. This may be true, and yet you have greater power than I first suspected. You do well to keep it so hidden from the world." She turned the cuffs in her withered hands. "I said I have no wish to take on an apprentice, but one such as you requires teaching. Neglecting your Ladrithio will only cause problems later. You might not want it, child, but it is folly to spurn the gods when they have thrust destiny at your feet." There she went with talk of gods and fates again. Folding my arms over my chest, I cocked my head. "You think there's a higher power behind all this?" "But of course," she snorted. "Who else has the power to create chaos on such a large scale? We each have gods to worship, and they care little for our suffering. It is my belief that their wagering and conspiring for ultimate power led to the breaking of the veils. It might be that your gods were victorious in their scheming." "Maybe." I dragged a hand over my face, dubious about Isher's theory. "You would do well to remain here until you have basic command of your powers, girl. I can see in your eyes you mean to refuse." "I've gotten by just fine so far, and I have other priorities right now." Ishar's lip twitched as she lifted the cuffs. "I can see that. Perhaps if I speak with your colonel, he can alleviate some of these priorities." "Please." I lifted a hand. "Don't. Thank you for your offer, but right now I'm too busy to take it up. Once this is done, I'll talk to Colonel Levine, and he can arrange it." Her knowing look suggested I was talking BS and had no intention of returning to become an apprentice. She was absolutely right. But she didn't call me out on it, and I took the opportunity to switch subjects. "I need to know how to operate the cuffs. My prisoner will wear the other ones during the day, but I'll switch them over to these while I'm interviewing him." Ishar pursed her lips but stood with a grunt to hold them out to me. "He cannot wear both at the same time. The enchantments will react to one another. There is only one keeper of the keys." I frowned in answer. "Pah," she said. "Only one can apply the magical force like so to open the bands." She took my wrist, and I went to fight her off, but instead of reaching for my magic, she demonstrated with her own. Touching the small, etched runes around the circumference in a particular order with a small amount of magic, the band sprang back and she pushed the diffusing energy toward me. My fingers tingled, and it was like a signature was etched on my magical soul. It was unlike the mechanical cuffs we used out in the field, and I imagined Levine had wanted it that way to increase security. But it begged the question of who was the current keeper of keys for the set Barney was wearing. "Was it Colonel Levine you keyed the other set to?" "No." Ishar handed me the cuffs and brushed her hands over her dress. "Another man. Older and balding. I do not recall his name." "McDaniel." I took a resigned breath. It was going to be a lot of fun convincing him to uncuff his prisoner so I could use my pair. "Thank you for your help. Anything else I need to know about the enchantment?" I paused and recalled my last interview with Barney. "Actually, I wanted to ask, my prisoner said he could still sense magic with the cuffs on. I thought he would be cut off from magic entirely." "Ah, wise of you to ask. If he is adept, he should still feel and sense magic but have no way to touch it himself. It would be difficult to achieve this without doing lasting damage. Is it important to your goals?" "No, just wondering." "Good." She gave a firm nod. "I am not in the habit of asking too many questions, but I too must be able to sleep at night. Without the chain, you must take protection into your own hands if he chooses to become unruly. But I have confidence you will manage this, and if you wish for him to use a small amount of magic for demonstration purposes, you can adjust the bands like so." She took my hand again, and I grimaced, but allowed her to demonstrate another sequence on the runes, before resetting it to the original pattern and clasping the bands shut. I doubted I would get authorization to use the setting even if Barney had something useful to share, but I tucked away the sequence in the back of my mind anyway. "Do you wish to remain here for the night? I have a bottle of enchanted wine I have been eager to partake of for some years now, but such things require good company." I gave the witch a lopsided smile. Another time, maybe. I really need to get back. Of course, she said, waving toward the path I'd carved earlier. If I'd offended her, nothing about her expression gave it away. Be careful on your journey. There are snakes out there who would be most aggrieved if you stood on them in the dark. Thanks for the tip. I bent to place the cuffs into the case and back into my pack, and when I straightened, I blinked at a bobbing white light beside me. I cocked my head at the witch. It will follow you until you dismiss it. I sense that you have no desire to call on your Ladrithio this night. The sympathy in her eyes struck a deep chord of shame in my gut. Shame at my ineptitude. Shame at the victims of my ineptitude. And shame at the inference that I was scared, which I was, of my own powers. Muttering what I hoped was thanks, I turned on my heel and tramped off into the forest, hoping to get back to the car as fast as I could. That, and brush off the floating reminder of Ishar's eyes, which I knew would haunt me in my dreams for some time. Chapter 12. I woke to screeching outside and sprang out of bed. Mrs. Lee's shrill tone made her words indecipherable, but I assumed it was another domestic with Giggit and reefed up the bedroom window with a mind to tell them to knock it off. But the sight of soldiers on the lawn and Giggit being thrust into the back of a van made the words die in my dry mouth. I must have been out of it to sleep through that sort of scene. Pulling on pants in a mad rush, I launched toward the door and burst into the yard barefoot. Mrs. Lee was up in a soldier's face, and I managed to get in between them before they got any ideas about likewise cuffing the elderly woman. "Hey, what's going on here?" I demanded as the van pulled out of the driveway. "These monsters take my husband," Mrs. Lee wailed behind me. Husband? It was far too early to reckon with that word, particularly without a caffeinated beverage. I turned to shush Mrs. Lee with a warning look and noted the 3 officers standing in the yard beside the one right in front of me. "You here to requisition the building?" I said to the guy who was up in my personal space. He looked a few years younger than me, with a sharp crew cut and a mulish look that implied he'd rather be on other duties. "On orders of General Rind, your neighbor's husband threw a hammer at one of my men, so he's been arrested for assaulting an officer." "Okay, let's just take a moment, yeah?" I held up my hands and shooed Mrs. Lee back so I could wipe sleep from my grainy eyes. It was then that I realized I'd had no opportunity to put a bra on, as I was rudely awakened and clad only in a singlet. One officer wasn't being discreet in noticing. I had to stare him down before he looked away with a smug smirk. "My name is Asha Lopez, AFO under Colonel Levine. This is Mrs. Lee, who serves as a magical tailor to Fort Hood itself. So, as you can see, this building is already occupied by the military." "But they take Giggit," Mrs. Lee squawked. I had to shuffle the old woman through the door of her apartment and close it firmly to get her to stop talking. "Come on, guys. Don't you have better things to do than hassle an old lady and her gnomish partner?" Hassle? That little turd hit me right in the head. I glanced at the soldier standing further back, who indeed had a sizable egg already swelling on his forehead. If Giggit was in the habit of throwing things at people, I was surprised he'd made it as far as Lampasas before being taken in. Or perhaps it was Mrs. Lee who'd set the precedent for him. But the officer who appeared to be in charge of the crew spoke before I could decide which was more likely. "Look, I've got papers here that say we're authorized to take all dwellings with single persons residing in them, and make arrangements for transport to Austin, where temporary shelters have been established. It's only for the next few months until—" "The peace talks are done," I interrupted. "I know. I'm on the team going through the gate. But I'm not sure if you've noticed, Fort Hood can't accommodate Rhine's extra battalions, which means there isn't any room to move off-base officers back there, and Mrs. Lee can't perform her duties from a shelter. I'm told the base is at capacity, which means they have space for all personnel to be recalled back to barracks. Bunking up protocols will come into effect as our units move in." I dragged a hand over my face. So much for bluffing. "Who's your superior officer?" "Major Breen." "And where can I find him?" I put my hands on my hips and took a deep breath. "He has an office in the city hall." Of course he does, I muttered. And your name, officer? Lieutenant James Thomas. Right. And how long do we have to get our stuff out, Lieutenant Thomas? A week. After that, whatever's left will be tossed to make way for our men. Great. My head thumped with a dull ache, and I rubbed the bridge of my nose. I didn't have time to move house in the next week. I'll pay your major a visit then, but about the gnome? Ain't nobody has heard of a gnome with a marriage green card, so don't give me any crap about those two being a family, Thomas said. He couldn't even supply any papers. We're taking him into Fort Hood. You can talk to your own people about what happens to the midget. I didn't like his attitude, but reasoned that getting into a scuffle with the major's soldiers wouldn't do me any favors come time for me to plead my case in keeping my apartment. Besides, I knew exactly where Giggit was headed. It was just a shame I'd already pissed off his jailer. I guess that's it then. I plastered a fake smile on my face. Hope you boys have a nice day throwing people out of their houses. The latter was met with a grunt as the soldiers stalked away from the yard, no doubt seeking their next eviction opportunity until their van returned to pick them up. I counted to 3 before the door to Mrs. Lee's apartment opened and turned with a sigh to meet her ire. You do nothing, she bristled. Only make worse. I made it worse? I pressed my hand to my chest in indignation. If you'd kept your husband from throwing big lumps of metal at them, maybe this wouldn't have gone down so bad. Mrs. Lee's mouth twisted, and the ugly shade of purple of her cheeks was less about anger and more about grief. Nevertheless, she stamped her foot. Giggit only stand up for our civil liberties. He tried to protect me. We're under military law, Mrs. Lee. I kept my voice gentle. Civil liberties aren't worth the paper they're written on now. Mrs. Lee sat slumped on her front step and buried her head in her hands. But what now? This is my home. And Giggit. My friend. I stared at the brown brick facade of our crappy apartments. It wasn't much, but in a world where people had less as time went by and the war was never over, losing a crappy one-bedroom apartment was symbolic of something bigger. It was a loss of hope. I'll talk to this major and see if I can convince him to let us stay. I didn't add that I'd leave willingly if it meant she got to keep her home. And I'll swing something with Colonel Levine for Giggit. Surely they'd welcome one less mouth to feed if we could assure him we'd keep your friend in line. I wasn't that sure of the latter. Assaulting soldiers was no petty theft charge, but seeing Mrs. Lee hunched and despondent over the plight of her gnomish companion was too much. I had few people in the world left to care about, and over the years my cantankerous neighbor had grown on me. Please. She sniffed and turned watery eyes up to blink at me. I do anything. After escorting my elderly neighbor inside and getting her settled with a cup of tea, I trudged back to my apartment to start the day over, first by cleaning up, then getting a bra on. After that, I weighed my options. The dull headache I'd woken with hadn't gone away after breakfast, which I put down to a hangover from drawing so much magic the night before. I had the cuffs in the car ready to go, but getting McDaniel's assistants to switch them over would require an argument I wasn't prepared to get into without a clear head. Besides, if I got back to Lampasas late, there was a good chance I'd miss the major and lose time to make some kind of deal. With that in mind, I packed my gear and headed to Lampasas City Hall. It wasn't much to look at, a squat brown building I never had much cause to visit, and a swathe of army vehicles in the surrounding streets told me the place had been well and truly occupied. There was a crowd of people out front, holding signs and chanting slogans, protesting their impending eviction. As I approached in my army gear, they turned their attention to me, jeering and shouting. "Look, another traitor in uniform!" a man yelled, pointing at me. "Come to kick us out of our homes, have you?" I tried to push through the crowd, but they closed ranks, blocking my path. "Let me through," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I need to see Major Breen." "Major Breen?" a woman scoffed. "He's the one giving the orders to throw us onto the streets." The crowd grew more agitated, their shouts turning into a cacophony of anger and frustration. Shoving my way through, I ignored the insults and accusations hurled at me. I refrained from using magic to shove them aside. But by the time I reached the entrance, my heart was pounding and my jaw was clenched tight. I doubted I would have garnered much sympathy with them, even had they known I was in the same situation, and I couldn't say that I blamed them. Inside, a bustling team of uniforms battled with stacks of paper and telephones, in what I imagined was the logistical nightmare of moving 5,000-odd soldiers to a location that probably only held that many regular people to begin with. Nobody looked up from their work as I came in, and I scanned the room to decide which direction the major was likely set up in. But before I could take a step, a harried-looking officer intercepted me. "Hey, you can't just barge in here," she said, her tone sharp. "Who are you, and what do you want?" I drew myself up to my full height. "I'm Asha Lopez, AFO under Colonel Levine, and I need to see Major Breen immediately." The officer's eyes narrowed as she looked me over, taking in my gear and the patch on my arm. "Major Breen is a busy man, and we're in the middle of a critical operation. I can't just let anyone waltz in and demand to see him." I gritted my teeth, fighting back my frustration. "This is important. It concerns the peace talks and the future of our world. Surely that warrants a few minutes of the Major's time." The officer hesitated, glancing toward a closed door at the end of the hallway. After a long moment, she sighed. "Stay right there. I'll see if he's available." She disappeared into the office, leaving me to stew in my own impatience. Minutes ticked by, and I began to wonder if I would ever get in. Just as I was about to give up and try another approach, the door opened and the officer emerged. "He'll see you now," she said, her expression unreadable. "But I warn you, he's not in a good mood. Tread carefully." I followed the officer down the hall toward an office space, and when I pushed open the door, I noted the silver-gray hair of the major and an equally daunting stack of papers in front of him. He looked ready to chew bricks, and I figured Lieutenant Thomas had called ahead about Giggett. "Major Breen, sir. Asha Lopez, AFO reporting under Colonel Levine. I need to speak with you about these requisitions." "I'll bet you do," he said. "As if I don't have enough on my plate dealing with the locals, now I've got Fort Hood personnel causing problems too. A gnome assaulting one of my men? What's the army coming to these days? Ever since those damn gates opened, it's been one thing after another. The army's in a sorry state, Lopez. We're stretched thin, dealing with creatures right out of some damn fairy tale, and now we can't even handle a simple requisition without issues." He said it like he wasn't creating mass homelessness in his wake. I pegged him as a sour career soldier nearing the end of his tenure, who expected the ground to open at his feet wherever he went. "My apologies, sir. He isn't quite house-trained yet and gets a little protective when Mrs. Lee is upset." I rushed to move the conversation to where it needed to go. "But both Mrs. Lee and her gnome are critical to the peace talk efforts and need a place to stay. She'll be outfitting the detail going in with magically fortified gear, and the gnome is a crafter putting together magical devices." The major's stare was dubious. "I have nothing here to suggest that's the case in any of the briefing paperwork. This Mrs. Lee and her gnome might be important to you, but I've got bigger concerns. We need every scrap of space we can get, and I can't afford to make exceptions for every sob story that comes my way." "She's an eccentric part of Fort Hood's operations. She stitches everything AFOs wear at the gate, and her work has saved my ass plenty of times." That much was true, but I figured from the major's unmoved expression that I should embellish just a little. "I believe she is about to send some samples to General Rind to try out ahead of his arrival. It's of the utmost importance that his gear is of the highest quality and the enchantments are attuned to his person. If she's that important, then I'm sure Colonel Levine can find some space for her at Fort Hood. I'm not running a charity here, Lopez. My priority is housing my soldiers, not catering to the whims of some eccentric seamstress and her pet gnome." I shook my head. "This has been a long-standing arrangement, and I'm sure the Colonel would prefer she stays put. Besides, she's the only one the gnome will work with, and we can't have an off-worlder bunking on base. We're talking about a one-bedroom apartment here. It's not like you could cram that many soldiers in there." "We need all the space we can get," he said, leaning back in his seat. and from where I'm sitting, all I can hear is excuses. I drew a deep breath through my nose and kept from clenching my fists. What'll it take, Major? Do I need to have Colonel Levine wasting his time calling over here to arrange it, or should I bother General Rind while he's busy trying to broker the biggest peace talks the planet has ever seen? I doubt either of them will trouble themselves over a seamstress with a gnome fetish, but feel free to pull whatever strings you like. Come on, there's gotta be something that you want. The Major rubbed his chin and looked me up and down appraisingly, and for a second I was terrified of what he might ask for, but he cleared his throat and stood to look out of the window. The only thing I want is for you to get out of my office and let me do my damn job. I've got 1,000 other problems to deal with, and your little housing crisis isn't even on my radar. So let me help with some of your other problems, then, I pressed. Don't tell me you couldn't use an AFO to deal with at least one of them. You want some extra duties? Breen let out a humorless chuckle. Fine. I've got a bunch of squatters in a warehouse on the outskirts of town. They're being a right pain in the ass, and I want them dealt with quietly. I don't need any more heat from reporters saying the army is shooting at civilians. It only makes them martyrs. Or victims of poverty, I added silently. If I was struggling to come up with a solution for Mrs. Lee's living arrangements, multiplying that by a bunch of people on dire straits didn't seem plausible. But I wasn't in a position to refuse and couldn't count on Levine's support. Fine, I'll move them along, I said through gritted teeth. How long have I got? 1 week, Lopez. If those squatters are still there when my soldiers show up, the deal's off and your little seamstress friend can find somewhere else to live. Understood? Yes, sir. You won't be disappointed. Awesome, I thought. Just what I needed. I had no plans of simply ejecting these people like the Major implied and didn't have the connections to rehouse them. It was a tall order, but I had no choice. Mrs. Lee and Giggett were counting on me, and I couldn't let them down. But there was one woman I knew whose business was making connections with people, so I grunted an affirmative and left the Major to his business to make some calls. Hopefully, Denise could swing something better than dwelling in an abandoned building for these folks, because I didn't have any better ideas. If anyone could pull off a miracle, it was her. Chapter 13. Denise, bleeding heart that she was underneath her sassy facade, promised to check out some housing options and mentioned some agricultural operations which might be looking for some extra hands on deck when I called her. It came with bunking houses and steady meals, so I hoped it was an appealing trade for these people. But there were plenty of folks who opposed military rule enough to prefer living on the fringes of society than participate in exchange for life's necessities. Some days I couldn't say that I blamed them. Before I pulled in late to the prison, I also called Mrs. Lee to give her an update and asked her to sew some uniforms for the general, like I'd told the Major. When she asked after his measurements, I had to take 3 calming breaths before assuring her I'd do my best to find out, like I needed another task on the to-do list that day. When I got inside and asked for McDaniel, I was shown through to his office and waited for him on a bench outside the door. It wasn't unlike waiting at the principal's office, and I leaned my head back against the cool concrete wall, trying to get my mind back on track after a tumultuous 24 hours. The encounter with Ishar the night before weighed heavily on my mind. Her warnings about the true nature of my powers still echoed in my thoughts. I hadn't raised any more small communities since the night the gates opened, and the resulting block on my magic since then had probably helped keep me safe, or kept everyone around me safe, more to the point. My mind wandered to whether the use of that much magic the night before might have compromised that control, a notion which had me gripping the edge of the bench tightly. I took a deep breath, trying to push aside the uncertainty and focus on the task at hand. McDaniel's office door opened, which forced me to set those concerns aside for now. You wanted to see me? His voice was curt, and I nodded as I stood. Yes, sir. I'll need your help with something. He stepped back to let me in with a closed expression, no doubt wondering what inadvisable plan I had in mind. As I pulled out the new cuffs and explained the situation, I felt a twinge of nervousness. The physical closeness required for the cuff exchange with Barney unsettled me, and I couldn't be certain he wouldn't try something. But I pushed those doubts aside. I'd made a deal, and I needed to see it through. "Absolutely not," he blustered. "Legolas is my prisoner, and taking off the only thing that keeps him from murdering everyone in this facility is insane. He'll be out in the yard wearing my cuffs, and you have your people in the towers watching the whole time. The only person you're risking is me." It wasn't completely correct, and from the warden's wide eyes, I could tell the idea of being present at the time of the switch rattled him, but there was no help for it. "That elf moves like a snake. You're more than naive if you believe he won't take his chances. 1 second and he could have us up against the wall." "I'll keep him restrained, or you can have your people do that. I don't really mind. But I've brokered a deal with this guy, and Colonel Levine approved my request to have these altered for this very purpose. I went to Colorado Bend State Park to have the hedge witch work on them last night. I've got a copy of the papers if you want to see them." McDaniel stared me down for a moment, but knowing that he'd been to see Ishar himself to have the cuffs linked to him, he had to know what I was saying was true. And that meant any phone calls to the colonel would be frivolous. "You're certifiable, you know that, right?" I shrugged. His reaction gave me enough pause to wonder if he was oblivious to his female guard's activities, and figured this situation was enough of an espionage cesspit that it wasn't impossible. In fact, I seemed to recall Levine saying that one of the guards had come directly to him with the information. As much as the warden had proved to be a thorn in my side over the past few days, I had him pegged as the type who wouldn't stand for those kinds of shenanigans, which improved my esteem of the guy in the bigger picture. "I'll be careful," I offered a smile. "I haven't made it through 15 years of warfare without learning to keep my wits about me." His grunt said more than words ever could about my confidence, but he agreed to meet me in the yards in 15 minutes. "I have one other request, sir," I said, bracing myself for the next part. "Oh?" He raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps you want to let him have free rein in the hallways now, or his cell upgraded to something more comfortable." Nope. His cell is outside my purview. I believe you had a gnome brought in yesterday, and I'd like to see him when I'm finished." "The critter who assaulted an officer in Lampasas? What's this got to do with him?" It's, not completely related, no." I thrust my hand in my pocket to grip the Velimir. "He's a crafter, with the skills to make items which are important to the peace talks. I want to know who I need to speak with to grant his release." "You're looking at him." McDaniel folded his arms. "Do you have any paperwork about these items? I'm not in the habit of turning over violent off-worlders, even the crafting kind. If we can put them to use, they go to the munitions warehouse from here." "Not yet. I can get that organized, though. I'm guessing Levine's word is enough. To craft the items, he'll need to gather supplies back on Azagrim, so I'll need him released into my custody. If Giggit agreed to my half-baked idea, at least. Release to the public is against protocol, and permits for them to return to their homeworlds are on the orders of the General's office." Of course they were. So much for my gnomish trinket remaining my little secret. But I couldn't let Mrs. Lee down and had already been pondering whether to share the information with the army anyhow. "I'll arrange it. Can I have your word that you won't send him off anywhere in the meantime?" "So long as he keeps from hurting anyone, he won't be leaving anytime soon." While it was a relief to hear, I assumed that was more to do with standard procedure than my request. After thanking him, he agreed I could swing past on my way out, and I left the warden to make whatever arrangements he had in mind for the cuff swap and made my way for the yard. I didn't make it out there without interruption, though. As I stashed my things away in the locker room, I was peeved to find Dr. Shaw standing in the doorway, blocking my exit. "Lopez," he said with a smile. "I was hoping to run into you today. I hear you've been making progress with the prisoner. Perhaps later you can find some time to come and see me at my office." "Apologies, Doc." I slipped the cuffs behind my back. I wasn't stupid enough to think he wouldn't learn of it before my interview ended, but I didn't want to be held up explaining them. "It's been a busy few days since I arrived back, as I'm sure you'd understand." "Of course." The shrink's shrewd eyes glinted. You must have a lot to catch up on. But all the same, with an important operation, it's crucial that we're working with each other and not against each other. Wouldn't you agree? I wanted to knock his face into next week. It took every ounce of self-control I had not to let the guy know what I thought about working with him. But if knowledge was currency, I decided I'd better keep my own slice of intel to myself, at least for now. Of course, but learning a whole new language has me pretty tied up. Perhaps you wouldn't mind sending me some detailed notes with your methods and findings, so we can make better use of our time after I review them? Faint lines of amusement creased his eyes, like he'd expected me to put him off. But Levine's orders were clear, so I had no intention of folding. Even if the orders came from the general's office to work together, I had no plans to make it easy for the degenerate bastard. Sure, I'll have something sent to... He cocked his head. Colonel Levine's office will be fine. I stepped forward with purpose, and the shrink moved out of the way as I passed on my way to the yard. He could make what he would of my iciness. He was the one with the qualifications to dissect my behavior, but I couldn't help a certain air of smugness that Barney was making deals with me and not him. In the yard, I had to keep myself from pacing. If this fell through and Barney went psycho, then McDaniel would take it right up to the general's office and I would be back in a tiny room talking in circles again. He'd given me no reason to think that he intended to hurt anyone or himself, but I had to remind myself that he was an elf. I'd spent enough time in combat to see them up close and in a murderous frenzy, but it was hard to picture Barney's face among those soldiers now. Maybe it had something to do with never seeing him in anything other than an orange jumpsuit. When the door opened, it did not surprise me to see the warden, Collins, Garcia, and Hancock leading Barney through. If the overkill was unsettling for the elf, his features didn't give it away, and the warden pointed at the wall, which Collins and Garcia pressed Barney up against. I met the elf's eye as I strode over and held up the pair of cuffs to at least let him know what this was all about. "Hancock, secure him," McDaniel barked. It was the first time I'd seen the female guard since I'd learned of her arrangement with Barney. Her expression didn't suggest that she was about to hold her lover up against a wall with blunt magical force, but there was something about her carriage which suggested she was uncomfortable with the order. Barney grimaced when Collins pushed his head against the concrete wall before stepping back, and I gritted my teeth, hoping it wouldn't send him into a panic. Hancock lifted her hands and I felt the power draw as she pinned him back. Using a little of my own magic, I touched the runes of the cuffs like Ishar had shown me and they sprang open as I moved forward. McDaniel got a hold of the existing cuffs and gave the chain a good shake. "I don't want any nonsense, you hear? I'm going to remove these and Lopez will fit a new pair. Once you two are finished, I'll be back to swap them before you leave this yard. And mind yourself, elf. I've got my men in those towers with their sights on you. Try anything on Lopez and they'll take a limb clean off." Pressed against the wall, Barney's eyes met mine, and I was acutely aware of the tension in his body as he gave the slightest of nods. Stepping closer, I gently rested the open cuffs over his wrist, our fingers briefly brushing as I secured them. I kept my gaze locked with his, watching for any sign of resistance. As McDaniel activated the cuffs he held, the bands on Barney's wrists sprang open. Without breaking eye contact, I quickly snapped my own cuffs into place, the metal clicking softly. I lingered there for a moment, my hands still resting on the cuffs, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath. The warden stepped back hastily, and I finally tore my eyes away from Barney to glance at him. Collins and Garcia already held the door to the yard open, and McDaniel clipped the old cuffs to his belt as he made for it as if getting clear of a grenade. Only Hancock remained, and as she sidestepped toward the door, keeping her magical restraints in place, I noticed her gaze linger on Barney, a long, calculating stare that made my skin prickle. It wasn't until she stepped across the threshold and the door closed that I allowed myself to take a step back, the loss of his proximity leaving me feeling weirdly unsettled. "Sorry about that. The cuffs only work for one person, so I needed the warden to take the other ones off." Barney took a couple of deep breaths, and I thought after a moment that Hancock's restraints had probably knocked most of the air from his lungs. He pushed himself off the wall and backed away from me before lifting his arms from his side with something close to a wince. "I thought perhaps you weren't coming." He stretched his arms gingerly overhead. Looking up, I erected a force field to keep our voices from drifting toward the observation towers, and noted that the dull light through the clouds was right overhead. It was noon already. Let's just say between venturing into the wilds to have those cuffs made and getting kicked out of my apartment, I've been busy. Barney made slow circles with his arms. Apartment? Home, living quarters. I don't live here on base. I didn't know why I'd even mentioned it. Never mind. Who would presume to make a warrior leave their dwelling? The army, I said with a bemused smirk. It seemed like I'd been upgraded to a warrior from a mere soldier. More soldiers are arriving soon. They need the space. Is it not odd to remove a soldier to put another in their place? I wasn't sure that getting into a conversation about the lines of command in the U.S. Army was a fruitful use of our time, but it was nice that it felt like a conversation rather than a war of words. Probably. But they could cram 10 soldiers into my apartment and have me move here into some shoebox that I'll have to share. Barney glanced around the yard in confusion. You will reside here? No. The guy wouldn't have any clue that the facility was located on a military base. Close by. But depending on what the cells are like, it might be roomier staying here. I doubt the warden would want me hanging around, though. Barney shook his head with a frown like humans were indecipherable, and I supposed he was right. But I wasn't here about my problems, and while Barney stretched his arms across his chest, I figured it was time for him to make good on his end of the deal. Will you tell me now what I wish to know? I said slowly in Elvish. Barney let his arms hang at his side as he considered me, his gaze searching my face. Maybe he thought I wouldn't keep up my end, but he finally responded in English. You ask after a common language, but it is not as simple as that. You are using a trade dialect. Most elves will be fluent in that language, so it may be useful for your theoretical visit to Irendor. But, I offered, I doubt the elves you encounter will use the language overmuch if your purpose is to overhear communications you aren't supposed to be privy to. He shifted on his feet. I only tell you this so you will not think I have acted dishonorably. Because we're friends now, or because of elf honor? A small smile curved his lips. An elf is only worth the esteem that is placed on his honor. Nice evade. I puffed out my cheeks and jerked my chin at the track. As we walked across the yard, I noticed a shift in Barney's demeanor. The tension in his frame had eased, and there was a curious gleam in his eyes as he regarded me. Had our previous arguments and revelations about our shared motivations softened his stance? The change was palpable, leaving me wondering about our tenuous relationship. So, I'm guessing there's some super-secret language your elites use? Not so much a secret as reserved for formalities among elves. If I assume correctly, the other races who have provided tutorage to your people wouldn't be familiar with it. Huh. And it wasn't dishonorable to make a deal which suggested you'd help me with the right language, knowing full well I don't have it? That is not what you asked. You said, I know. I wasn't specific enough. Don't get your panties in a twist, I interrupted, before his dark tone got any darker. Turning a smirk his way, I clarified. You'll need to get used to me making fun of things if we're spending the next few months in each other's company. I fail to see what is humorous about the position of my undergarments. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was snarking right back at me. But his poker face was hard to read. I think I need to get you a book of human idioms to read. I sighed. So will you teach me this elf's only language? Absolutely not. Figured as much, I muttered, and switched to the Elvish I'd used earlier. You will instruct me in this language? Yes. However, I am no teacher. I shall correct you where required. It was better than nothing. While I thought Levine wouldn't be thrilled to learn I couldn't decipher any compromising dialogue during the talks, He had to know that as soon as I spoke a word of Elvish, that edge would be out the window, if the elves were dismissive enough to discuss anything like that in our presence to begin with, which I assumed they weren't. "That is sufficient," I said, as I stalked off toward the center of the yard. "I'll leave you to your leisure while I perform sword practice." A hearty laugh came from behind me, and I stopped to turn on my heel with an inquiring look, figuring that I'd made a faux pas on one of the Elvish words. But he only raised his eyebrows and nodded past me to where the sticks lay on the ground. "Is that what you were doing yesterday? I had assumed it was some strange form of acrobatics." I opened my mouth in protest, but narrowed my eyes at his wide grin. I supposed I'd been the first to bring up making fun, so I heaved a deep breath instead. "Oh, so I assume you're a skilled swordsman, then? It must be highly entertaining watching a mere human go through dwarven forms." Barney chuckled and stretched his arms behind his back. "Yes." My cheeks warmed, but I refused to be flustered. Instead, I swallowed down embarrassment as I stalked toward the middle of the yard. "Acrobatics." I puffed out my cheeks. I hadn't spent 6 months training under a dwarven brokerdraten to be accused of being a clumsy swordsman. But from the shit-eating grin, I was guessing, or maybe hoping, that he could already guess as much. Chapter 14. "All right, wise guy." I bent to pick up a stick. "Care to show me what you've got, then? Or would you prefer to spend your time jogging?" He stared at the stick in my hand like there was a dog turd under his nose. "Does your army not offer practice weapons?" "Wooden swords aren't standard issue, no." I turned the stick in my palm and proffered it. "And something tells me that bringing Erding in here would give the warden a heart attack." "Erding?" He glanced between me and the stick. "A dwarven blade gifted to me by Brockerdrotten Firehelm. It means lightning." Barney took a tentative step closer. "Receiving an enchanted sword from a dwarven Brockerdrotten is no small thing." I shrugged. "I hear their standards have slipped recently. Our ambassador was in talks with their leaders while I was training on Azagrim. Each of the soldiers on the security detail got one. The only reason I was allowed to keep it is that our leaders thought they were diplomatic gifts and it would insult the elves to see them hung up around the general's office." Barney grunted. "So it is better that you twirl a stick around instead?" "Twirl?" I wasn't twirling anything yesterday, but that wasn't his point. "I don't have time to hang out with you, learn a new language, write reports, keep a roof over my head, and get to the training grounds with Erding every day. This is the best I can do for now." Barney reached for the stick even if he didn't look suitably convinced by my excuses. Dwarven forms are best suited to shorter and sturdier statures. They don't typically use one-handed weapons either. "You should have seen me trying to swing around a two-handed blade," I snorted. He looked me up and down, and I swallowed, feeling like a turkey being sized up for the oven. If I thought I was fumbling yesterday, I knew after that look I was sure to either fall on my butt or take an eye out before the session was over. "You would be as tall as one of their largest warriors, but too lithe. Your body is not unlike a short female elf, except wider." Nice. Tall and scrawny or short and wide. Not that I was that hung up on my appearance, but even still, I'd expected him to completely dismiss my training and go about his own business like last time. I was both eager for the chance at another angle with him and daunted now that his nearly 7-foot frame was squaring off with me with a stout stick in his hand. Careful now. I jerked my chin toward the observation tower and stepped back to retrieve the other stick. I can't guarantee those guards won't take any sudden movements as a sign they should intervene. He gave me a flat look and took 5 steps backward. I did my best to keep my posture relaxed, and he hefted the stick before crouching into a readiness pose. Then he moved. My initial fears he would be gunned down or that he would try to take my head off faded as he sprung away from me with a feline grace. I stood enraptured as he turned what he'd mocked as a useless piece of wood in his hand with deft skill. While dwarves were fast in my experience, Barney made them appear clumsy in comparison. My breath caught when he reached the wall to step upward and turn in a neat somersault like he hadn't been trussed up in restraints for the past couple of months. I clicked my teeth shut when I realized my mouth was open, and when he came to a stop a respectable distance away from me, I felt like I'd regained some composure. "Fine," I said. "You're good. I'll give you that. But I'm not giving up." His lips twitched before he glanced at the observation towers. "I never said that you should. Only that your training is not suited to your physique." "And elven forms would be? Or do humans more closely resemble orcs?" He stared at me again, and I got the same feeling of being measured. Ordic women can be formidable, but their style is less refined. I can't say I've seen many orcs around here, certainly none enterprising enough to open a dojo. So it's dwarven practice, unless you want to show me a few moves. It was out of my mouth before I really thought about it. While I was sorely lacking a sparring partner with Gunther at the gate, getting carried away with Barney, my assignment, I had to remind myself, seemed ill-advised. Particularly with the guillotine looming over Levine's career and McDaniel getting crabbier each time I pushed the line. If I was prepared to practice weapons training with an elf who was more than my match physically while I was supposed to be keeping him from doing anything stupid, well, it had sounded better in theory. It would be practical to train together if we are both here to engage in physical activity. He turned the stick over his palm, and perhaps read my face a little too well when he spoke again with a slight curving smile. "We need not get too close." If he'd sensed my trepidation, I was glad he didn't call me out on it. I had enough self-awareness to know pride was one of my sins. "It wouldn't risk elf security like teaching me your language would?" He smiled and tilted his head. "If I thought you'd gain enough skill to present a threat to my brethren, I wouldn't have agreed." "Great." I rolled my eyes. "I'm starting to see why you said you wouldn't make a good teacher." "Indeed." His smile grew wider. "Now, shall we begin?" I really couldn't tell how long we trained. All I knew was that I'd feel it in every muscle come morning. As promised, Barney coached me from afar as he demonstrated, and I found myself getting lost in the fluid grace of his movements. It was easy to forget in those moments that he was my prisoner and not a sparring partner. When McDaniel arrived to do the cuff swap, a sudden apprehension gripped me. Would Barney try something after a taste of the increased freedom of the altered cuffs? I approached the cuff swap with a shroud of tension bearing down on me, but after holding his eye as the switch was made without incident, the knot of anxiety in my stomach eased a little. His penetrating stare made me wonder if he'd sensed the change in my demeanor, and I realized with a start that I'd squandered our interview with barely a word spoken in Elvish. As I waited for Barney to be escorted out so I could make my way toward the lockers, I chastised myself for getting so caught up in playing with swords. This was supposed to be a professional arrangement, not a chance to indulge my fascination with swordsmanship and get closer to the elf, who had already agreed to give me what I needed. I resolved to speak to him only in this trade dialect from that point forward. It would keep the distracting banter to a minimum, I hoped, and help me maintain the distance I needed. When I saw it was 4 p.m., I also lamented all the other things I had to do before I could progress my studies further at my apartment. But despite the Gigot situation, curiosity had me seeking a guard in the office to check something out. I needed to refocus, to remember why I was here. Learning Elvish was the priority, not exploring the reluctant attraction I felt toward my enigmatic prisoner. But nevertheless, I seemed to vote with my feet as I indulged my curiosity. "Collins," I said, disappointed to find him as I ducked my head in the room. "Lopez." He looked around from his computer. "Enjoy your workout today?" The words weren't smothered with innuendo, and I needed something, so I gave him a pass on the sarcasm. "I was hoping you could help me with something. I'd like to see what personal effects the prisoner was brought in with. I think Dr. Shaw had them. I'll have to call administration and see." Crap. I waited as he picked up a desk phone and made the call. It was a bit of a whim, and I thought there might be a list among the paperwork I already had. If it turned out that Shaw had Barney's stuff squirreled away somewhere, I figured I could manage without. Lucky. He checked it back in a few days ago. I'll take you to the vault. Glad that my run-in with the guy had improved his attitude, or that my new perspective with what I knew of Hancock revealed more about his behavior toward me. I thanked him and followed as we headed toward the center of the building. The vault was located past McDaniel's office, where a counter was built into the concrete wall. Collins handed me over to a female guard by the name of Porter, who showed me into a room where a crate already sat on a metal table. "Give me a holler when you're done," she said. "Anything you want to check out needs to be cleared with the warden." I gave an affirmative, but I was already staring at the protrusion hanging out of the crate on one side. I smirked, having come to learn just how awkward it was carrying around a sword in my pack. When the door closed, I stepped forward and couldn't shake the idea that pawing through Barney's things was a little creepy. I certainly thought he would find it creepy anyway. But after watching him in the yard, I had to know what kind of weapon an elf of his skill carried. So I lifted the sword with both hands to hold it up against the fluorescent lights overhead. The first thing that struck me was its weight and balance. The metal was cool and smooth beneath my fingers. The etching work was whisper-thin compared to Erding's dwarven runes, and I certainly felt the power thrumming through it. While there were differences with my blade, this sword was larger for a start. The overall craftsmanship was on par. Unbidden, an image of Barney training with this sword flashed through my mind. I could see him moving with that same deadly grace he'd shown in the yard, his lean, muscled body a perfect match for the blade's sleek lines. In my mind's eye, he wasn't wearing the orange jumpsuit, but something which accentuated his form, clinging to his sweat-slicked skin. I shook my head, heat rushing to my cheeks. This was inappropriate. Treasonous, actually. I told myself that I was simply appreciating a superior swordsman's skill, just as I had with some of the taller dwarven warriors on Azagrim, but I couldn't quite banish the mental image from my thoughts. There was an artistry to him, a lethal beauty that called to something deep within me, something I wasn't sure I could control. I placed the sword gingerly on the table, trying to shake the treacherous feelings and consider the gear more analytically. Before that moment, I'd never considered what happened to the gear of fallen elves after a battle. Scientists had mostly had their fill of cadavers to perform autopsies on. My experience was that regular foot soldiers shunted the bodies back through the portals for their people to deal with, after stripping their gear to be carted off someplace. But that didn't mean there shouldn't be a whole armory full of elven weapons somewhere, and I wondered how the blade in front of me would match up with them. I fingered a woven cloak in the crate, and besides clothes, the only other gear I found was a utilitarian knife, leather sheath, boots, and a pack which contained wrapped provisions of dried something. If he'd arrived with anything else, he could have dumped it before being captured, or maybe he was traveling light to maintain his super-secret identity. After running my fingers across the sword's blade again, I sighed and stashed it back in the crate. I didn't know what I was hoping for in seeking it out, but I told myself that I was simply appreciating a superior swordsman's skill. It wasn't like he would see the blade again any time soon, so I pushed aside the lingering thoughts which would earn me a court-martial if I ever said them out loud. With a shake of my head, I called for Porter to let her know I was done. As I stepped out of the vault, my mind turned to my next task, securing a deal to keep Mrs. Lee in her home and get Giggit out of prison. The warden must have notified the guards of my arrival, as I was shown straight to an interview room reminiscent of the one I'd met Barney in. It didn't take too long before Giggit was thrust through the door. When the guard went to fix his standard-issue manacles to the table, I shook my head. "No need. I'll let you know when I'm done." The guard gave me a suit-yourself shrug before leaving us alone. "Miss Asha," Giggit sat, his chest level with the table. I thought myself doomed. "You still might be." I gave the gnome my best no-nonsense look. "What on earth possessed you to throw a hammer at a soldier? You should have guessed it wouldn't go well for you." The little guy's eyes filled with anguish. "Yes, perhaps hasty, I know. But Mai was so upset, And I knew living under the bridge was not fit for such a sweet woman, so I had to do something. Sweet wasn't an adjective I'd use to describe Mrs. Lee, but I had to agree with the assessment on the bridge part. Well, you only made it worse. I'm working on something for us to keep our apartments, but now I've got to come up with something else to secure your release. Giggit hung his head, which almost brushed the metal table. Very apologies, Miss Asha. I sighed and fished the gnomish trinket from my pocket before setting it on the table. You said you could craft one of these, right? Giggit peered up and nodded furiously. Yes, maybe not so good, but yes, I can craft. Good. Now here's what I'm thinking. I puffed out my cheeks and explained that outfitting the entire crew assigned to the Elven peace talks might be a sweet enough deal to grant the gnome his freedom. Giggit scratched his head. Supply's a problem. I would need to journey home and travel wide to collect enough sevje. Sevje? He tapped the pendant. Tree blood, not no earth name. Tree sap? I peered at the pendant, which I'd assumed was crafted with resin, but didn't know the specifics. That's the key ingredient? Conductive metal's not hard to get, but sevje come from trees long steeped in magic. That is why they can hold much power, and why underground dwarves do not care for it much. I supposed that made some sense, and from what I understood of gnomes, they were middling when it came to magical power, so having extra stores on hand would be much more useful. So is it possible or not? With enough means, I could trade for sevje and other materials and return quickly. Even so, I will be crafting long into the night to create enough Velimir for your army. That can be arranged, I said, hoping the price wouldn't be too steep. I'm not sure how many lodestones the general would be willing to part with. What would make for an appropriate trade? Giggit rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Gnomes have adapted since magic disappear. What would be highly interesting is batteries for crafting. Batteries? You mean lodestones? No, batteries which humans use for crafting before magic. They have many interesting substances which enterprising gnomes would wish to experiment with. Ah, okay. I grimaced at what I knew went into batteries. But the problem was more that since most old appliances had been converted to magic since the gates opened, I doubted there were a ton lying around. Do these have to be charged batteries? No. He shook his head and bounced on the chair like an excited toddler. Gnomes not used for electricity. We strip for other crafting purposes. Okay, that could be workable. There had to be a yard full of old car batteries between here and the Georgia Gate, and I doubted it would be a problem to take some off their hands. The next obstacle was to get the proposal to Levine so he could pitch it to the general. I'll see what I can do, I promised the gnome. You just sit tight and try not to brain anyone while you're here, okay? The gnome gave me a questioning look, but I'd already hit the button to summon a guard. Switching to a flurry of poorly pronounced platitudes about my kindness, I brushed off his thanks and left with a mind to catch Levine before he went home for the night. We were due to have some words since I'd last called him with the Hancock revelation, but since there were other issues plaguing me right now, I supposed I better keep from expounding my disgust too loudly. If what he said was true about the authorization for Hancock's activities coming from General Rind, there wasn't anything he could do about it anyway. It didn't mean it did not piss me off that he'd meant to keep it from me, though. Chapter 15. I managed to find Levine at his desk between meetings. From what Denise had said on her way out of the office, he had been burning the midnight oil for a few weeks now, which explained why gym hours were now serving dual purposes. When I tapped the door and let myself in, the bags under his eyes told me he might want to take it easy on the workout front before he became burned out. Got a minute? I asked. He grunted and rubbed his eyes. So long as you're not here to get on your high horse at me? I thrust my hands into my pockets to keep from clenching them. He thought I was here about Hancock. I'll forget you said that. But no, that's not why I'm here. I hope it's good news. Yes and no. I took a seat and placed the gnomish trinket on his desk. I have a problem with a gnome, but it might work in our favor if the right strings are pulled. Levine dangled the necklace on a meaty finger and gave me a questioning look. I laid out the whole story, including where I'd gotten the Velimir, and concluded with Gigot's assurance that a bunch of batteries would interest the gnomish tribes. So why am I only hearing about this doodad now? He appeared to be more interested in the pendant now that he knew what it did. After holding it under his desk lamp to get a better look at it, he began snapping pictures of it with his phone. Honestly, I wanted to be sure I could keep it, and I'm only telling you that because I wanted to be completely level with you. Officially, I say the gnome made this one and can make more if he's released. How do you know this gnome isn't talking out his ass? It was a good point, which drew me back to our first meeting. He could sense it the minute he saw me, which no other magic user has done while I've had it. When he looked at it, he told me it was fine work and seemed to know about the ingredients required to craft them. If his freedom is on the line, I'm sure he'll make it work. If he can't, maybe he'll take his batteries and buy a bunch on Azagrim to bring back with him. And is it all it's cracked up to be? I pursed my lips. I haven't actually tried it. I thought if I was carrying around a charged lodestone, people would notice, and if I left it at home, I'd risk having someone break in to lift it. You're kidding, right? Levine made a face. You've made all these plans, and you don't even know if the thing works? I doubt the gnome that crafted it spent all that time working on a dud, but I figured you'd want to test it. I waved toward the necklace. So please, be my guest. Levine grinned and gripped the pendant in his palm as I felt the sizzle of nearby magic dancing over my skin. He might have been a career military man, but the amount of magic he could wield certainly helped to bump him up the last few rungs of the rank ladder. But the prickling never got more intense, and from the glow around Levine's palm, I saw where the magic was going. Any idea how much this thing holds? He asked. I shook my head. She only said it was better than a lodestone. I'm not sure if she meant because it's rechargeable or it could carry more magic. Levine waited for another little while, with the seconds dragging beyond the physics of time and space, and let go of the magic he was pulling. The glow of his palm blinked out of existence, and when he uncurled his fingers, the pendant looked unchanged. I swore as I saw Gigot's future flush down the metaphorical toilet. Wait. Levine's brow furrowed as he narrowed his eyes, and I sensed him drawing magic again. I doubt putting more in there will... It's coming from this, Asha, he said. It feels like this thing is limitless. I leaned over the desk and stared at the pendant, which didn't flare with energy like a lodestone being drained. And if it appeared innocuous when charged up, it was worth more than I'd thought. Damn, I breathed. This could be a complete game changer. No wonder the elves don't stray too far from their colonies. And until now, none of the races have enlightened us about how they transport magic back. Only the dwarves have really clamored for a lodestone deal before now. Tree sap, I said. Say what? I blinked and tried to puzzle it together in my head. Gigot told me the resin inside comes from a certain type of tree in their world. In their underground cities, I doubt the dwarves take much notice of the plant life above ground. Gnomes are considered a lesser species there, so maybe the dwarves never talked to them about these things while they were busy engineering machinery fired by lava flows. Could be, Levine said. But my bet is that if we know about them, other countries do. China has their fair share of dwarven gates. Let me hang on to this for a couple of days, and I'll see if I can't get General Rhine to authorize your little friend's release and passage to Azagrim. Now that I knew just how well the pendant worked, I was reluctant to leave it behind, but without a live demonstration, the general might not agree. Besides, the colonel hadn't really asked to keep it, and considering I'd picked it up while on duty, he was well within his right to hold it indefinitely. Sure, but I'll need it back so Gigot can use it as a prototype. The general might insist we manufacture these someplace secure, you know, Levine warned, to make sure this gnome doesn't get any ideas and start selling them to the highest bidder. If you mean a workhouse, I can assure you it won't work. He's desperate to get back to Mrs. Lee. It was part of the deal I made with him. I stood and arched my back, my body already stiffening up after my elven training workout. And by the way, Mrs. Lee needs the general's measurements. What for? Levine stowed the necklace in his desk drawer. I gave a brief explanation of my meeting with Major Breen and the suggestion that Mrs. Lee's tailoring was critical to the peace talks. Levine was smirking by the time I got to the part where the seamstress had asked after General Rhine's measurement. Never a dull moment with you, huh? I'm sure he's got his own people for that, but I'll have Denise talk with his secretary, Lisa. The top brass don't discuss things as pedestrian as their shirt sizes? Can't say that we do, he said dryly. You think it should be a standing agenda item? I'm sure Mrs. Lee would find that entirely sensible. Levine barked a laugh and flicked a pile of reports on his desk. Anything else? I'd like to get home before midnight tonight. Nothing I can't include in my report. I glanced at my wristwatch and sighed. I'll be sure to have it turned in before midnight. Funny, was all he said before making a shooing gesture. Get out of here before you make more work for me. Rolling my eyes, I left the colonel to his paperwork, wondering what other curveballs life had in store for me before the week was out. It took a couple of days to have Gigot's release approved, and another 2 to arrange the transport to a discreet dwarven gate with a truckload of batteries for him to take along. I thought it was probably overkill, but then there was also a crew of officers going with him to help lug the batteries, probably to ensure he returned with the goods. But before he left, Gigot pressed a wrapped package into my hand and bowed deeply. Much gratitude, Miss Asha. It is small token. I remain in your debt. I grinned, feeling a pang of fondness for the quirky gnome. Thanks. Good luck on your mission. Mrs. Lee fussed over the collar of the military uniform tailored to Gigot's size, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. When the soldier in the driveway cleared his throat, Mrs. Lee gave him a sharp look, then pulled Gigot into a tight embrace, patting his back tenderly. You be careful, she ordered, her voice thick with emotion. Return safe. Watching their goodbye, I was struck by the depth of the bond between my elderly neighbor and the diminutive gnome. I hadn't taken their relationship all that seriously when I arrived back from Azagrim, but it was clear that an unexpected connection had taken root in the midst of this chaotic world. Perhaps my worldview had softened a little in the past week. While I was still committed to shutting down the gates, I'm not sure I could have ripped Gigot away from Mrs. Lee's grasp to do so in that moment. With a final wave, Gigot climbed into the transport, and I watched until the vehicle disappeared down the road, clutching the wrapped package he had gifted me. That was one part of the problem dealt with, and I intended to sort out the other that morning. I'd dropped by the warehouse in Lampasas the day before and didn't find anyone there, but I thought I should keep checking, just in case. Denise was still making arrangements on the agricultural job end, but she said it sounded promising, so I'd resolved to offer these people a place to crash at my apartment until it was firmed up. I just wished that I knew how many people I'd be dealing with. At least the assignment was going well, I conceded as I pulled out of the driveway. Barney and I had fallen into something of a routine in the yard, and I'd kept up my end in only speaking to him in trade Elvish while I was there. With the sword practice, it kept the conversation from straying too much into hostile territory, aside from the pleasure he seemed to take in comparing my movements to various clumsy animals, some of which I'd never heard of. I'd even kept up with the studies too, dedicating 2 hours each evening using the dwarven focus device to pore over the dialect, with a timer to keep me from overdoing it. Of course, Levine hadn't been thrilled to learn about the secret squirrel elf language which Barney refused to teach me. It hadn't resulted in being reassigned, but the colonel had warned me that I'd better find out something useful from the guy. He'd decided to include me in briefing meetings for the peace talks, so I could work in with what intel the team was looking for. The next big one was on Friday. When I pulled into the lot of the abandoned warehouse, I noted an empty shopping cart out front, which I hoped meant the squatters were in residence. Encouraged, I unbuckled and headed straight to the side door, which had been burst from its hinges and propped up to look like it was still intact. Using a crowbar dumped in a long, abandoned, weedy garden bed, I levered it back and set it against the metal siding before stepping inside. The warehouse was dimly lit, and I treaded lightly with my arms out to the side. I knew from my previous visit that the stack of tires in the middle of the open space sectioned off a destitute living area, with a couple of crumbling couches and a mattress on the concrete ground. A head poked over the makeshift wall with wary eyes, and I held my hands up to show that I meant no harm. "Hey," I said calmly. "I'm only here to talk." The head ducked out of view, and a voice sounded behind me. "What do you want, army scum?" Keeping my feet firmly planted, I turned my head slowly. "I'm not here to hurt you guys. I just want to talk." A hulking shape approached from behind, and if I wasn't mistaken, the guy was carrying a shotgun, the kind with actual bullets in it. That's what the last asshole said. Great. I was starting to see why the major had sent me on this little errand. "I know about the requisitions. In fact, I'm due to be kicked out of my own apartment. I'm not here to move you on. I'm here to help you find someplace to go." The guy took side steps in a wide circle to put himself between me and whoever was behind the wall. With an overgrown, scraggly beard and a jacket that had seen better days, he looked every inch a homeless bum. "We ain't leaving for no shelter in Austin. That's just a line they feed people so they can dump us in the middle of nowhere and forget we exist." "I'm not suggesting you go to the shelter." Never mind the theory of its existence, I thought. "I've got a friend who can hook you guys up with one of the agricultural operations, boarding and steady meals included. Why should I believe anything you say?" He shook the shotgun, and I swallowed. "Let her talk, Rex." A female voice sounded behind the tires. Rex's cheek twitched, and he glared at a young woman with greasy hair, who came out from behind the tires with an infant cradled in her arms. A gnome followed behind her, huddling behind her legs. My heart dropped as I considered the plight of a mother and baby living in those kinds of conditions. No wonder Breen hadn't wanted something like this splashed around in the media. "It's all lies, Mel. Don't believe her for a minute." "Okay, let's calm this down." I kept my hands up and met the young woman's eyes. "I know you have no reason to trust me, but you have my word that I don't mean you any harm. The major wanted you out of here so his soldiers can move in, and when he made that my problem, he was doing you guys a favor. I live not far from here and can offer you my apartment until we find you somewhere more permanent to go." The young woman, Mel, looked at Rex before leaning over the tire barrier and nodding. Another gnome and 4 people emerged from their hiding places, an elderly couple, and a teenage male cradling a toddler to his chest. Rex kept the shotgun leveled at me, though, so I tried to smile encouragingly at the ratty assembly. "My apartment is small, but it's got hot running water and everything you need to make a decent meal. I'll need to get some stuff out of there, but I'll stay with my neighbor until we can sort this out, okay?" "We have everything we need here," Rex said defensively, "and it won't be long before Vishel and I get a boiler running." I guessed Vishel was the gnome who straightened some from behind Mel, and the elderly woman gestured to the other gnome who stood huddled beside her. "No apartment block is gonna let a gnome stay with us. We can't just leave them behind." "You'd be surprised," I smirked. "Until this morning, my neighbor had a gnome roommate staying with her. He'll be away for a bit, but you two might know him." "Giggit?" The gnomes perked up at the name, and I wished I had my trinket to show them Gotha's handiwork. They nodded at Rex, who still appeared to be chewing bricks. "And how do we know you won't just load us into a truck the minute we leave this building and cart us away?" "The major's people might." I shrugged a little awkwardly with my hands still overhead. "But I'm offering you an alternative. And truth be told, if I don't come through, both me and my neighbor will also get moved on. So I count this as a win-win situation. Come on, I promise the apartment doesn't have rats in it." Mel gave Rex a long, hard look, the kind that said she was fed up living like that, and that she meant business. The elderly couple peered between the pair hopefully, and the teen rocked the toddler in his arms with a wary expression. "I'll check it out while you stay here. If it's real, we can go," he finally conceded. I took a deep breath and slowly lowered my hands. My guess was that Rex wouldn't be satisfied until he had a set of keys in his hands and his family safe inside the apartment. So I resigned myself to putting up with the guy's paranoia for the next little while. I guessed for people living on the edge, it wasn't unreasonable to be untrusting of the military, and I was certain they each had a sad story behind their current situation. But there was one thing I wasn't willing to put up with. One proviso. I jerked my chin at the shotgun. No guns. Mrs. Lee might be fine with gnomes, but having a neighbor waving something like that around is a deal-breaker. Rex's eyes hardened, and he lifted the shotgun with his mouth open, so I took the opportunity to reach for enough magic to twist the barrel around. I hadn't meant to scare them, only to demonstrate how the antiquated weapon offered a false sense of protection. But the room tensed regardless, and I thought I might have misstepped. But I could have done it at any point, so I waited tensely for them to put that much together. Rex stared at the gun long and hard before tossing it across the warehouse with a grunt. "Fine," he spat, "but if you so much as lift one of those magic fingers of yours at me again, you'll be sorry." I nodded amiably, leaving the guy some pride. For people with no magical ability, our kind were dangerous at best, and at our worst, well, I couldn't deny I'd done monstrous things. I jerked my head toward the door, and Rex followed warily. Keeping my wits about me as I crossed the parking lot in case he decided to jump me, I guessed I'd never warmed to the guy. But what had started off as an annoyance on my part had ended up as a problem with very real consequences for people the army should be protecting. What was the point of it all anyway? I asked myself as I unlocked my Honda. Where was the justice in prisoners like Barney having a roof over their heads and food in their stomachs when we couldn't say the same for the likes of Rex and his family? Chapter 16. It took a while to get most of my stuff moved to Mrs. Lee's cramped apartment, while Rex ventured off to collect his people after agreeing my place was suitable. My elderly neighbor lamented on how she would keep up on her work with both me and my stuff under her feet. But after seeing Rex and hearing of the other people coming to stay, she'd switched to fetching colorful fabrics to stitch clean clothes for the newcomers and collecting a pile of old blankets she no longer needed. "It's fine," I said as I pushed the last of the boxes from intelligence into my car. "I'll set up my combat tent in the yard and see if I can negotiate somewhere to store my stuff on base." She said, shaking her head. "And what if this job no happen, eh?" I was considering that myself. If the farming gig required operators, my bet was that none of them were magically qualified. But I gave a smile and shrugged anyway. "I'll think of something." As I handed my keys to Mrs. Lee, a smile crept onto my face despite just losing the only real sanctuary I could call my own. I couldn't tell if I was simply feeling relieved that I'd managed to settle the Major's request, or if I was overly eager to get Gigot's gift into the prison. Either way, I spent some time daydreaming on the way to the prison about showing off the new moves Barney had been teaching me to Gunther once he contacted me. When I arrived and stowed my stuff in the locker room except for the wrapped gift from Gigot, Garcia told me I'd need to wait while Dr. Shaw finished up with the elf. It reminded me of the report the shrink had put together as per my suggestion. It remained sitting in the back of my car unread, mostly because I couldn't stomach reading about Hancock's progress in his depraved schemes. "Sure, I'll be in the yard." I didn't want to get caught by Dr. Shaw again. "Can you bring him out there once the doc is finished, please?" Garcia gave me a nod and left me to carry my bundle to the yard. The guards had been a lot more relaxed around me over the past days, but I hadn't seen Hancock around while I was there. Not that I'd found the courage to broach the subject of the female guard with Barney again, but I did wonder as I strode outside about whether she was on night duty. In fact, it sometimes caused me to stare at the ceiling at night despite the fatigue that the dwarven study device caused. After getting outside, I found my anticipation was a little over the top, so I opened the package on the nearest bench. As I unwrapped it, a feeling of excitement grew inside me. Where Gigot had sourced the oak to craft 2 training swords was beyond me, but I hoped my peculiar request hadn't resulted in a tree being felled in a nearby park. I ran my fingers down the faux blade, which had been sanded and sealed, and noted the subtle enchantment tingling under my fingers. My assessment was that the enchantment was to keep the wood from splintering or breaking, which wouldn't be an issue while all I was thwacking was the air, but it was clear Giggit was a talented craftsman or crafts gnome. He had carved the guard and pommel with flourishing designs and chiseled the handle to appear as though it were wrapped in leather. Picking up the smaller of the pair, I'd given Giggit Erding as a template to use and provided an approximation of what I remembered of Barney's sword. I stepped away from the bench to hold it to my side and get a feel for the weight distribution. I was surprised to note that it felt heavier at the guard end, and figured it was part of the gnomish enchantment. I dropped into a few forms as I waited, and when the door finally opened, I had to keep from grinning like an amused child with a new toy when McDaniel strode in ahead of his prisoner. "Lopez," he said with an amiable nod. After the first couple of cuff swaps, even the warden had seemed to settle into the new procedure, and I noted only Garcia and Collins came in to hold Barney while we switched the cuffs. The whole thing was done within a few seconds, and with Garcia keeping him pinned, I noted with interest that Barney didn't need to take as many deep breaths as they'd left. And here I expected Hancock to be the lighter touch given their intimacy. "I have something new today," I said in Elvish. "So I observed," he said as he fell into step beside me while I pushed the snug noise-canceling force field over the yard. "Has your army added training swords to their arsenal?" He had an odd habit of speaking in English while I fumbled along in Elvish. I hadn't quite decided if he thought talking to me in one of his native languages was too close to teaching me, or if he was likewise determined to practice his English skills. Given his fluency, I thought the former was more likely. But he held up his end of the bargain by correcting me when I butchered a word or phrase and repeating back proper pronunciation where required. I'd been emailing a stream of corrections to Olivia Holson in Intelligence for words which didn't quite mean what we thought they did. "I do not think the army will see the merit of swords in the—" I bit my lip as I searched for the word I was looking for. "Future?" Barney gave me an amused, sidelong look and nodded. "Close enough." "How was your visit with Dr. Shaw?" "Tedious. The man asks many questions." "I'm sure you're most obliging in not answering them," I teased, then clicked my teeth shut when I realized I'd spoken in English. Barney let out a snort as he reached for the longer of the two swords on the bench, his eyes crinkling with amusement. He studied the sword for a moment, turning it in his palm and examining it with a puzzled expression. "These are gnomish," he said. "They are." "This is close to—" He frowned and considered me. "I presume you instructed the gnome on what you required. How did you ascertain the appropriate length of my weapon?" I'd been in the army for long enough for my innuendo meter to fly right off the scale, but I bit back a smirk and shook my head. It would only fly over the top of his head anyway. I decided it warranted a response in English, though. "Your sword is safe in the vault here. I went to check it out a while ago. It's beautiful, by the way." The moment the words left my mouth, I saw his expression darken. "You touched my sword?" Inwardly, I winced. I hadn't meant to upset him, and genuine offense and distress darkened his eyes. "Listen, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I was just curious." He made a low, rumbling sound, not unlike a growl, and stalked off with the training sword in hand. I watched him go, a pang of regret tugging at my chest. I had hoped he would appreciate the gesture of the custom-made training swords, but instead, I had managed to break the fragile trust we had built. I guessed I would have been just as pissed if I was in his situation and people had their mitts all over Erding. "Hey," I said, and grabbed the other sword before jogging to catch up. "I said I was sorry. I don't find your situation amusing. For what it's worth, I hope you and your sword have a happy reunion at some point in the future. Who knows, one day we might practice with the real deal. Me with Erding, and you with—" He stopped and turned to face me, his green eyes still glinting with anger, no doubt finding my rose-tinted glasses' suggestion as ludicrous as I did in retrospect. I met his hard green eyes and swallowed, wishing I hadn't been so juvenile to begin with. "A happy reunion is unlikely," he said coldly. I swallowed hard, wishing I could take back my thoughtless words. Well, I guess I wanted to do something nice. I didn't mean to upset you. I shouldn't have touched your sword." His frown deepened, and I sensed the walls going back up between us. I sighed, realizing I had once again misjudged the delicate balance of our relationship. But he didn't stalk off again, and the silence stretched on as I shifted awkwardly. "A lathe mailerin," he said flatly. I blinked, and it took a second to realize he'd meant it as the name of the sword. "Alaith Mailerine," I repeated, sounding it out slowly on my tongue. "Wind or something?" "It describes the force of turbulence in the air akin to your hurricanes," he said, with just a little less contempt in his tone. "A phenomenon experienced in some elven worlds as great storms are forced between deep chasms and carry blasting gales through to the lowlands." I smiled. "Dwarves say the enchantment must fit the warrior." "Yes," he said, his eyes still glinting dangerously. "I was never blessed with the gifts of serenity and peace." "Well, for what it's worth, I'm guessing the lightning enchantment on my sword doesn't speak for my easy demeanor either." "Yes," he said, and hefted the sword. "Now, are you ready to attempt more precise movements with these functional training blades?" I turned the sword in my palm and nodded. "I am waiting with great anticipation." He raised an eyebrow but didn't correct my words, leaving me to wonder if I'd said something amusing. With snake-like speed, he tore off in the other direction, leaving me to watch as he performed the first of his demonstrations. When I checked my phone on the way out of the prison, I was excited to see a voice message from Gunther, but after listening to it, my stomach dropped, and I headed straight for the infirmary. I'd left the AFO a couple of messages that week, but figured he was either ghosting me or still at Evant, waiting to be relieved. How does an AFO who I've seen walk off a battlefield without so much as a damn scratch end up breaking his leg during the longest ceasefire in 15 years? I held my fists to my hips as I stood at the foot of Gunther's cot. "Just clumsy, I guess." He smiled with groggy eyes, his glasses crooked on his nose. "Came off a scaffold from the stands they're putting up for the big day." I took up a seat at his bedside and crossed my legs. "You're kidding me, right?" "Nope. It'll look like a parade as the detail goes through. They've taken down the barricades and everything." Having been stationed at Fort Hood for my entire service, I'd seen the Event Gate in all kinds of gory conditions after elven assaults. I found it hard to reckon with the idea of streamers and flashing cameras accompanying General Rhine's procession to the other side. So that's what they've got adepts out there for? Dismantling defensive wards we've spent years trying to keep in one piece? Gunther winced as he sat upright and reached for a glass of water. "They've brought in other departments for that. But truth be told, it's just plain boring there right now." "Well, I'm sure things will perk up when we get ready to go through the gate. We can't have you bored enough to keep busting bones out there now, can we?" Gunther's mouth twisted in a wry smile, but he shook his head. "I won't be on the detail." "You're not?" My jaw dropped. Don't tell me I've got to put up with idiots like Jennings the entire time I'm off-world. What could be more important than accompanying the head of the U.S. military into uncharted and hostile lands? Is the break that bad? Nah, the healer said I need to stay off it for a few weeks, but she put the bone back together. He shifted on his cot and smiled shyly. "I got my transfer request approved. Finally." "Oh?" I quirked an eyebrow. "Innovations department. I've only got a couple years of combat service left anyway, and I filed a new request as soon as we got back from Azagrim. It sounds like they're interested in an adept who's seen dwarven machinery up close." "Geez," I said, knowing I should congratulate the guy but feeling disappointed. As someone with few friends within the unit, I'd miss the guy. I had no idea. "You know what I was studying when the gates opened?" Gunther tilted his head. Robotics. I was a couple of years into my degree when everything went to hell in a handbasket. Since then, technology has gone backward. We should be so far advanced by now it's not funny. Well, converting everything to magic took a while. I shrugged. Remember all those movies with AI robots doing all the grunt work? Gunther's tone became more intense. We have the power to make that happen now, Lopez. We should be putting machines on the battlefield, not people. It's like our collective imaginations died the night we were given the power to realize our wildest dreams. You might be right, I said a little sadly. It sounds like innovations will be lucky to have you. Gunther grinned, but his face fell as he twisted in his cot to pull out his dwarven sword. It means I won't be any help with the sword training, though. While it remained sheathed, I knew Gunther's sword held specific enchantments that went to defensive barriers rather than offensive attacks. The others had teased him relentlessly about his swordsmanship requiring a big-ass bubble to keep him from getting skewered. But I always thought it had more to do with the talent he had for creating formidable and complex shields for our unit amid combat on the gates. He stared at it with just a touch of apprehension straining his brow, and I leaned to pat his hand. You earned it just as much as anyone, and I'll find someone else to swing Erding at. But I wanted to know, did you notice any difference with the enchantment once we got back to Earth? Gunther stared at me a little dumbly. What do you mean? I shifted in my seat as I searched for the right words. I don't know. When I was training, the magic was stronger. Much stronger. But it wasn't only that. It felt sentient somehow. Like it was egging me on during training. Like it wanted nothing more than to rip through anything in my way. Gunther stared at me for a moment, and I bit my lip. He wasn't aware of my history with magic, but he knew enough to understand I had a block when it came to tapping into my full potential. There'd been 1 or 2 times when he'd taken the raps for explosions I'd mistakenly caused when our unit was backed up and at serious risk of being obliterated. I can't say I've spent a lot of time using it since we got back, but I've taken it for a spin a few times. The magic is stronger here, which is understandable, but I can't say Skeldus has ever done anything like that. Right. I gave a nervous giggle. Probably just my imagination getting carried away. Gunther smiled companionably, but I could tell he was unconvinced about my flippancy. Changing the subject, I inquired after the new job and gave assurances that we'd keep in touch for the rest of my visit, all while trying to keep my restless mind from turning on the puzzle of my sword and what avenues I had to figure out the truth behind it all. There were precious few who could give me answers, and I wasn't sure if they would only lead to more questions, uncomfortable ones. Chapter 17. The toe of my boot caught on a tuft of weedy grass and I pitched forward, barely catching myself one-handed on the ground before I face-planted. You are distracted, Barney said. No kidding, I said as I pushed myself to my feet. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, annoyed at myself for being annoyed and wanting nothing more than to poke Barney with my training sword to wipe the smug smirk from his face. Something troubles you? After my visit with Gunther, my mood had soured into the evening. The hard ground under the combat tent had left my back aching, and the constant rustling of the canvas in the night breeze made it impossible to quiet my mind. As I tossed and turned, I'd considered my comrades' departure, the idiots I'd be surrounded by on the trip to Arendor, and how I was no closer to understanding the mysteries of Erding's bloodlust after Gunther had been puzzled by my questions about his sword. I figured I would need to leave Erding behind on the mission, and with my thoughts that far ahead, it only reminded me that time with Barney was finite. It was mildly infuriating that the elf was the only person who might have any answers about the sword, but it was something that I hadn't raised with him. Something I shouldn't raise with him. And once the fateful day came when we were shipped through the gates, I might never find out. I slept poorly, I replied in Elvish. If you are fatigued, perhaps you should convalesce. Humans have poor endurance, and we have trained for 6 consecutive Earth days. I raised a tart eyebrow. Is that so? It is a physical limitation. You appear irked by this. I'm a female who has spent her entire military career being told about her physical limitations. I'm guessing that isn't unique to humans. Are you in the habit of irking elvish women about their endurance? Elvish females share as much endurance as males. It is only their physical strength which is inferior. Inferior? The words stung at my pride, and in my current mood, annoyance turned to irritation. I'd endured enough of that crap from human males. I'm taking that as a yes. I puffed out my cheeks and gripped my sword tighter. I'm sure you're a real hit with the ladies. His response was infuriatingly calm. Elven ladies are not stubbornly prideful on matters which they cannot hope to excel in. There it was, the barely veiled dismissal of my capabilities, like he'd been humoring me the whole time he'd been providing swordsmanship instruction. My jaw clenched as I fought the urge to lash out. Are you saying I'm wasting my time here? His mouth twisted in amusement. I only said that you are visibly too fatigued to focus, and agitation will only make your opponent's job easier. I knew I shouldn't rise to the bait, but something about the way he said the words made my blood boil. Raising my sword, I took 3 quick steps toward him, intent on wiping that smug expression off his face. Barney's eyes flared as he lifted his practice sword to meet my blow with ease. For a heartbeat, we stood there, our swords locked together, our bodies poised in a tense equilibrium. His piercing gaze bore into mine with a mix of surprise and something else, something primal and dangerous that lit up my nerves like a damned Christmas tree. In that moment, I realized I'd crossed a line. But that close, I could tell his breathing had quickened, and if my blood was boiling before, the interested curve of his mouth all but set it on fire. I knew I should step back, but the adrenaline pumping through me wouldn't allow it. I'd been aching to train, to actually test myself, and now, with a goddamn elf warrior standing before me, I had the ability to scratch that itch. But it meant that this was no longer just training. It was dancing on the edge of a knife. Show me then, I breathed. Stepping sideways, I untangled my sword from his and feinted before dropping into a crouch, slashing at his knee in a dwarven form. My heart pounded in my chest and heat rose in my cheeks. He sprang backward, leaving me scrambling to get up. When he launched into a counterattack, I moved sideways, attempting to get behind him, but he pivoted with deadly grace. I parried the first strike, but the second one caught me off guard, and I stumbled backward. He pressed his advantage, forcing me to retreat as our swords clashed in a dizzying series of blocks and thrusts. Desperate to regain my footing, I lashed out with a boot, aiming for his shin. When the blow landed but didn't move him so much as an inch, I was left off balance, so I ducked and spun away to recover. But I was too slow. The flat of his blade smacked against my rear end, sending a jolt of sensation through my body that was equal parts pain and something else entirely. I rolled with the impact, coming up in a crouch a few feet away, and noted he was waiting for me to recover rather than pressing the assault. I see elf women leave pride to their men. I grinned and squared off with him again, hoping I could get him talking so I could take him unawares. Elven women are suitably proud of the exploits in which they are superior. He surprised me by answering in Elvish, and even though he spoke fast, it didn't take me long to decipher his words. And what would those be? His teeth flashed in a wolfish smile, and despite the flutter in my stomach that the unspoken inference caused, I rolled my eyes theatrically. If you only take pride in activities you are superior at, how does an elf learn new skills? Or do your people only attempt new things if they believe they possess a natural talent for it? It is considered inefficient to seek disciplines which... He halted his no doubt obnoxious response as I lunged toward his midsection with my sword leading. It was him who stepped backward that time, and I pressed the assault as our swords cracked against each other deafeningly in rapid succession. He hadn't completely dropped the smile, though, and I grunted as I recognized that he was toying with me. With another smack with the flat of the blade to my thigh, he sidestepped my backhand slash, which left him exactly where I didn't want him, behind my exposed back. Refusing to give in, I leaped forward into a run and made for the wall. With his longer legs, I was pretty sure he could run me into the ground if he wanted to. But when I used the smooth concrete as a surface to spring from, I was fully committed. His sheer size meant that even airborne I didn't have the advantage of height, but I swung for his neck as my body twisted downward anyway, which Barney batted away with ease. Landing in a crouch, I tried to ignore the protest of my ankles from the shock and pounced again, trying to get past his sword to make contact with his arm. But my reach just wasn't there. He was silent as he swatted me away like an annoying pup, and I had to grudgingly concede that even as the smaller opponent, I had neither speed or endurance on my side. While a faint sheen of sweat had begun to glisten on his brow, I knew I couldn't hope to wear him out, not when my own face was already flushed with exertion. Still, I kept pressing onward, launching swift kicks aimed at taking a leg out from underneath him. His legs were stubbornly remaining upright, though, and his strikes were getting stronger, perhaps warning me of his actual strength, if I hadn't already gotten the message that he could have bested me already. I had to put every ounce of strength I had into pushing back a crushing blow with a particularly unladylike grunt. The corners of his eyes crinkled with amusement, and for a second I was half tempted to use magic to throw him off so I could land just one swing. But that would be cheating, and if the guy had the power to create portals, in a fair fight I was sure he was more than my equal in the magic department too. So I dropped into a squat to reach for his legs instead, careful to roll aside before he could brain me. He scoffed indignantly, and when I came up from the ground, I had barely enough time to get my sword up to fend off a slash to my side. But it was the uneven surface of the weedy lawn that was my downfall. As I stepped aside, I lost my footing and wasn't quick enough to turn it into anything other than a crash onto my butt. "Yield," he said, as he stood over me with his sword pointed at my throat, his voice low and commanding. It would have been wise to drop the sword and call it a day, but the way his eyes raked over my prone form with a smug smile made it impossible to consider. Arching my back, I threw up a leg trying to kick his sword wrist, but he anticipated the move. With deft speed, he caught my ankle in his free hand, then pinned my thigh with his prison-issued white sneaker, pressing me into the ground with his weight. "Yield," he said again, with his long, greenish-blonde hair hanging in his face as he bent over me. That close, I saw the flecks of gold in his green eyes and the faint sheen of sweat on his brow. His breath ghosted across my cheek, and every nerve in my body came alive, hyper-aware of the way we were tangled together, caught between combat and something far more intimate. For a heartbeat, I teetered on the edge of surrender, my mind struggling to reconcile the warring sensations of desire and defeat. But before I could form the words, a chunk of concrete exploded from the wall behind us, shattering the moment like glass. Barney straightened and snapped his eyes up to the observation tower where the blast had most likely come from, and I scrambled to get up, a cold sweat of panic enveloping me. Crap. I stood in front of the elf with a bark for him to get down and glared balefully at the observation tower, where mesh obscured whoever might have been up there. Barney, of course, didn't listen, and I found myself with my arms out wide with my back pressed against his chest. "Get down," I hissed. "They won't shoot me." His hands gently touched my shoulders as he urged me to move, causing me to flinch. The guards must have taken that as a cue to fire off another warning shot, but Barney only edged away slowly and lifted his hands above his head. I wanted to throw him to the ground and hover protectively over him. It was my fault he was in this position. But with enough distance between us, it would likely diffuse the situation. I had to remind myself that the last thing McDaniel wanted was to lose his inmate. We waited in tense silence, but when the door to the yard opened, it was Colonel Levine who stepped through. And from his glare, he wasn't happy. I caught the sight of Barney stiffening in my peripheral vision, and I spoke in Elvish. "Relax, it is my superior, he won't harm you." "He appears to want to harm you." It was more an observation than anything else, and while I wanted to reply with some quip about our sparring, Levine's icy stare kept my tongue in check. Instead, I thought it was best if I kept Barney as far from the colonel as possible, and nodded to the far wall after meeting his eye. "It appears our training is finished. Please wait over there while I speak with him." Barney raised an eyebrow, glanced between me and the colonel, and managed to saunter off with his hands over his head. Levine threw me a dark look, and I strode to meet him in the middle of the yard. "What the hell do you call that, Lopez?" he barked in a drill sergeant voice. "Sparring," I replied, a little caustically. "I had it under control." "Really?" "Because from where I was standing it looked like you were on your ass." I opened my mouth to protest that I hadn't used a shred of magic, and was confident that I could have gotten free if I had to. But the words died in my mouth. That prone, even I couldn't really be sure that I could have pushed him back fast enough to keep my throat intact. "We've been training for nearly a week now." I kept my voice lowered. "He hasn't tried anything untoward." "So I hear." Levine threw a glare in Barney's direction. "I call to find out where the hell you've gotten to, and they tell me you've been playing at sword fights the whole time you've been here." Where I'd gotten to, realization dawned on me. The briefing. I'd completely forgotten about it. I went to apologize, but the warden stepped into the yard, followed by Hancock and Garcia. They made toward Barney, and I followed, figuring it was best for everyone's sake to get him out of earshot as fast as possible. When I made it to the wall, Hancock already had him pinned, and from the tightness around Barney's eyes, I knew she wasn't being gentle about it. I reached for the cuffs to activate the runes, but a tremble in my hand caused the magic to skitter as a voice spoke into my mind. "I apologize for causing the disapproval of your commander." Barney's lilting voice echoed right into my thoughts. "I needn't have pressed you to yield as I did." My shoulders tensed, and when my eyes flicked upward, he was giving me one of his intense stares. It shouldn't have been possible. With the snuff cuffs, he couldn't even touch magic, let alone use it. But the prickling over my skin said otherwise. "It was my fault," I replied, though I wasn't confident he would hear the words. I'd never picked up the knack for telepathy. Not wanting to give the idea that something was up to the warden, I applied magic to the runes and slipped the cuffs away as McDaniel clicked his into place. I rubbed my nose as I stepped back, hoping the prison staff took my hesitancy for nerves at the ear lashing the colonel was no doubt about to deliver. I noted the warden's smug expression as he trailed after the guards leading Barney out. The echo across the yard as the door closed was stark, and my shoulders slumped as I delivered myself to the colonel, whose glowering hadn't dissipated in the slightest. He stood erect, with his hands clasped behind him, and didn't take his eyes off me for a second as I approached. "What is up with you, Asha?" he said. "I thought something was seriously wrong when you didn't show for briefing, and I find you out here like this?" His lip curled as he gestured to the training swords on the ground. While I wanted to remind him that I'd included the sessions in my reports, I was guessing he hadn't read through all of them on account of the hours spent on the peace talks. That, and he trusted me not to do anything too reckless, especially after our conversation about his likely fate should things go horribly wrong. "I'm sorry, sir." I shifted on my feet. "Until today, we hadn't crossed, swords. Just trained together. The deal I brokered with the prisoner was for free time in the yard to exercise in exchange for assistance with my studies. It seemed useful to be doing the same thing so we could converse in Elvish." "Well, I can see you're doing just fine on that front," he spat. "Sounds like you two can hold down a conversation anyway. Perhaps you already have what you need for the peace talks, and we can find something else for you to do. It seems to me like you're too emotionally invested." I swallowed but tried to keep my features blank. If he thought I was enjoying the assignment, he might be more inclined to take me off it. How could I have been so stupid? All because I got up on the wrong side of the bed and wanted to smash something with my sword. "It won't happen again, sir, but I'm making progress. No more actual sword fighting, but if we can keep training together... Well, I'm building rapport with the guy the best way I know how. Like you asked, I can still be of help when it comes to the briefings and finding out what you want to know." Levine held my eye like he was trying to discern what was lurking behind my words. The hell if I knew what my true motivations were, or why the thought of being taken off this assignment had me scrambling to convince him otherwise, but the words emotionally involved cut a little too close to the bone. "If you manage to turn up to a briefing," he said caustically, "I'll give you another chance. But I'm telling you, if I hear you two take up wrestling next and the guards can't even get a shot in, you're off the whole operation, and I'll reconsider Ambassador Benson's request to transfer you to Georgia." "Understood," I said with a nod, doing my best to keep my features calm. Levine gave me one last lingering look before crossing the yard to leave. Glancing at the practice sword on the ground, I gave myself a moment to feel wretched before scooping it up and fetching the other. At least it was me he was angry with, and not Barney. While it wouldn't have helped any to assure the colonel the elf was unlikely to hurt me, deep down, I knew he would have done that by now if that was his intention. The question was why he was, for all intents and purposes, being a model prisoner when nobody else had ever kept an elf alive in captivity. That was my true purpose in visiting him every day, but if I was honest with myself, I hadn't even tried to pry back the defensive mask to discover Barney's true identity. Maybe because I preferred him just the way he was. Chapter 18. The next couple of training sessions passed in an almost subdued fashion, with a return of forms conducted with a wide berth between us, and little banter while I kept up all communications in Elvish. I still wasn't sure what to make of the telepathic communication, or whether I should tell Levine about it given the circumstances, but Barney hadn't brought it up. He certainly hadn't tried it again, so I felt comfortable enough to dither while wading through my feelings on it all. Or the uncomfortable notion that I had feelings about the situation, which wasn't part of my job description. I arrived at the prison early on Monday morning, mostly to escape the light drizzle, which made it uncomfortable living out of a combat tent. The family currently occupying my apartment had kept to themselves since arriving and had done nothing untoward when Mrs. Lee took a care bundle to them with new clothes, blankets, and towels. I wasn't sure they would accept the gifts at all, but I spotted Rex later that evening in a new pair of pants and a shirt carting off a garbage bag, which I assumed held the tatters they'd arrived in. With no updates from Denise over the weekend about job prospects, I had little to talk to them about, so I let them be. Instead, I occupied myself with studies, training, and looking up what media reports were circulating about the peace talks. On the way in, I checked my phone for the 10th time to assure myself it wasn't already Tuesday, and that I'd missed the next briefing because my head was in the clouds. It wasn't like me to forget about an appointment, and impossible now that I'd punched in a bunch of reminders on my phone for the next day. But people thinking I was the type to blow off something important ruffled my feathers. Actually, it rankled me right to the core. But it was most definitely Monday, so I headed to the locker room, lacking the luster I'd felt while readying for training sessions with Barney the previous week. When I opened the door, though, it was to find Hancock sitting with her head in her hands. When she sat up, her red-rimmed eyes spoke 1,000 words. "You're here early," she snapped as she stood and dragged a sleeve over her face. I held up my hands apologetically. "Hey, sorry, I didn't mean to bust in while you were, Hancock sniffed and shook her head. "Forget it." She went to walk off toward the bathroom end, and I noted she was clutching something in her palm. While I'd avoided the guard since learning of her coerced sexual relationship with Barney, the whole situation still stuck in my craw. If I was waiting for an opportunity to talk to her about it, there probably wouldn't be a better moment. Does this have something to do with Dr. Shaw? I sat on the bench and laced my fingers together. What about him? Hancock blinked, her eyes rounding with wariness. I sighed. She was going to make me say it. I know, Amelia. What he's having you do with the prisoner. With her fists on her hips, she lifted her head toward the ceiling and took shaky breaths. But when she finally met my eye, there was shame there, not the anger which was simmering at the bottom of my stomach. She held up a white stick in her hand and her face crumpled. The two little pink lines contrasted against the stark white of the plastic stick, and my jaw dropped. She was pregnant? With an elf? How is that even possible? I breathed. Hancock flung the stick across the room and threw up her hands. The fucking regular way, I guess. I'm so sorry. Shaw needs to be strung up for this. Didn't you? I stopped myself, my mind a muddy mess. She didn't need me asking about using protection with an off-world being. We can go to Levine. He'll put an end to all of this, and there'll be no need to... It isn't the shrink's fault. She closed her eyes, and her lip trembled. When they found out I propositioned the elf, they made me work with him. But this is on me. It took everything I had to keep from showing the disgust rolling through me from appearing on my face. All that time, I'd presumed the whole thing had been orchestrated and Hancock was their willing or not so willing instrument. And here I thought Collins was the one lacking in the brain cells department. Why? I managed in an indignant croak. Her features sharpened. Oh, what? The Ice Queen is impervious to his glamour? I frowned. McDaniel's pheromone theory. I guess it paid to be an Ice Queen from time to time, but I was still dubious about the warden's claims. Can't say I ever got the itch. But are you sure it's his? He's another freaking species from a different planet. How the hell can our respective reproductive systems even be compatible? Of course it's his, she said. There must be some truth in the old fairy tales. I'm pregnant with a changeling, for Christ's sake. I took a deep breath and stood to stuff my gear in my locker. There'd been conjecture over the years, but the news had labeled talk of half-breeds and old folklore as conspiracy theories. With the war going on, it wasn't like there hadn't been opportunity for inter-realm hookups, but surely a baby born with greenish orcish skin or pointy elven ears would have made the news by now. What will you do? The hell if I know. She raked her fingers through her blonde hair. I'll lose my job. They'll put me in a damn lab. Stupid or not, the image that conjured elicited a wave of protectiveness over the woman on my part. I closed the locker door and shook my head. If we go to Levine, he'll know what to do. The man has a heart. He wouldn't let... I blinked. Could I be sure of that? In a man's army with the colonel under siege, could I say honestly that he wouldn't hand her over if they ordered him to? I'll help you disappear. I've been trained to remove tracking devices in the event that an AFO is compromised. And then what? Live like a bottom feeder out of dumpsters? With a baby? She gave a dismissive grunt. Forget it. I'll figure something out. I opened my mouth, but she was already stalking out the door. Having a young woman with a baby who'd been doing exactly that staying at my apartment probably wasn't what Hancock wanted to hear. But I wasn't the type to call people in that situation bottom feeders. I should have left at that point, but I strode out to the yard regardless, my mind a swirling mess of emotions. Was the blame I'd assigned over the affair misplaced? If Barney could use telepathy while cuffed, did that also mean he had the capacity to glamour Hancock into their little deal? I couldn't absolve Dr. Shaw for using the arrangement for his own purposes, but it shined a whole new light on everything. When Collins brought Barney out solo with McDaniel appearing annoyed presumably because he couldn't locate his other guard, I made the switch with gritted teeth and waited for them to leave before shunting up the force field. Barney frowned curiously at my glare and remained leaning against the concrete wall. I'm guessing you can hear this? I projected telepathically. Yes. Then why don't we have a little conversation about how that's even possible, huh? I planted my fists on my hips and glanced at the cuffs. It has long been established that telepathy is an intrinsic part of elf biology. It does not require magic. With a firm hold on my magic, I didn't believe a word of it. Or maybe you're bullshitting me. I am not. He raised an eyebrow. Maybe you can do all kinds of other stuff too. I looked him up and down. Maybe the cuffs don't do anything at all and you're just messing with us. If I had the command of magic, why would I remain here in the hands of humans? His lip curled in a sneer that I hadn't seen in a while. You tell me. I glared right back. In fact, why don't you tell me more about this power you used on Hancock to get her eating right out of your hands? Barney appeared to puzzle over the words for a moment, no doubt trying to figure out the idiom. But he must have gotten enough to piece together what I meant. Some are more susceptible to glamour than others. For most, it matters little what an elf intended once they are captivated. Their fascination quickly becomes egregious and erratic. I turned with gritted teeth and kicked at the grass with a growl. He was behind it. The guy who I'd felt so damn sorry for had set up the very thing that had earned him my sympathy. Well, I hope you're happy now. It's not you who has to bear the consequences of your meal ticket. It took a few seconds for that to sink in, and Barney's sneer slid off his face. She is with child. Oh, well done, Captain Obvious. I strode down the asphalt track, aware that the eyes above would be watching us glare at each other with interest. Congratulations, you'll be the father of the first hybrid born on Earth. Though light, I heard his footfalls as he made to catch up. The first? These couplings have been happening for centuries. I halted and turned with narrowed eyes. The lack of pointy-eared humans says otherwise. Barney made a face, then shook his head like he was talking to an imbecile. It is well understood that hybrids take on the traits of the parent who is native to the world in which the child is born. If a human-elf hybrid child was born on Arendor, it would take on the traits of the elf parent. Well understood, I muttered under my breath and continued walking. Do you really believe that races capable of creating portals for millennia haven't deigned to have dalliances with humans before now? He pressed, hastening his steps to keep up with me. You cannot fathom that those unions never brought about children? I don't know what I believe, I snapped. Until today, I thought I lacked the talent for telepathy, so who knows? Maybe we're all descended from interworld flings in one way or another. Tell me, though, are other races in the habit of leaving their offspring behind when they get bored on Earth? I figure it would make it difficult to pay child support. I reached the bench where I'd left the training swords. While I was sorely tempted to grab one and proceed to whack Barney over the head with it, I knew it would be unwise to even touch a sword in my current mood. My muscles tensed as I strode past them, wary that Barney might have no such compunctions and decide to take a swing at me, but he caught up to me instead. I cannot profess to understand the arrangements of those who came before me and found themselves in similar circumstances, but I could guess that no such reimbursements were made, and that the couplings were short-lived. For the other part, it is indeed of interest to scholars to learn about the origins of magical latency within humans. It is theorized that it may provide significant insight into how we find ourselves in such dire circumstances. I rubbed my eyes and huffed. I've just come out here and told you that you've conceived a child who will most likely be in danger if the world knows about it. A child who would never have been born if you hadn't glamored the mother into sex. Do you even care? He took a moment to respond, his features grave, if not ashamed. I had considered the ramifications. It was not my intention to have Amelia Hancock lust after me, only to be sympathetic enough to my plight to be of use in aiding escape. And the child will be born a human. Your people will not find anything that marks them as elf-sired. It was the mention of escape that made me pause. I halted and swung to face him, holding his bright green eyes with mine. Who the hell are you? I noted that even telepathically my voice fitted my bitter mood. First, you've mastered a bunch of Earth languages. Then you're a sword-fighting expert. And then there's all this talk of scholars and theories with a splash of politics here and there to keep me on my toes. You haven't given the slightest hint that you intend to harm yourself like every other elf that humans have detained for the entire damn war, and haven't assaulted anyone since being brought in, let alone made any escape attempts. But you thought glamour would help you get Hancock to cooperate in getting you out of here? Barney met my gaze and he gave a sad smile. Correct. Of course there'd be no straight answers. A gust of wind came from above and I gave an involuntary shudder. Then why are you still here? Barney broke off the eye contact and looked toward the observation towers. I wanted answers, and for a second there, It looked like he might actually give them to me as his jaw muscles flexed. However primitive, the force of magic used to hold prisoners on Earth is sufficient to keep me in my current predicament. Amelia does not have the aptitude or the resources to achieve such an end. His eyes turned back to me, and it was like there was a question there, a softness somehow. My heart beat a little faster and my cheeks warmed. Did he think I would help him? My breath caught in my throat. Then I shook my head with a snarl. Are you trying to glamour me right now? Of course not. His brow furrowed, and he reached to touch my arm. Sidestepping, I avoided his touch deftly and held up a warning finger. Have you tried to glamour me before? A flash of hurt in his eyes accompanied the tense set of his jaw. As I said, some are more susceptible than others. I soon established it was futile to try and sway you. I let out an audible gasp and ran my fingers across my scalp. I wasn't having it. Not after the shit I'd gone through and all these unwanted feelings bubbling to the surface. I don't take betrayal lightly, Elf. So far, I've been nothing but accommodating. But if you try to mess with my head, I promise I'll be worse than those assholes up there. I pointed to the observation tower. I don't need magical devices to keep you under my heel like those guys. You have greater magical aptitude, yes, he said, seeming unfazed by my threats. And a discerning mind. It is a shame you are so blind to what is plain as day. You say human machinations did not cause the rents between the worlds, and perhaps this is true. But if what we suspect is correct, hybrids are the likely lot to blame. Humans with magical latency. I took a step back and scowled as I put that together. What is that supposed to mean? Has it not been the subject of much debate on your world? Why some humans can wield magic and others can't? Why the subsidiary worlds in your realm which house the Fey races have resulted in humanoids with advanced magic, while your planet has been devoid of such progress? He took a step closer. It is the blood of other races intertwining with human genetics which marks your mages as different. Your kind has evolved beyond humanity itself. Do you never think to question why Earth is at the center of this? Oh, so I'm not human now? And here I thought we'd developed a camaraderie on the back of how inferior my race is at wielding swords. Shaking my head, I made for the door to call for the guards. How the conversation had gone from glamoring and babies to some crackpot theory that magic users on Earth had descended from interworld deviants was beyond me. After slapping the button by the door and turning with my arms folded, I noted Barney's face had fallen, and his normal upright posture had slumped some. You don't believe me. I snorted. I believe you should be more concerned about the fate of your future progeny than what I believe. He stared at me for a moment, but the guards must have been on notice from our tense exchange, and Garcia came in with McDaniel following close behind with alert eyes and a wide stance. Garcia barked for Barney to get up against the wall while McDaniel waited for Collins to make his way down from the observation tower. I stared at anything I could to keep from making eye contact in the tense silence. All I knew was that things were going to change once Hancock's pregnancy came to light with the top brass, and somehow, I knew it would wind up being my problem. Chapter 19. When I had to wait outside the briefing room while the General and Levine spoke privately, I knew something was up. The briefing itself had included higher-ups with enough clearance to know all about the peace talks, so if there was something that couldn't be said in front of them, I thought I knew what that something was. I rested my head against the paneled wall outside the conference room and silently cursed Hancock for not taking me up on my offer to help her disappear. If only she'd been around after my fight with Barney so I could have told her what he had revealed about the physical traits of hybrids born on Earth. Supposing that wasn't all lies, of course. I'd been chewing over his words incessantly, trying to sift the likely facts from fiction, but it was so off the wall that it was hard to believe any of it. What kept me from dismissing everything was that I really wanted to think that Hancock and the baby would be fine, and could live some quiet life away from scrutiny by the Army and their scientists. From the way Barney had been talking, it sounded like his people had taken a scientific interest in mixed breeds, too. I wondered how many people ended up skewered by elves in white coats after stepping through a portal. I hated the war. I hated the damn gates. Nothing would ever get any better until every single path between the worlds had been sealed off, and we could finally turn our collective attention back to what mattered: each other and the world we used to live in. When the door opened, I sprang up off the bench I'd been sitting on, and Levine blinked at me in surprise, likely wondering why I'd stayed back. But when his face hardened, that awkward moment of "I know you know" fell over us like a static shroud. "I need to speak to you." I cleared my throat. Levine rubbed his chin and nodded before turning back to the conference room. I made sure all the magical equipment responsible for the big screen on the far wall was firmly off before sitting on one of the mismatched office chairs in the room. Levine absently tapped a pen on the table as I ordered the words in my mind, trying to find the right way to broach the topic. After a tense moment of silence, I finally spoke, figuring direct was best. "What's going to happen to her?" I asked. Levine's brow furrowed as he fixed me with a stern look. "You shouldn't even know about this, let alone be asking questions." I held his gaze, refusing to back down. "Forget about it? Is that your advice?" I gave him a pointed look, trying to convey the gravity of the situation. "This is bigger than the fact we've held him so long, isn't it? A hybrid baby fathered by a POW? And you think I don't have cause to be concerned about her welfare?" The tapping of the pen on the table grew more agitated as Levine dragged a hand over his face, the weight of the situation visibly wearing on him. "She'll be well cared for," he said, the words sounding forced. Sensing his discomfort, I pressed further. "And the kid? From what the daddy says, it will be human." Levine's features sharpened as he sat straighter and leaned over the table, the pen clenched tightly in his fist. "He knows?" She said that. "Of course he knows. He also said some pretty interesting stuff about the history of interworld love children. If it's true that they look like humans, then—" "What have you done, Asha?" Levine slapped his hand on the conference table and stood, causing his office chair to skid toward the back of the room. "I put my trust in you as an AFO who knows where the line is. At what point did I give you orders to discuss this pregnancy with the prisoner? Have you got any idea what would happen if this was leaked?" I held up my hands and shook my head, my heart racing at his sudden outburst. "It wasn't overheard. I keep a force field up at all times in the yard, and we were discussing it in Elvish." "Elvish," he spat, clenching his fists at his side. "If you're that conversant, tell me why you're still out there every damn day with him, or why you're spending that time discussing things better left alone instead of finding out who the hell he is." Levine in a temper wasn't exactly unusual, but his shaking fists and rapid breaths looked less like the colonel in a flap, and more like the man I knew when he was in a rage. The closest I'd ever seen was when the news of his son's death on the front line was delivered to him. I'd banked on the fact that he would actually care about the fate of a woman carrying an elf baby and not see her as an instrument for the army's machinations, but this was over the top. Then a chilling realization washed over me, causing my blood to run cold. The pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place. Barney's crackpot theory, Levine's extreme reaction, the global implications of undetectable hybrids. I felt like I was standing on the edge of a precipice, staring down into an abyss of secrets and lies. "It's true, isn't it?" I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. At first, I thought it was BS, but if hybrids are undetectable, the theory of why some humans can wield magic while others can't. I trailed off, unable to finish the thought as the weight of the realization threatened to crush me. Levine leveled a finger at me, his eyes blazing with a mix of anger and something else. Fear, maybe? "Asha Lopez, you are playing with fire. Keep talking, and it'll be enough to have you tried for treason." The word treason hung in the air like a guillotine blade, ready to drop at any moment. A wave of nausea washed over me as the full implications of what I had stumbled upon began to sink in. "And you knew? All this time?" My voice was thick with emotion. Hank Levine knew just how much the advent of magic had hurt me, hurt my family. And he'd been keeping it from me? The man I trusted, the one who had been my mentor and father figure all these years? Levine clenched his jaw and looked to the ceiling as if willing himself to patience. If you utter a single word of this outside of these walls, there'll be nothing I can do to keep you from being staked in front of the gate. You're smarter than this, Asha. At least you were until I put you on this damn elf assignment. I flinched as if struck, but then flew out of my seat, anger taking over. My hands were shaking, and heat rose in my cheeks. At least he didn't lie to me. Lie? Levine snarled. How about I protected you all these damn years? No, this assignment was a bad idea. I think it's about time we did something else with this prisoner. Oh, this is my fault now? I said indignantly. Not the people who knew about the consequences of a pregnancy, but thought the hell with it, and set up this sick game to see what would happen. A pained expression crossed the colonel's features, and he closed his eyes. I didn't have anything to do with... Like that matters, I seethed, my voice crackling with emotion. Once you found out about it, you did nothing. Is that what we stand for now? Or was the goal always to get her knocked up so the guys in lab coats would have a new subject to play with? Of course not. He threw his hand up in exasperation. You really think that badly of me? I don't know, Hank. I shook my head, my eyes stinging with unshed tears. What am I supposed to think? You and I are descendants of other races? Every magic user who has climbed to the top over the last 15 years on account of their magical acumen is a hybrid? Those who know that dirty little secret basically run the world? You climbed the rank ladder on the back of all this? Damn it, Lopez! Levine landed a kick on the office chair beside him, and it toppled. He ran a hand through his close-cropped hair, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and regret. You're a soldier, and soldiers follow orders. They don't go around asking questions that'll get themselves killed. I dragged a hand over my face, my body numb. It would have made sense to be trembling in my boots, but despite Levine's display, I couldn't feel... anything. It was like my brain had simply tapped out when presented with confirmation that everything I knew was a lie. In the 15 years of war, the other races had everything they needed to turn all of human society on its head, and they never had to touch a weapon to achieve it. And the man I had trusted most had been a part of it all along. I sank back into the office chair like a deflated balloon, suddenly too tired to fight. What was the point? My grandmère was originally from Ontario. I swallowed the saliva flooding my mouth. That's where the French part comes in. She made it her business to speak with me in French growing up when she'd stop by in between road trips to wherever she was headed. In the 60s, she left Canada and spent her time moving around communes. My mother was born on one. Mom never knew who her father was. She told me it could have been any number of unwashed, dope-smoking hippies with long hair. I'd inspected that long-ago conversation with my mother from every angle in the past 24 hours, turning it over in my mind like a worn-out puzzle piece that suddenly fit into a larger, more sinister picture. As a teen, I'd never taken it up with grandmère, finding it thoroughly gross. But now I wish I had. I added it to the long list of regrets over things I'd never get to ask my family about, a list that seemed to grow longer with each passing day in this brave new world. I was never much of a family historian, Levine said gruffly, leaning over the back of a chair. His shoulders were still tense, but the outright anger had slid from his face, replaced by a weariness that seemed to seep from his very bones. It was Lorraine who did some digging years ago. My great-granddaddy was born just after the war. A little too soon after his father got back from serving, if you get what I mean. There was an old picture of him alongside his brothers. He was a good foot taller than any of them and just as wide. I closed my eyes. Just how many stories were out there just like ours? Asha, he pressed, his voice low and urgent. The people with this kind of information are either 6 feet under or brought into the fold. What choices you make from here on out will decide which of those eventualities are in your future. I huffed, but said nothing. His words hung in the air like a death sentence, a stark reminder of the dangerous game we were all playing. I felt the weight of my own mortality pressing down on me, suffocating me. How was I supposed to choose between betraying everything I believed in and facing a fate worse than death? Tears welled in my eyes, and I stood to leave. "You'll report to my office first thing in the morning. Please don't force me to do something I'll have to learn to live with. If not for my sake, think about Lorraine." I stared at the man for a moment, my mentor, my savior, after the gates opened when I had no place to go. The anguish on his face was too much to bear, even if logically I knew I was still so angry at him. I grunted an affirmative and fled the office, ignoring a call from Denise at her desk on my way out. If I thought I could get some alone time to reconcile with the revelations I'd endured when I got home, Mrs. Lee quickly burst my bubble. She summoned me into her apartment with an excited wave, and I trudged to her doorstep with a longing look at my combat tent. "I have a plan, you see," she said. Frowning, I craned my head to see Mel and her grandmother Patricia sitting in the cramped living area littered with patterns and fabrics. Mel was cutting what looked to be a new pair of pants, while Patricia was behind the sewing machine with a needle pressed between her lips. "Hi, guys," I offered a half-hearted smile. "You two have been conscripted by the looks?" "No conscription," Mrs. Lee said sternly. "Too many orders, so I talked to Logistics Command. They say if I can get my own workers, they issue extra lodestones to pay. Not much, but better output means more lodestones. Lodestones were used to barter outside of the military just as often as cash, with plenty of people without the ability to use magic seeing them as currency. My landlord asked for lodestones exclusively to pay rent." Mel gave a nod. "I know you were looking for jobs, but I don't think... Well, none of us are operators. We need ordinary work, and Rex would prefer to stay out of military operations if we can." I blinked and stepped back to peer through my apartment's window. Sure enough, Rex sat with Patricia's husband, Harold, in the living room with another sewing machine crowding the space. "Huh, and the gnomes?" "Vishel and Anja," Patricia said. "They said they'd be back later. They've gone to the dump to see if they can find any old sewing machines or the parts to make them." "For now they can help," Mrs. Lee added, then winked. "But when Giggit return, they can work for him on special project from the Colonel." "Looks like you guys have got it all figured out." I frowned, figuring there was bad news coming next. "You might need to have the carports fitted with walls for a workshop space." Yes, that too. Until Lampass is free of extra soldiers, we must make best use of what we have." Mrs. Lee gave my combat tent a sidelong look. "Perhaps there is room at Fort Hood for you to sleep? I have plans to sew old canvas for workshop on lawn. Giggit will need a place to work." I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Having been the person who prevented the elderly woman from being evicted from her home and sourced her new workforce, I figured getting kicked to the curb was a little rough. But then I'd been prepared for this. When setting off to face off with Major Breen about the requisition orders, I'd been reconciled with giving up my apartment so Mrs. Lee could keep hers. At least this way, Mel and her family could have a place of their own and the means to pay rent for it. "Fine, I'll make some calls and get my stuff moved out as soon as possible." "Not today." Mrs. Lee shook her head. "I need you to drive me to Fort Hood in the morning. I have prepared General Rhine's uniforms fortified with protection magic. Also, I have a cloak with special properties. You think he might like?" "I'm pretty sure cloaks aren't approved of. What does it do?" Mrs. Lee's chest swelled and she grinned. "I see elven fabrics and can imitate their magic camouflage." "Really?" My interest piqued. "Since when?" Mrs. Lee gestured to Mel, who reached for a bundle on top of a bookshelf crammed with parcels. "I suggest this to Logistics Command many times, but they never agree. Say cloak not practical for combat, but no listen that I cannot fashion this magic on garments made with separate pieces of fabric. Maybe General not so stupid." Mel passed me the bundle wrapped in paper, and I unfolded it with interest. It wasn't surprising to hear that logistics weren't interested in having soldiers running around looking like elves on the battlefield, but the short-sightedness of the army ground my gears sometimes. I could think of 10 different instances where elven cloaks could have been more than useful, and it had always irked me to toss them back through the portals as death shrouds for the elves who wore them. Of course, by then they looked like any other cloak, like the one in my hands did at that moment. That's where the similarities ended, though. The cloak was made with a synthetic material which I likened to those used on rain jackets, with an elastic cord fastening what appeared to be the hood. I draped it over my shoulders and used a plastic toggle to secure it around my shoulders. It felt a little like a heavy hairdressing smock put on backward. There were more toggles further down to keep the cloak from flaring out behind the person trying to keep from being seen. I pictured a dismissive logistics officer scorning the design which would keep a soldier from moving freely. "Go on, try," Mrs. Lee said with a wave of her hand. I embraced my magic, and my skin prickled with static electricity as the cloak stuck to me. When I looked down, a blurred wash of colors resembling the concrete and lawn behind me completely obscured my body. "This is pretty good," I said, then looked up to see Mel and Patricia with wary eyes hovering behind Mrs. Lee. I recalled the previous time I'd used magic in their presence and quickly dropped the power which fueled the enchantment. After today, magic felt dirty, and their faces reminded me of why I could use it and they couldn't. I shrugged out of the cloak and passed it to Mrs. Lee. "I'm sure General Rind will appreciate it. I have some calls to make. I'll knock in the morning when I'm leaving." Mrs. Lee gave me an odd look, but I retreated for the solace of my combat tent before she could press me for anything more than my bland endorsement of her skills. After zipping myself inside, I jumped into my sleeping bag and cradled my head in my hands. The weight of everything I had learned threatened to crush me. How was I supposed to look these people in the eye, knowing the truth of what I was? Knowing that the world I had fought for was built on a foundation of lies and deception? I had never felt more alone. As I lay there in the confines of my tent, staring at the canvas ceiling, I wondered which side of the fence I was really on. If everything I believed in was a lie, why should I uphold the system I'd sworn my life to? There had to be a way to uncover the truth. I just had to figure out how before it was too late. I let out a shaky breath, the gravity of my situation finally sinking in. Levine's words echoed in my mind. The people with this knowledge were either dead or brought into the fold. I had a sinking feeling that I was quickly running out of time to decide which fate would be mine. Chapter 20. The drive to Fort Hood had my neck aching from a restless night's sleep, and Mrs. Lee's nattering only served to grate on my nerves further. When Levine had insisted I report in, I hadn't thought much of it. But now, with every mile that brought us closer to Fort Hood, I second-guessed everything. What did he have in store for me? Would I be initiated into some secret club of hybrids? Or would intelligence simply wipe my mind clean? My stomach churned with the sour aftertaste of the tea I'd gulped down earlier, as my imagination conjured far-fetched scenarios. Would my fate be decided by General Rind in some super-secret court-martial proceeding? Or would he simply sign off on a promotion? The possibilities, however implausible, refused to stop swirling in my head. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying to anchor myself in the present moment even as Mrs. Lee's voice droned on beside me. In the wake of all I'd learned, nothing seemed beyond the realm of possibility anymore. "Are you even listening?" Mrs. Lee said. I blinked and tried to recall what she'd been on about as my mind had wandered. "Gigit? Yeah, I can ask today. It's only been a week, though. Depending on how far they have to go from the Dwaringal side of the gate, it might take a while for them to get back." "Gigit say not so long. He has many trading partners among his people." Supposing that their arrival with a squad of human soldiers hadn't scared the gnomes off. "I'm sure he'll be back soon. Gigit and I have much appreciation for your help. We do any favors you need, yes?" I gave my neighbor a sidelong look, and my mouth twitched with affection. Not that I thought she could help me with my current suite of problems, but it was nice to know that they appreciated my efforts. In truth, I'd miss living next door to the woman and wondered whether the neighbors further down the block had any intentions of moving soon. I'll keep that in mind, but if you have any more of those camo cloaks, I wouldn't turn it down. You want one? The woman grinned impishly. I knew you'd like. I have another at home. You can be my influencer with other soldiers. Once they see, they tell Logistics Command to commission more, and we can expand enterprise. You've only just increased your operation by 500%, I said, figuring Rex's son Tyler was also playing a part. But I'm happy to be your poster boy. I'm sure General Rind has more say on it than I do, though. We turned into Fort Hood, and the uniform on the control point waved us through. Even leaders must listen to popular opinion. She waved a dismissive hand. Otherwise, they soon lose popularity themselves. I snorted, but the words cut a little closer to the bone than I would have liked. Losing popularity didn't begin to describe the complete loss of global faith Earth's citizenship would have for their respective military rulers if they learned the truth about them. Mrs. Lee was still talking, but I'd checked out again into the recesses of my mind. I gripped the steering wheel a little tighter and tried to banish the endless questions which just kept coming. Who was I descended from? Heck, who was the magical skeleton in Mrs. Lee's closet? Had a wayward gnome visited her great-great-grandmother back in the day? Something like that might explain her affection for Gigot and gnomes more broadly. As an AFO, I could ask the same questions of just about every soldier I'd served alongside. Asha, this not the way to the colonel's office. Crap. I hit the brakes and clenched my teeth. On autopilot, I'd taken the narrow road toward the prison. Muttering an apology, I turned the Honda around to head back to the administration offices. Your head is in the clouds. I would ask what is the matter, but I suspect you no answer. I see the torchlight in your tent until very late. You working on something. You know the deal, I said grimly. No questions. Mrs. Lee reached to pat my shoulder. You must take care of yourself if you are to venture to this Irandor. I snapped my head toward her, sure that I hadn't told her that. How'd you... You, on Dwaringal delegation. Makes sense to send you to Irandor. She tutted, as if it was obvious. I grunted, and we drove the rest of the way in silence. Mrs. Lee was headed to see Denise, who could get the parcel of uniforms shipped directly to the general, so I parked out front of the administration building and eyed a military truck which sent a static feeling over my skin. When Levine strode out to the lot before we could make it inside the building, my suspicion only worsened. Mrs. Lee Levine nodded with a polite smile. Colonel. Mrs. Lee returned his greeting solemnly. I talked to Denise about appointment for fittings. That shirt too tight. Levine frowned and patted his midsection before he could catch himself, and I noted Mrs. Lee wore a smug smile as she sauntered away with a wrapped bundle in her arms. I was sure there were very few people who could get away with that kind of thing with Levine, and he only glared at her as she disappeared inside. In other circumstances, I would have expected him to ask me whether I thought he'd gained a few pounds. But his features remained grim when he turned his attention to me. You'll accompany me to the event gate, Lopez. He clicked his fingers at a soldier by the truck, who sprang to open the door and hopped behind the wheel. You can ride in the back. I blinked, eyeing the truck warily. The round trip would take a few hours at best, and I was tempted to run my car keys to Mrs. Lee, but Levine had already strode to the front to take his place in the passenger seat. Sighing, I stuffed my keys in my pocket and left my pack in the Honda as I trotted to the back of the vehicle. As the door swung open, my breath caught in my throat. There, sitting between two human soldiers, was Barney. Even seated, his tall, slender frame seemed to dwarf the men on either side of him. In his orange jumpsuit, white sneakers, and snuff cuffs, the elf's frosty expression appeared almost comical, which was a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. He glanced at me briefly before turning his gaze back to the roof of the truck, his face an unreadable mask. It took every ounce of my self-control to climb into the truck without faltering. I took a seat next to Renfield, an AFO I'd spent time with on the line. He spared me a friendly nod before turning his attention back to the prisoner, his hand resting lightly on the taser at his side. As the truck pulled out of the parking lot, I tried to steady my racing thoughts, grateful for Renfield's quiet presence beside me. "I presume you know our destination," Barney ventured telepathically as the van reversed out. I bit my lip, unsure whether I should respond. While I knew where we were going, I didn't know why, and that would no doubt be the next question. The last time we'd spoken hadn't ended well, but I was on a tight leash with Levine. If I wanted to stay on this assignment, then I needed to keep things civil, even if it felt like my mind had been put through a blender over the past couple of days. "The Evant Gate. It's the portal your people used to make contact with us for the peace talks." "Ah." I shifted on the bench as the van hit a pothole, but Barney's features didn't change in the slightest. It felt like everyone in the van should have heard every word, but the soldiers remained alert, but not alarmed. "Before you ask, I don't know why. From what I understand, Colonel Levine meets with your dignitaries regularly to discuss the terms of the peace talks." I did not intend to ask. Even telepathically, I didn't miss the iciness of his words, but I couldn't say I blamed him. Unless Levine intended to hand him over to the Elven delegate as a sign of good faith for the peace talks, it couldn't be good news. Given how much energy was funneled into the talks, it was a possibility, especially if it meant keeping him from talking about hybrids to the other humans he was in contact with. But it didn't feel right considering what I'd heard in the briefings so far. The whole exchange was a fragile dance, and waving an elf prisoner under their noses didn't really fit the general's careful planning, even if it was to thrust him back through the gate outfitted in prison gear. The drive was long and tense, and I was sorely tempted to strike up a nonverbal conversation again. Worry thrummed in my stomach as I imagined Barney within reach of his ticket out of this world, and what he might do to cross the distance when presented with the opportunity. It would be messy. People would be killed. For all his swordsmanship prowess, he could be killed. The notion set me thinking about what the likely reception was for an elf who had disregarded orders to suicide upon capture. Would he be shamed? Or worse yet, would the delegate order him killed on sight? I kept from fidgeting as best I could, and when the truck finally stopped, I kept my breaths even. "Please," I said to Barney as the soldier across from me opened the door. "Don't do anything stupid." He turned his head toward the back of the van, and he caught my eye for a split second. "I will act as I feel is necessary. Stupidity is most often measured in retrospect." The dry answer almost made me smirk, more because he'd made it sound like elves were capable of stupidity, which was unlike his usual assertions about the superiority of the elven race. He must have been nervous to make that kind of concession. I slid down the bench to hop out of the van and cast around to locate the gate. The town of Evant had been reduced to rubble since the gate opened smack bang in the middle of town. The only remnants of habitation were broken bricks and concrete in heaps, which had been used as cover for countless soldiers over the years. In stark contrast, not a single chip of the gate itself had been blasted away despite years of conflict, its rocky, circular frame etched in runework. Preparation work for the talks Gunther mentioned was evident with scaffolding surrounding a set of stands under construction a few hundred yards away from the gate itself. More military tents than usual dotted the scrubby, dry landscape. From the look of the portal, shimmery and a dullish green, whatever visitors Levine was waiting for hadn't arrived yet. "Over there!" Levine barked to the soldiers behind me, pointing to the closest of the tents to the portal. "Lopez, with me." I glanced over my shoulder at Barney, who was shuffled along with a soldier at either elbow. Renfield followed behind with his eyes fixed on the prisoner, his face a mask of concentration. Taking a deep breath, I trotted to catch up with the colonel and wondered if I should start asking questions or see how this all played out. Colonel Levine halted 10 feet from the gate and held up his wristwatch with a nod. Other soldiers hustled over with a mug of coffee, 2 chairs and a table, and a translation device from under a makeshift shelter. After setting them up, Levine took a seat and glanced at me as he took a sip from the tin mug. "You're expected to listen in for any elvish mumbo-jumbo. If they start scheming, you'll offer to refill my coffee, understand?" "Yes, sir," I said, and clasped my hands behind my back at full attention. If they're speaking in a language I understand. Levine wasn't an idiot, and he knew I wasn't either, so having me here to listen to a conversation which would undoubtedly be spoken in a dialect I was unfamiliar with was complete hogwash. He only shook his head as he continued swilling his coffee, leaving me to stew on the fact I was likely only here to be a witness to whatever was about to happen. One of Levine's lessons on life in the military. Sweat beaded on my brow, and I remained upright in tense silence, waiting for whatever that was to happen. When the portal flared, I gripped my hands behind my back. My body tensed out of pure reflex from all the times that very thing had signaled an attack. But instead of a line of howling soldiers with blades raised, a stately delegation of 5 long-haired elves strode through wearing embroidered robes and what looked like soft slippers. "Haldaloke," Levine called in greeting and stood with a wide smile. "Come, sit." The elf in the middle stepped forward. With sandy-colored hair and skin a bronze tan, he held himself gracefully as he stepped forward, and I couldn't even begin to guess how old the guy was. The others who flanked him looked more akin to Barney with whitish blonde hair and elaborate braids. They appeared equally poised as their leader as they arranged themselves casually to keep an eye on all angles from behind the table. While I didn't expect they were soldiers, I was under no illusions that they didn't pose a significant magical threat. Levine. Haldaloki gave a gracious nod and perched on his seat. One of his attendants stepped forward and produced a metal flask from under his robe which steamed when the lid was twisted off. "Namari Arweniel Tathiel Olar." "And good fortune to you as well," the colonel answered before switching to telepathy through the translation device. "I trust you are well." "Certainly. I must also ask after your good health." He took a swig of whatever was in the metal flask. I clenched my teeth as Levine responded in the most painfully polite words in his repertoire. If the colonel was playing tea parties most days exchanging niceties with this guy, I was beginning to understand his short fuse. They continued asking after their respective leaders, and by the time they turned to business, I found myself in a staring contest with one of their number who seemed to find my presence rather amusing. "Now, may I ask if there are any agenda items for today? We have yet to formulate a formal response from your request last week." I tore my eyes away from the bemused elf and zeroed in on Haldaloke. "We do, yes," Levine replied. "You'll have to forgive our haste, but unfortunately there is never a good time with these kinds of situations." Haldaloke's eyebrow rose, but Levine had already lifted a hand to signal toward the tent where Barney was secreted away. His people tensed, and they raised their hands at the ready to meet any threat, but Levine kept talking. "We have had one of your people in our custody for 8 weeks now. Before the ceasefire, as you understand, he is detained for multiple Earth crimes, including the murder of 4 humans while resisting arrest. We must decide what to do with him, but General Rind has determined we must seek your advice on the matter." As Barney strode stiffly out of the tent, flanked by 2 soldiers, I felt my pulse quicken. My eyes were drawn to his face, searching for any hint of his intentions. His expression was one of utter contempt as he regarded the dignitaries, his lip curling in disdain. It was all the proof I needed that he was no friend of the elven elite. I forced myself to take a steady breath, trying to maintain my composure. The urge to rush forward, to do something, anything, to keep the situation from boiling over was unbearable. But I kept my hands clenched behind my back, nails digging into my palms as I fought to keep still. Haldaloke stood abruptly, his eyes wide with shock and anger. He turned a scorching glare on Levine, and I readied myself to react if needed. The air seemed to crackle with tension, and I wondered if Levine's gambit would pay off or send us all tumbling into chaos. What is the meaning of this? Crimes committed on Earth are within our jurisdiction to prosecute. But General Rind is willing to negotiate this one's fate given our newfound friendship. If that is what your people would like to do, that is. We have been unable to learn his identity or what his purpose on Earth was when he arrived through a forced portal within range of the Encino colony. I kept my eyes on the elves. If anything, the four attendants kept a sharper watch on their surroundings, but threw in icy expressions at Barney as they scanned the area. Haldaloke alone wore a scowl, and gave Levine a sidelong look which suggested this kind of surprise at one of their meets was against protocol. Aminieliel Galadiel, Haldaloke snapped toward Barney. Crap. I cast around for the words I knew in Trade Elvish, but Barney responded before I could give it much consideration. Leylandir. He managed to sound bored as he stood between the guards, his posture loose and his head cocked. But he said the rest in Trade Elvish, his gaze flicking briefly to meet mine before he continued. My name is Leylandir, servant of Calathil of the Great House Tulkasil. Chapter 21. Leylandir. The name hung in the air, shattering the illusion of Barney, which, purple dinosaurs aside, I'd grown accustomed to. With a few simple words, he had unveiled his true identity, and for the life of me, I couldn't understand why he would have said the words in a dialect I could understand. My heart raced as I searched his face for answers, but his expression remained inscrutable, with his eyes fixed to Haldaloke. Why? After spending the duration of his captivity refusing to tell us who he really was, why here? Why now? But nevertheless, Leylandir, a servant of the Great House Tulkasil, had finally stepped out of the shadows, and the revelation left my mouth dry with apprehension. Levine's sharp look cut through the tense silence, and I tore my eyes away from the prisoner. Now. I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist that we handle all communications through the translation device, he said, his gaze flickering between Leylandir and me. I gave the slightest of nods, promising to translate later, though I wondered then if that was really his name, or if it was another alias. Was this a calculated gambit, a move in a much larger game I couldn't yet comprehend? Are you seeking to understand if this prisoner is of importance to us? Haldaloke sat stiffly, his tone guarded. Levine shrugged. Can't have us executing an elf VIP so soon to the scheduled peace talks. Our people want nothing standing in the way of a successful negotiation. Haldaloke said, the sound laced with skepticism. The scowling elf behind him made a quiet tutting sound, and Haldaloke turned to confer with him. After a rapid-fire exchange, which was scrambled on the translation line, Haldaloke requested a moment to discuss the matter with his people. Levine agreed, then led me away from the table, leaving the elves to whisper among themselves. He identified himself as Leylandir, a servant from House Tulkasil, I said quietly. In Trade Elvish, like he was making a point of me understanding. By the way they're conferring, it looks like he's more than just a servant, Levine murmured as he kept his eyes fixed on the delegation, who appeared to be hotly debating among themselves. Maybe, I conceded, or the Tulkasils aren't the type you mess with. Leylandir, I corrected myself, watched the display with the same bored expression from earlier, but he must have been just as interested as we were. He didn't have to speak in Trade Elvish to them. In fact, I was sure it wasn't the dialect Haldaloke had used when addressing him, which meant something. But could I trust the word of someone who had been so reticent about revealing his identity and purpose during our fleeting relationship? Do they usually do this? I whispered, jerking my chin toward the elves. No, this is as agitated as I've seen them. Haldaloke takes back most of the decisions to their ruling council. We waited until Haldaloke had sent the elf with a bug up his ass through the portal and resumed his position before moving back to the table. Levine sat, and I resumed my watchful post. As I am sure you will understand, this issue is without precedent, so we must take the matter back for further discussion. I trust that General Rind will make no decisions until we have had time to provide an official response. Of course, Levine smiled. We have prepared a report which outlines the crimes he has committed, and the typical Earth punishments for humans convicted of them. Haldaloke gave a terse nod, and Levine gestured for a soldier to bring over a manila folder. After some polite discourse about the next meeting and outstanding issues for discussion, Haldaloke finally turned his attention back to Leylandir, You are hereby ordered to remain here on Earth and do nothing to add further crimes to this list." Haldaloch's lip curled in a faint sneer. Then he spoke audibly in Elvish, despite the translation device. I only caught 2 words, which Haldaloch said with more emphasis than the rest. "Nelweeneth Enithiel." I blinked, and Levine's features hardened at the break from protocol. I gave a slight shake of my head to indicate that I wasn't familiar with the words, and Haldaloch stood and turned from the table. Leylandier's stare had turned frosty, and Levine waved at the soldiers to take him away. When the delegation stepped back through the portal, my limbs finally loosened, and I swallowed as I considered what would come next. It didn't exactly feel like the elves would campaign hard for his release. The drive back was tense, and I glanced sidelong at Leylandier, wondering if he might shed some light on Haldaloch's parting words. But he remained silent, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead. I warred with whether I should start a conversation or let him be, but eventually, my desire won out. "I guess I should stop calling you Barney, then?" After a few moments passed, it was clear my communication would only be met with an impenetrable wall of silence. Leylandier had retreated into the shell I had worked so hard to crack open, and I supposed he had to be wondering if I had something to do with this situation, given our argument. It left me feeling a little hollow inside, but I kept an outward veneer up as I replayed the scene repeatedly in my mind. When we got back to the administration offices, I jumped out of the truck with Levine and the driver drove off, presumably to head to the prison. I followed the colonel back to his office, hoping he might want to talk the situation through with me. But Denise was hovering over her desk and announced that General Rind was waiting to speak on a conference call as soon as he stepped in the door. Levine's pointed look at me as he closed the door to his office was enough to be clear that my input wasn't necessary. "How'd it go?" Denise ushered me into a seat. I gave her a brief rundown on what had happened, and she leaned over her desk to drink in every word of it. Monday then." "Monday? What?" The secretary smacked her glossy lips, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "It's always on a Monday that we hear back on any of the big decisions. There's a briefing set for Friday, but I doubt we'll know anything by then." I found it difficult to summon any excitement over the proposition. I blinked and asked after Mrs. Lee. "Oh yeah, she went over to logistics when I told her you'd be a while. But she said you need putting up in the barracks. Says you've been sleeping in a damn tent in front of her apartment. I'm glad she could help those folks you were telling me about, though. So far, all I can find are jobs for operators. Regular work is becoming harder to come by." Uh-huh. It didn't surprise me that Mrs. Lee had taken it upon herself to demand a place in the barracks on my account. And given that even Denise couldn't find regular work for the family in my apartment, it was a foregone conclusion that it was me who had to go. I scribbled the coordinates Denise gave me for my new digs, which she assured me was a single room recently vacated by an officer who'd been transferred. "Now don't you be complaining to me about it being small. It only means they can't stuff another bed in there when it comes to crunch time." I thanked the secretary for her efforts and trudged from the office in search of Mrs. Lee, with plans to run her back to Lampasas and cram as much as I could into the Honda to take back to Fort Hood. I was unsure if I'd have time to visit Leylandier that afternoon, or if it was even appropriate to meet with him after what had happened. I figured we could both use a little time to think, in any case. I almost preferred sleeping in the combat tent. The air in the shoebox I'd been allocated to was musty, and the sprung mattress had poked me from every conceivable angle after I'd dragged the bare necessities inside and retreated to bed. Still, I'd had to root around in the car that morning for a toothbrush among the hastily packed boxes. There wasn't enough room to fit all my stuff inside, and even with what I'd left behind at Mrs. Lee's, I figured I'd be living out of my car until these peace talks were over. With no specific orders from Levine, I had to presume my current assignment was still standing, so I made my way to the prison after grabbing a hasty breakfast in the mess hall. Rain splattered on my windshield, and I cursed the fact that the yard would likely be a muddy mess. Like I needed another reason this visit would be awkward. When I was escorted through as usual, some of the tension bubbling in the pit of my stomach settled, when Garcia agreed to bring Leylandir to the rec room I had spotted during my previous tour of the East Wing. I'd half expected to be sent away in some kind of effort to stonewall me, but maybe Levine wasn't playing games like I thought. To the Colonel, it might not even matter all that much if Haldaloke came back with a demand to either have him killed or returned to Arendor, but I couldn't pretend not to care as I remained pacing in the rec room until Leylandir arrived. Without the need for free movement to exercise, McDaniel wasn't with the guards bringing him in, so after depositing him in the room in his usual snuff cuffs, they left with a promise to return when I was done. Leylandir remained rooted to the floor by the door as he took in his surroundings, and eventually his gaze settled on me. "It's raining outside," I said a little dumbly after securing the room from those who might have been listening in. "I thought we could talk here instead." "I do not mind the rain, although I suspect it would be disappointing on this desolate planet." My mouth curved in a small smile despite his response indicating that we were back at insults and criticizing each other's respective races. I gestured to a fixed metal stool as I recalled the fresh, earthy scent of rain in a forest, which must be at least a little different now that the climate had altered considerably. When I sat across from him, I wasn't sure what I should say next. "Leylandir, huh?" "Yes." I nodded and bit my lip. "I don't know what'll happen now, but it didn't sound friendly yesterday. What did those words mean? Nelwyneth Enethiel?" Leylandir's jaw flexed, and the intensity of his green eyes was untrusting, but he sighed before replying. "Elven soldiers are bound to adhere to Nelwyneth Enethiel when captured in foreign worlds. It can be translated to honorable suicide." I nodded. While I wasn't familiar with the term, the practice itself was no secret. "So they don't leak elven secrets?" "That, and so they do not burden their brethren with any obligations to rescue or sue for their release." I chewed on that for a moment. "But you're not a soldier." He smiled faintly. "I am not." "Are all servants trained in swordsmanship across Arendor?" Leylandir rubbed his chin thoughtfully, causing the chain on his manacles to clink. "No, they are not." I'd been content until then in the mutual understanding that he would share nothing of his identity with me. But at that moment, he was a puzzle I was desperate to solve. Not only because the army demanded it of me, but because I wanted to know. "What do you think your leaders will say about you, about what will happen to you?" "It is difficult to say." He ran his tongue over his teeth. "They likely regard me as a liability. I see two possibilities. They will either insist on my immediate execution to prevent any assistance I might render to humans or demand my immediate return, if they believe I could have information which would serve their needs." I swallowed, finding neither of those options appealing. "If you were providing assistance, the general might refuse to execute you, or say we did to your people and keep you around instead." He gave a sour look. "I will not assist humans." "Really? I never would have guessed. I suppose a 50-50 chance of winding up dead is preferable to you." I knew what I risked when I traveled here and am not naive enough to hope that I would remain alive for long if they returned me to Arendor. His voice was quiet, and his features softened as he clasped his hands on the table between us. "I have failed in my duty. I will not become a traitor too, even if most elves would think me so for not observing Nelwyneth Enethiel in my defeat." The words caused a pained twinge deep in my gut. "Please tell me you won't hurt yourself," I said gently. "Why should that matter to you?" he murmured, his words tinged with a hint of vulnerability. It shouldn't, but I found myself reaching out, my hand settling on his. His skin was warm, the contact sending a tiny jolt through me. "Because I'm human." That's what we used to say back before the portals opened to describe emotions clouding sound logic. You might be a recalcitrant jackass sometimes, but I don't want you to die. His eyes lowered to where our hands touched, and for a moment he went very still. I felt the tension in him, the slight twitch of his fingers as if he didn't know how to react. But he didn't pull away, nor did he turn his hands to return the touch. Instead, he just stared at our hands, a flicker of something I couldn't quite read passing over his face. "It is not for either of us to decide," he said softly, his gaze still fixed on our hands. "But presented with only death, would you begrudge my choice to make it of my own choosing?" "Yes," I said, giving his hand a squeeze before pulling back and folding my arms across my chest. The warmth of his skin seemed to linger on my palm. "I take issue with your view that this is an only death scenario. Living as a traitor is a fate worse than death." I closed my eyes for a pained moment and drew a deep breath. What if it wasn't? Maybe if more of your kind had agreed to work with us before now, we could have closed the gates by now. I'd expected the piteous look at that, and he shook his head. "You keep suggesting that it is Earth's desire to do so, but we have received no pleas for help, only war. Your leaders do not wish for our assistance. It would only weaken their position." I thought about the dimming hope of a great undo and the secrecy surrounding hybrids which I'd unwittingly stumbled into. Sighing, I switched tactics. "Are there many mixed breeds on the other worlds?" "She believes me now," he muttered and stood to arch his back, seemingly to collect his thoughts. "From what is recorded, female humans have particularly robust reproductive systems and are as likely to carry a hybrid baby to term as any native conceptions. Elves and dwarves conceive less frequently owing to longer lifetimes, and it has been suggested they are more likely to miscarry with interbreed pregnancies. And while orcs conceive rather regularly, infant mortality is shockingly high even within their own species. There have been few recorded hybrids in our worlds, but this is not surprising given the general distaste on the matter." I blinked and cleared my throat, not expecting that kind of response. But my discomfort didn't go unnoticed as Leylandier's nostrils flared and his body tensed. "That's why you're here, isn't it?" He didn't answer right away and turned to pace the room. "There must be a reason this happened here. No portals have sprung up between other Irian worlds. Earth, backwater that it is the conduit. There are as many theories as there are stars across the multiverse about why this is so, but I suspect the truth lies with humans and not the planet in which they inhabit." "And you think rather than help we'd try to stop you from figuring it out?" I pressed. "I believe those with power and privilege do not easily give it up." I flinched at the word privilege. While I knew logically that my magical abilities afforded me more advantages than most, now I knew that was on the back of being a hybrid. Could I really promise now that the leaders of Earth would really collaborate with him? "I'd give it up in a heartbeat." I licked my lips as the admission halted Leylandier in his tracks. Magic never brought me anything but pain and heartache. Leylandier stared at me, his eyes widening with disbelief. "Surely you cannot mean this?" His voice was hushed, as if the very idea was too terrible to speak aloud. I nodded, swallowing past the lump in my throat. He took a step toward me, his brow furrowed. "But magic is a part of you, a gift that sets you apart. To deny it would be to deny your very essence." I let out a bitter laugh. "A gift? More like a curse. I never asked for this power, and I've never wanted it. Not after what happened when the gates opened. I cannot fathom a life without magic." Leylandier's expression softened, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. "What happened to you, Asha Lopez?" I looked up at him, startled by the gentleness in his tone. For a moment, the barriers between us seemed to melt away, leaving us as just two beings, each grappling with the hand fate had dealt us. I wanted to tell him everything, about my family, the utter destruction I'd left in my wake, but I was already too emotional. So, I stuffed the feelings back down instead. "The gates happened. That's what," I whispered, my voice cracking. "But all I know is that unless you try, there's no hope of testing your theory with the big brass to see if they'll cooperate." He opened his mouth as if to argue but sighed as he considered me. When his jaw clenched, I thought he might dismiss my ideas again, but before he could respond, the door buzzed open, shattering the moment. "Time's up," Garcia said from outside. "The shrink says it's urgent." Leyland Deer turned his attention to the guard and stepped back, the mask of cool indifference slipping back into place. But as Garcia led him away, Leyland Deer glanced back at me, and in his eyes I saw a flicker of something that looked almost like hope. Chapter 22. I didn't have a chance to speak to Levine before the briefing that Friday, nor had he answered my calls since the visit to the Event Gate. I'd filed my reports, same as usual, omitting the conversations of hybrids, but I'd spent the following days out in the yard with Leyland Deer's mood pensive and subdued. He'd deftly evaded every question I'd asked to get closer to the truth of his purpose on Earth, and I hadn't pushed him. Maybe that was more to do with my reckoning of the bigger picture than anything. Or perhaps I was growing increasingly hesitant to uncover the full truth, preferring to hold on to the common ground we'd found in our sparring sessions. "Now," General Rind said from the conference room in his office, surrounded by all the heads of departments involved in the peace talks. "The Russians know we have the elf in custody and are demanding we provide a report to the Earthen Alliance about the situation. Do we have a profile ready to share?" Dr. Shaw, who sat on our side of the conference call, spoke up. "We've got plenty. How much do you want to divulge?" "The basics. What he eats when he shits, results from blood samples and biometrics. We'll need another on protocols used to keep him from harming himself. Colonel Levine, I believe you had custom restraints commissioned, so they'll want to know about that too. Enough so that we're being transparent with the Alliance, but nothing which can be perceived as compromising to the national interests." "Like his sexual relationship with one of our guards," I added silently. "We'll have reporters banging down our door the minute we announce this. A woman with frizzy hair. Maria, I thought, said from General Rind's end. Do we have a spokesperson? Someone we can stick in front of a camera who's been face-to-face with him and can verify his existence? We can spin this to make it feel like we're making progress before the talks have even started. What about one of the prison guards?" Rind scowled and shook his head. "We're rotating the guards out for new ones. Isn't that right, Warden?" McDaniel nodded his agreement and gave me a sidelong look. "Already in train, General. I have a new unit being brought across today from the South Wing." It was the first I'd heard about it, and I sat a little straighter. I hadn't seen Hancock since she blurted about her pregnancy, and come to think of it, I had only seen Garcia over the past couple of days. Was it a procedural cover-up so Hancock's departure didn't look so conspicuous? Or was there something else to it? "For now, we only confirm the official report with the media. It won't look good if we introduce him to the world as some New Age elf ally, only to have him executed before the week is out. If he was valuable to their ruling council, they would have said so by now. If they want him dead, we can say we came to a mutual decision about his crimes." I clenched my hands underneath the conference table, trying to contain the nervous energy that made me want to jiggle my foot on the floor. It was all a matter of appearance to them. Maria pursed her lips and scribbled something in her notebook. "The review of the translation device suggests that's true." The Director of Intelligence, Lieutenant General Peters, scratched his temple as he looked over a report in front of him. "I've had my people go over it, and while we haven't been able to get a replay of the discussion the delegation had among themselves, I can confirm that Haldeloke was goading the prisoner at the end for not suiciding on capture. We have the phrase, "Nell whineth Enethiel," documented across other cases of suicide on capture. What's interesting is that we also know that the Tulka Seals are part of the ruling classes in Arendor from other sources of intelligence. Not powerful enough to be on the ruling council, but from what we understand, they've got at least one kingdom across their worlds. "What do we know about them?" General Rind grunted. "Why would they send one of their people here? Do they have any colonies?" "Not that we know of, no." Peters adjusted his glasses. "Military presence? We've documented their emblem among fallen elves over the years, but not many. Mostly they crop up near Russian and European gates. Thank you, Peters. The general nodded in response. He looked to Helen Knowles, the diplomatic representative to the alliance. What's our position with the Russians? They know we're holding him, but not where, though it wouldn't be hard to guess with the facility so close to the gate. She flipped through her notes. From what we can tell, they seem to be furious about the whole thing. Their arranged marriage with the elven princess to Marshal Sidorov has slid off the news cycle, and there are whispers that this prisoner is only noise because we haven't made as many inroads as they have with the elves. I know. General Rind blew out a breath. I've had to field half a dozen calls this morning about it. The Russians have their own agenda, and we can't afford to let them dominate the narrative with promises of climate restoration and advanced magical technology. It'll be anarchy before we know it when we return from Arendor, and none of it eventuates. Agreed, Peters said. We've already got enough people out there ready to welcome elves to Earth with open arms. The Russians are encouraging it. They'll suggest that we're holding the prisoner unlawfully to provoke them. Then we need a distraction. He leveled a finger at Knowles. I'm counting on you to share the report on the prisoner, then present something new to the Alliance. An agenda for the talks, some recently published paper on geodomes that shows we're at the forefront of climate science. Anything that will get them asking the questions we want to answer. Knowles took a deep breath and gave a terse nod. It was all a game to them. I couldn't banish the foul taste in my mouth at their scheming and backstabbing, even though I knew it was as much part of the political realm on Earth pre-Gates as it was in the multiverse of other races. My hands trembled slightly where they rested on the table, and I forced myself to take a slow, steadying breath. What if the elves could help restore Earth on their way back through the gates to seal them up forever? What would happen if the sham marriage with the elven princess produced a hybrid smack bang in the middle of the public arena? Was that the real threat here? It would make Hancock's baby seem like a drop in the ocean, something I hadn't even considered when Levine had confirmed the truth of hybrids just days ago. The chatter on the other end of the conference call dwindled off, and I heard my name. I jerked to attention. Sorry, did you say something? General Rind grunted. Yes, how is the prisoner? Do we have any trouble with him? I swallowed. I hadn't shared anything, and I wasn't about to start. No, sir. Is he being cooperative? He asked me. Has his demeanor changed since returning from the gate? No, sir, not that I've noticed. Has he made any mention of escape or what he thinks his people will say? I shook my head. No, sir. He hasn't said much at all, actually. Part of me wanted to tell him that the prisoner was on Earth for the same damn reason that he should be focused on, bringing about the end of the gates and restoring the magical balance. I wanted to howl about the injustice of it all and demand an explanation for mass cover-ups of hybrids that might keep us from making any genuine gains. But I was sure that if General Rind knew Leylandier's true purpose, he would put an end to him. Then keep asking questions. I nodded, and the meeting continued. I'd checked out, and by the time Levine punched the button on the table to end the call, I'd stopped paying attention altogether. As the others stood to file out of the room, Levine caught my eye with a pointed look, silently indicating I should remain behind. I kept my gaze down as the others gathered their things and left, avoiding eye contact as the low murmur of voices faded, leaving an uncomfortable silence in its wake. Levine stood and moved to the conferencing device, his movements deliberate as he shut it off with a soft click. The weight of his stare burned into the side of my face, and I clasped my hands under the desk in anticipation. Do I need to ask what's up with you? I laced my fingers together and shrugged. It's been a long week. You've got a seat at the table and every opportunity to impress the general, and you give him yes-no answers like a damn teenager. I frowned. Levine knew me well enough to understand I wasn't the ambitious type. What am I supposed to say? I don't know. He groaned in parody before his voice sharpened. Maybe what the prisoner has actually been saying. You told me yourself. Discussing hybrids will get me killed. Levine's eyes glittered menacingly. I thought I told you to lay off on that. Kinda hard when elves think humans opened the portals, and at least some of them are actually examining the facts of how we might have achieved it. What did you say? I took a deep breath. I trusted Levine. But if it came down to it, would he do what he thought was best for me in his position? Leylandir has made it clear he wouldn't work with humans, but he'd said enough to make it clear that he suspected there was a link between the hybrid population on Earth and our worlds turning upside down. Could that be enough for us to take it from here? He thinks hybrids are the key to this, I'm sure of it. It's not like I can write that in an official report. Levine leaned forward. Tell me exactly what he said. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry as I recounted Leylandir's misstep in divulging what he knew of hybrids across the worlds, or the lack thereof except on Earth, and his fatalistic expectation of impending death. Every word felt like a betrayal, but if anyone had the power to turn this around, it was the Colonel. And he's not working for the Elven ruling council? No. I pressed my lips together. Like I've been saying all along, he thinks any elf who backs these peace talks is a traitor. So the theory can't be too popular on Arendor. Levine sagged with relief. I frowned. What does that even matter? What happens when this Princess Yavanna gets knocked up and gives birth to a human child? The truth will come out in the end. Levine clucked dismissively. Even Sidorov isn't that stupid, and like you said, elf women aren't easily knocked up. I huffed and cradled my head in my hand. This won't last forever. Nothing does. Levine stood. But believe you me, nobody wants to be around when the time for pitchforks comes around. There are more of them than there are of us. What, humans? I scoffed. We're as human as everyone else, he argued. Just more. I couldn't agree with that. Having loathed the power which had ultimately led to the death of everyone I loved, I couldn't pretend that I had a right to be part of humanity. Not waiting to be dismissed, I stood and hauled ass out of the conference room. Petitioning Levine had been a waste of time. It had been far too long since I'd held Erding in my fist, and I wanted nothing more than the solace of sword practice as far away from Fort Hood as I could manage. And I knew one place that fit the bill perfectly. By the time I'd driven out to Colorado Bend State Park, my head had cooled somewhat. I had no intention of meeting with the hedge witch, Ishar, but understood why she'd chosen the park as her home. After parking at the end of a lane, I stepped out of the car, taking a deep breath of the crisp, clean air. The scent of pine and earth filled my lungs, a stark contrast to the stale, recycled air of the conference room. I stomped past trees and underbrush, each crunch of my boots against the forest floor echoing in the stillness. Out here, every sound I made was stark, like I was completely alone in a way that was impossible even in my little apartment. The solitude was both comforting and unnerving, a reminder of the weight I carried on my shoulders alone. The army was never where I wanted to end up in life. While I'd played the part of a good soldier for over a decade, I'd done so believing the objective was in line with my own moral compass, for the most part. I'd done horrible things in the name of progress, endured battles and wholesale slaughter in the interests of keeping Earth safe. But for what? The bitter taste of doubt and disillusionment was a hard pill to swallow, even if I'd never considered myself the rose-tinted glasses type. How the last week had shown me otherwise, I mused. I entered a small clearing, the soft grass cushioning my steps. With a fluid motion, I rolled Erding from its sheath, the blade singing as it tasted the open air. My muscles were taut with pent-up emotion, and the sword's point glimmered even under overcast skies. This would not be a normal practice. Today, I would hold nothing back. Falling into the dwarven forms I'd learned on Azagrim, I let my mind focus on the movement of my body, a much-needed respite from the chaos of my thoughts. My blade sliced through the air, each strike precise and powerful. But before too long, my practice had shifted. the quick and blunt forms of the dwarves giving way to the more fluid and graceful motions of elven swordsmanship. I put myself through another round of lunges and cuts, parries, and thrusts, all while staying focused on my breathing. The world around me faded away, the trees blurring into indistinct smears of green and brown as I moved faster. With each imaginary blade that slashed at me, I reacted with quick steps that left erratic footprints in the dirt. Leylandir was right when he said they suited my physique better, and if the dwarven sword had noticed, it didn't seem to care. I swung at a large branch, the tip of my blade coming within a hair of it before I jerked back. I continued to move, cutting apart smaller, lighter branches and bounding over them in leaps that all came too easily. When I launched myself at a tree which had snapped and stood propped against another, I threw my shoulder at the rough bark, the force of my entire body sending the trunk toppling to land with a loud crash. But when I landed, there was no moment of triumph, no exhilaration, no flare of blue light from Erding to mirror my victory. The emptiness in my chest remained, a yawning void that no amount of physical exertion could fill. Maybe I was just too dejected about the whole situation I was in, and the blade was following my lead, mirroring my inner turmoil. When I'd worked up a sweat and my breathing had turned to heaves, I stopped for a rest and sat on a log with Erding sitting on my knees. With my fingertips pressed to the runes etched on the blade, I stared at it pleadingly as if it could tell me what I should do. It didn't, but a sense of reassurance emanated from the weapon, along with a flicker of courage that warmed my heart. My mouth curved in a small smile, the first genuine one in days. I needed to be true to who I was, even if it meant riding against everything I'd stood for since the gates opened. I couldn't just stand by while Leylandir was executed, losing whatever knowledge he had gathered on hybrids, even if it turned out it wasn't related to the gates at all. Maybe it was because it would close the door on any chance I had to learn why I'd killed my family, and to discover who I truly was. Or, I added begrudgingly, maybe the elf had grown on me since we'd started our practice together, and he was clearly too pig-headed to save himself. With a sigh, I rose to my feet, Erding's weight comforting in my hand. After sheathing the weapon, I was no closer to discovering the silver bullet for this dire situation, but maybe there wasn't one. Only choices, all of them with consequences I'd need to live with. Chapter 23. Banging on the door jolted me from my sleep. Checking my phone, I blinked in confusion. 5 a.m.? I rolled out of bed and stumbled to the door clad only in a sweatshirt and shorts. A soldier shifted from foot to foot in the gloomy corridor. "Colonel Levine needs you to accompany him to the Avant Gate immediately," he said, then turned to leave. I caught his elbow and he frowned back at me. "Avant? What's happening out there?" I asked, my heart racing with the adrenaline of 15 years of combat centering around that damned gate. The soldier shook his head. "I don't have any details. The colonel just said it's critical you come at once." I dressed in a panic. I grabbed my boots, stuffed my bare feet into them, scraped my hair back into a bun, then threw my coat over my shoulders. Scampering from my room, I hustled through the barracks corridor, then outside to the administration offices under floodlights illuminating the paths between buildings. Levine waited by a jeep in the parking lot, of which I was glad to note only a driver inside, and I swallowed as I stopped short of the colonel. "I'm guessing the delegation is back?" "Just got word." Levine climbed into the front, and I took the back seat. I scrubbed the sleep from my grainy eyes and looked at Levine in the rearview mirror. "Have they said anything? Do they regularly just pop in for a chat at this time of morning?" Levine's brow furrowed, and he met my eye in the mirror. Normally, I wouldn't press for that kind of detail in front of another soldier, and I mentally chastised myself over the slip. "They don't usually break from protocol, no," he said, with a little emphasis on the word protocol. "But the ride should give you some time to wake up. This assignment must be making you soft, Lopez. A 5 a.m. start should be business as usual for an AFO." I bit my lip and broke eye contact. It couldn't be good news. Despite the colonel's jibe, Nobody ever delivered good news at 5 in the morning. Buckling my seatbelt, we pulled out from the lot, and I took calming breaths, wishing I had a cup of Levine's awful coffee to soothe my parched throat. We settled into silence as the Jeep sped along the road. After 20 minutes, the glow of floodlights illuminated the darkness ahead, and a checkpoint came into view. My mind was a mess of turmoil, and I had to keep reminding myself that nothing could happen right then and there. Leylandir was safe back at the prison, so it wasn't like he'd be shot on sight after the elves delivered their verdict. Decisions would have to be made. There would probably be another briefing. There was still a chance to stop it, if the elves wanted him dead. But from what Leylandir had said, would a return to Arendor be much better? It wasn't like I could do much on that front, and once he was free of the cuffs which held him and back on a world with negligible magic, I had to assume he could take care of himself. That's all I could do. When we pulled up short of the pool of light surrounding the portal, the crunch of gravel under the tires made me wince. I had to keep myself from launching out of the vehicle, my muscles coiled with nervous energy. The cool night air nipped at my exposed skin, and I shivered despite my coat. Someone had already lugged the table, chairs, translation device, and Levine's customary mug of coffee over, and Haldalok sat with his fingers steepled. His entourage stood stiffly, peering into the darkness at all angles, but when Levine stepped forward, they only relaxed a fraction as their leader stood with a nodding greeting. Colonel Levine. We must offer our humble apologies for our unscheduled arrival. The council agreed that this could not wait. The elf's shrewd eyes flickered to me, undoubtedly linking my presence to Leylandir. I clenched my fists behind my back as I stood to attention, hoping to still the trembling. Levine took a seat with a tight smile. Of course. We have been eagerly awaiting your return. My heart pounded in my ears, drowning out the sound of wind whipping around the dark, desolate landscape. I kept my gaze fixed on Haldalok, waiting with bated breath for the next words to echo into my head. Haldalok tapped a manila folder on the table. The ruling council has reviewed the report and discussed the inter-realm protocols which exist between our people and other races at length. Those treaties are on the agenda for our upcoming discussions, of course, but lacking ratification with Earth. They are guidestones we have used to steer our deliberations. This is uncharted territory, Levine agreed. But Earth seeks to act in good faith. Can we begin with this Leylandir's identity and purpose in our world? That is, of course, a matter of little consequence for my people. In Arendor, elves are treated equally under the law, regardless of their identity. We understand that on Earth, this may not be the case. His gaze flickered to me, and I straightened my posture, meeting his eyes evenly. Leylandir arrived before we declared the ceasefire, and as such, there was no obligation for our people to stay out of your territory during that time. We cannot account for the purpose of every elf across the Arendor worlds. Damn the political speak. I resisted the urge to narrow my eyes or give any indication that I was rattled. I was a soldier, and I couldn't afford to give anything away. Haldalok appeared thoughtful for a moment before continuing after Levine offered nothing back. However, I can offer assurances that our people did not sanction his sojourn to Earth. If we had known Leylandir's intentions to come to Earth for a purpose contrary to the ruling council's interests, we would have taken appropriate action. He paused again before adding, though I dare say, we don't always see eye to eye with humans on matters of justice. His gaze swept across Levine and I as if daring us to challenge his statement. I bit the inside of my cheek, my mind racing to parse the implications of his words. Were the elves trying to distance themselves from Leylandir's actions? Or was there more to this than they were willing to admit? But the colonel only sipped his coffee with a polite set to his features. He wasn't going to bite, and Haldalok spread his hands with a smile of fake benevolence. I hope this answers your questions satisfactorily, Colonel Levine, he said. I believe it is important for both sides that we remain civil throughout these proceedings. Levine cleared his throat before speaking telepathically. Our system of justice is one of the most important features that distinguishes our species from other forms of life, he began. We measure criminal responsibility according to motive and intent. Our courts consider a range of factors when determining sentencing for a crime, and a criminal's motivation is certainly taken into account. We believe that it is essential to understand why someone has committed an offense in order to ensure they receive appropriate punishment and rehabilitation if necessary. Haldaloke nodded in response, but his expression was unreadable. It is true that we have different systems of justice across the multiverse, he drawled. But it is agreed across Dwaringal, Orduk, and Arendor realms that punishments should be tailored to the severity of the offense, and not influenced by a criminal's motivation or background. All creatures deserve the same standard of justice no matter where they come from or how powerful they are. This is something our people strongly believe in. We must reconcile these beliefs so that we can work together in harmony. Except, Levine tapped the table with his finger, that we would also insist that if this Leylandir was directed by another to commit these crimes, noting that he has identified himself as a servant to the Tulkasil house, there are broader implications for Earth security. I hadn't expected the Colonel to push this so hard. I kept from staring at the back of his head to reckon with his angle. It was clear that General Rind thought Leylandir's death would be a tidy way to clear up this mess, but if Levine had shared what I'd said about Leylandir's interest in hybrids, had I unknowingly toppled the peace talks altogether? Haldaloke's face darkened, but his mouth stretched in a pained smile. We can give every assurance that the great house of Tulkasil does not mean Earth any harm, and would not have acted against the elven interests by ordering one of their house to travel here and kill 4 humans. He must have acted alone. Would not. Must have. It was conjecture. I'd learned enough about elf honor from Leylandir to know elves weren't in the habit of outright lies. The delegates' word choices suggested either they hadn't bothered to ask the Tulkasils about their servant or were skirting the issue. And I trust they will keep a tighter rein on their people in the future. We would have your word on the matter before the peace talks take place. It would be unfortunate if we discovered any more of their number here on Earth before we can agree on protocols for these situations. Haldaloke gave a stiff nod and opened the manila folder. Of course. But to the matter of the prisoner himself, we have reviewed the crimes listed and taken into consideration Earth punishments for such offenses and can concur that execution would be befitting. My stomach dropped like a stone, bile rising in my throat. Execution. The word rang in my ears, reverberating with finality. I fought to keep my expression neutral, my fingers digging into the palms of my hands. We would not suggest, Haldaloke continued, however, that we have the right to demand that this action is taken. A stray orc in Arendor who has committed crimes of this magnitude is a problem for our judicial system, unless more grievous crimes have been committed in Orduk which require transportation back to his home world. There are, of course, nuances which must be negotiated at an inter-realm council. My throat tightened, and I kept my eyes fixed on the delegate despite the awareness of his entourage considering me surreptitiously. Levine sat back in his chair and cocked his head. So this Leylandir has no criminal record or impending charges on Arendor. Earth may do as you wish with him. However, Haldaloke paused and stared grimly at the manila folder. While we wouldn't seek to sway your decision, the Council wishes for you to know that imprisonment, or our understanding of what this involves, is a punishment which we do not hold with. For lesser crimes, magical correction or limitations may be applied, or agreement may be reached on a term of indentureship with the aggrieved party. We would not consider the murder of 4 elves a lesser crime, though. I swallowed. Leylandir was right. His people wouldn't lift a finger to save him. They were gunning for the highest penalty, which must have had more to do with the risk of Leylandir talking while imprisoned than any sense of justice. Heck, they were discussing murder like we hadn't spent the last 15 years killing each other in one bloody battle after another. Was it really murder to kill enemy soldiers to escape capture in a time of war? Wasn't that kind of the point? I'll take this back to General Rind. Levine stood. We will advise you about any decisions we reach at our next meeting." Haldaloke likewise stood and gave the slightest of bows. "We appreciate your transparency on the matter. We hope to put this ill-timed matter firmly behind us and walk together toward our shared goals." The sentiment turned my mouth to ashes. I clenched my jaw, fighting the urge to glare daggers at Haldaloke and his lackeys for so callously giving up one of their own in the name of diplomacy. They had to know that we would have handed Leylandir over if they asked, but had evidently decided that they didn't want to weaken their position by this one concession. As they finished their exchange with flowery commitments to the peace talks, I had to look away from Haldaloke, bile rising in my throat at the thought that humans might be capable of such cold pragmatism as well. I busied myself by committing the details of each elven face to memory, taking slow, measured breaths to maintain my composure. It took a few minutes to get things wrapped up, then the crunch of gravel underfoot was the only sound as the elven delegation strolled through the gate, their cloaks billowing in the chill night breeze. A flurry of activity began as soldiers came forward to clear everything away. Levine stood, still nursing his coffee, as he stared at the shimmering green portal in a moment of introspection. When he went to march back to the jeep, I caught his sleeve with a meaningful look. "So what? Emergency briefing?" That slimy asshole was holding back. How long does it take for intelligence to get the replay of the conversation? Levine frowned at where my hand was still on his elbow, even though nobody was in earshot. I dropped my hand and swallowed. "A couple of days before they're satisfied that they've looked at it from every angle. But General Rind will want an account right away." I nodded a little frantically. "Good. There's a reason they don't want him imprisoned. You had him as good as squirming when you asked about Tulkasil involvement. With the right pressure, we—" "I warned him," Levine interrupted. "There's not a snowflake's chance in hell that we'll ever get the real reason the Tulkasil sent him here. We've made it clear that any other arrivals would be considered hostile, which is what I set out to do. That's enough to get us through these peace talks and out the other side." "So what? You don't care why he's here now?" I couldn't keep the edge from my tone, even if I kept the words pitched at a whisper. "Or now that you know, it's just that you wish you didn't?" Levine scanned the immediate vicinity before fixing me with a sharp look, the look which said I should shut the hell up. "Lopez, you better pick up that attitude before I write you up for insubordination and have you confined for a few days to cool your damn head. Understand?" Levine's rebuke was loud enough to hang heavy in the air, and the weight of nearby soldiers' stares bored into me. My face flushed hot with a potent mix of anger and embarrassment. I clenched my trembling fists at my sides, struggling to keep my expression neutral as I met Levine's hard glare. Swallowing hard, I gave the smallest of nods. "Yes, sir." The ride back to base was agonizingly silent. I stared unseeingly out the window, my mind churning. Levine's dressing down had been a harsh reminder of my place. I was a soldier, bound by the chain of command. Questioning his decisions so brazenly in front of other soldiers held serious consequences, even if I enjoyed a certain license with the man outside of our respective roles. But even as shame burned in my gut, that same stubborn determination I'd been warring with for days took root. There was no way in hell I'd let Levine leave me out of the briefing with General Rind, not when so much hung in the balance with Leylandir's fate. As much as I wanted to screech at the top of my lungs about the injustice of it all, I kept my tongue behind my teeth, knowing I had to play this smart. If I wanted any chance of influencing the outcome, I had to banish the seething fury that had my neck pulsing and palms clammy. Drawing a steadying breath, I examined every word I could recall from Haldaloke's carefully scripted messaging, formulating my argument on why we needed to keep Leylandir alive, even if it risked the displeasure of our soon-to-be allies. Chapter 24. When we stepped into the stark, fluorescent-lit conference room, Denise was already there, fussing with the control panel to set up the call. Her usually immaculate appearance was disheveled at this early hour, with her hair askew and a stark lack of her favored glossy lipstick. I imagined I looked no better and wriggled my bare toes in my boots at the reminder of my own hasty departure from the barracks. Through the room's tall windows, the sun cast a pallid glow in the cloudy atmosphere, silhouetting the first clusters of personnel making their way across the base grounds, likely in search of a hot breakfast. "He's on the other line," Denise muttered. "I'll get you some coffee before I switch it over." Levine grunted his thanks and sat, rubbing his eyes wearily. When I took up the seat next to him, he fixed me with a sidelong look. "Do I need to remind you not to say anything stupid?" I shook my head meekly, fearing he'd banish me if I dared revisit my earlier arguments. After Denise returned with 2 steaming mugs, setting them before us with a soft clink, I drank down the bitter concoction greedily, grimacing at the acrid taste. Across the room, she began tapping at the control panel. When the large screen flickered to life, the picture revealed General Rind seated rigidly at his desk, the harsh lighting casting deep shadows across the grooves of his furrowed brow and tightened jaw. Denise scuttled out, throwing me a furtive look of sympathy. Just how much did the colonel's assistant truly know about this operation? "Levine," the general's gruff voice barked through the speakers. "I'd start with pleasantries, but I've been waiting over an hour for an update." "Understood, sir." Levine took a swig of coffee and rested his elbows on the conference table, his posture tense. "Haldeloke has answers from the ruling council. They don't want him and don't oppose an execution. He offered sureties that this won't happen again and promised that it wasn't a state-sanctioned mission. But they didn't give us much else. They say that motive and extenuating circumstances aren't factored into their justice systems and were vague about the Tulka seals and what they might have sent the prisoner for. Haldeloke gave the impression that the council wouldn't be happy with any long-term imprisonment as punishment, though." "Course he did," General Rind said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I'll bet it's grinding their gears that we've had him for so long." "Exactly. I told him we would keep him abreast of our decision." The general tapped a pen against the desk, the rhythmic sound echoing through the speakers as he took a deep breath. "So much for him being some kind of nobility. We'll make a firm decision on Monday, but if they want him off the map, hell, it'll save us some resources not having to cordon off an entire wing of the facility to hold him." Urgent bubbles of anxiety rose in my throat. I had to say something. I had to do it now. "Permission to speak, sir." I swallowed and kept my eyes on the screen, where the general's irritated expression morphed to a frown. "Yes?" His tone was sharp, impatient. Beside me, Levine's posture stiffened. The weight of his disapproval only added to the feeling of being a bug pinned to a board, but it was too late to back down now. And it wasn't like Levine could just kick me out with the general waiting to hear what I had to say. "Sir, if they want him dead, surely that's saying something. From my experience with the prisoner, he's no friend to their ruling council. We can use him on our side. The enemy of our enemy is our friend, right?" "Lopez," Levine said, but the general held up a hand to quiet him. "Let her speak, Colonel. Tell me, Lopez, why would we keep the enemy of our enemy around if we're soon to hold peace talks to turn them into allies?" I took a stealing breath. This was it. My one shot. And a life was on the line. Because Haldeloke was cagey. He never said that the Tulkasials weren't involved, only that they wouldn't have been. Elves hold honor as their code, and from what I can piece together, they don't outright lie about anything. But they're cunning. I leaned forward, some of the pressure lifting now that I'd started. "The Tulka Seals are up to something bigger here, and we have one of their operatives in custody." "Who refuses to cooperate, yes?" The general arched an eyebrow. "For now." I nodded. "But a couple of months is a drop in the ocean. The prisoner knows he will likely be executed. If he thinks we will hold him indefinitely, my bet is he will eventually offer up intel. He believes the council are traitors for entering into peace talks." Rind narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin pensively. My heart pounded. Had I piqued his interest enough to consider it? I kept my features schooled to calm. I had to play this cool. Then why should we trust anything this elf says? He has every reason to mislead us. Because it will be different to whatever ambassador they send from Arendor says, I said, anticipating the counter-argument. Besides colony elves, we don't have other elf perspectives here on Earth. He's too valuable to lose, sir. For a long moment, the general simply stared at me, his expression inscrutable. Then, slowly, an approving half-smile played across his lips. My pulse quickened. Was he actually going to concede my point? But then Rind shook his head, the hint of a smile vanishing like a mirage. And risk pissing off Arendor? I might have agreed before they knew we had him. It still would have been a gamble then, but one I might have taken. But now? He made a dismissive grunt. We have to factor in the diplomatic ramifications. My heart sank as his words struck home. I'd been so close. But I hadn't spent the ride back from Evant composing my arguments for nothing. I had more than one bullet in the barrel. Risking one quick glance at Levine, I noted his stony expression, but I hoped by keeping the discussion away from hybrids, I hadn't just screwed up my chances of keeping the operation. He went to open his mouth, and I snapped my attention back to the screen. "Due process, sir," I blurted. "Due process?" The general arched an eyebrow. Haldaloak spoke about respecting Earth jurisdiction on the matter. It seems to align with the way they handle things between the other realms. You can sentence the prisoner to execution, but also explain that in our judicial system, it takes some time before the sentence is carried out. I took a quick breath. Due process. Even before martial law took effect, prisoners used to spend years on death row, which means it isn't a deception. If we string this out over the peace talks, we'll know how that plays out before making the final decision. Even a year would be long enough to let the prisoner stew on cooperating, and we can tell him he's been sentenced to life in prison. In the meantime, we have the opportunity to flush out any Tulkasiel plots. And risk him suiciding or progressing any plans to escape or kill our people? The resources going into holding him are considerable. With respect, sir, he hasn't tried anything since we captured him. Not a thing. Keeping him isolated from the general population is probably overkill by now. In fact, I'm sure your shrink would love to observe him with other inmates. We could leverage that with the promise of release to anyone who could earn his trust. I hadn't spoken that fast on my feet in, well, ever. Despite the words feeling like empty promises, I told myself I was keeping Leyland Deer alive. That was the first hurdle. After that, who knew? But it wasn't like I would ever have the opportunity to find out about hybrids and the missing link in my family tree without him. The general's face seemed thoughtful for a long moment, the crease between his brows deepening as he mulled it over. Please, I sent a prayer out to the universe. Let this be enough. But then, like a switch being flipped, he seemed to blink away the thought as he shook his head. We'll decide on Monday, pending input from the briefing team. The peace talks have to be our top priority. Anything else, Levine? No, sir. His tone was clipped. The translation device is already in transit to intelligence. Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to prepare for an intelligence exchange with the Russians now that we have a response. The screen went dead and my shoulders slumped, emotion crashing over me in waves. Disappointment, fear, and a stubborn defiance. I'd given it everything, pleaded my case with every fiber of my being, but it hadn't been enough to sway him. You're off the operation. Levine's quiet words sliced right down to the bone. My eyes squeezed shut against the blow and dread coiled in my gut. Please. Enough. Damn it, don't you understand, Asha? He said. I have been sitting on the knowledge that an AFO under my command has learned top-secret information in the course of her duties. You know what they call that around here? Sedition. This whole operation has gotten way out of hand, and believe me, it's a 50-50 on whether General Rind would bring you into the fold or hang you out to dry. At this point, that elf is better off dead. I plucked up the courage to meet Levine's intense stare, my eyes prickling with unshed tears. Even if it's wrong? Wrong? He sprang from his chair with his arms held wide. When was the last time anything was right on this godforsaken planet? Oh, that's right. 15 damn years ago. This is about survival, Asha. Don't make me have to tell Lorraine that another person she cares about has wound up dead. I flinched. Levine and his wife had lost almost as much as I had. Was I spitting in the man's face by defying him in this? He hadn't ascended all those ranks over the years by taking too many risks, and he'd kept me under his wing for a good deal of those. But could I lie to myself for the sake of someone else? Tell myself everything was fine when it absolutely wasn't? I could almost feel my heart tearing inside me. Please, Hank, I croaked. I don't want to live in a world where this secret might keep us from actually fixing everything. Otherwise, what's the point? Levine placed his hands on my shoulders. Even if that elf boy had the keys to every portal on Earth and could sweep magic back under the rug, it isn't bringing anyone back. Not Dustin. Not your family. Nobody, you hear me? The best we can do is stop the fighting so we can all take a minute to figure everything out. I wanted to believe him, but something had changed inside me. Hell, I'd never thought the army was perfect, but I'd always figured I was in the same ballpark. Now I wasn't sure we were in the same league. Let me see him, one more time. Levine rolled his eyes and gazed at the ceiling, his jaw flexing. Here we go. I knew you'd gone way in over your head. Don't tell me you've got feelings for him. No, I lied. It's not that. It's... I might never have a chance to, find out who I am. Aren't you even curious? He rubbed the bridge of his nose and sighed. I don't need to know. And finding out will only create more questions. I reached to take the Colonel's hand. Please, maybe you can try to bury it, but I can't. If I never get the chance to ask the question, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Levine gave my hand a squeeze, then his jaw flexed as he let go. Once. After that, you've got your choice of a transfer to intelligence or back to Georgia on the Azagrim Gate to continue Dwaran lessons. I understand Holson over in linguistics is interested in what you've learned. My throat constricted. But I need to keep you away from all this. 6 months in Arendor up the general's ass during the peace talks is a recipe for disaster. I'll have a hell of a time explaining it, but I don't see another way which doesn't end up with you dead. He fished in his pocket and dropped my gnomish pendant onto the conference table. Your little friend has just arrived Earthside. You should probably get this to Mrs. Lee so he can start working when he gets back. I went to protest, but he was already striding out of the conference room, his departure like a physical blow. Picking up the Velimir, I cradled it in my palm, the cool metal offering little comfort. With a heavy heart, I slipped the chain over my neck as Levine's words echoed mercilessly in my mind. Intelligence or Georgia. This wasn't about protection. It was pure and simple punishment, like being banished for daring to peek behind the curtain. I rested my head in my hands, sorrow and rage waging war within me. Tears burned hot against my palms as the full, crushing reality set in. I knew deep down that I'd have nothing left to live for if I let this slide and played the part of a good soldier, knowing now that it was all just a front to keep magic on Earth and in the hands of the elite. It was time to be brave. The question was, how? I didn't rush right over to the prison. If I had only one shot at this, one final meeting with Leylandir, I needed to make it count. Leaving the conference room behind, I forced down a protein bar, my appetite non-existent after the train wreck of a morning. But beneath the dread, a traitorous flutter of anticipation stirred. A chance to see him again, even under such dire circumstances. Back in my quarters, I shed my rumpled uniform, fingers trembling on the buttons. Stepping into the shower's scalding spray, I let it sluice away the grime and desperation clinging to me like a second skin. But no amount of soap could wash away the ache in my chest, the longing I barely dared acknowledge. As the stinging water cleared my head, scenarios began taking shape, strategies to pry the truth from Leylandier's lips, the only path left to me now. But other visions intruded. The proud set of his angular jaw, the iridescent green in those otherworldly eyes, the way his lilting voice resonated in my very bones. Toweling off, I stood before my closet, paralyzed by indecision, despite the usual fatigue staring back at me. I needed to look professional, in control, but some treacherous part of me wanted to be seen, truly seen by him. I couldn't afford to rouse any suspicion, but I pulled out a laundered uniform and paired it with a bra and underwear I reserved for off-duty activities, the ones that made me feel like a woman. The brush tugged through my damp hair, each stroke an attempt to tame my rioting thoughts. Leylandier was a prisoner, an asset. I couldn't afford to let my guard down, to reveal how deeply he affected me. I may have been stripped of my assignment and on the road out of Fort Hood, but I'd be damned if I let him strip me of my purpose. No, I had to stay focused, remember what was at stake. More than just my own selfish desires. But God help me, I wanted him to look at me and see someone worth trusting, worth saving himself for, even if it damned us both. Squaring my shoulders, I met my own gaze in the mirror, eyes dark with determination. With the barest flicker of hunger, I prayed he wouldn't notice. The general wanted intel, something concrete to justify keeping Leylandier alive, and it was up to me to get it. But how? Leylandier seemed resigned to his fate, and as far as I knew, I had nothing to bargain with. Levine was gunning for execution, and the general's priority was the peace talks, even if he saw potential value in the elf. Talk of hybrids would only earn us both a noose. No, I needed something else, and to achieve that, I had to reignite Leylandier's will to fight. An idea took shape, both daring and desperate. If I could get Leylandier's blood pumping, remind him of the thrill of being alive. He'd been caged for months. Maybe a taste of freedom, of passion, could loosen his tongue. I shook my head, hardly believing what I was considering. It was crazy, reckless. If things went sideways, I could end up dishonorably discharged. Or worse, locked in a cell next to his. But what choice did I have? If Leylandier stayed silent, he'd die. And some part of me knew saving him was the key to saving myself, to unlocking the truth behind what had plagued me for half of my life. Mind made up, I grabbed my keys and headed for the Honda. The car was still crammed with boxes from my rushed move, the rubble of a life interrupted. Rummaging through the chaos, I found what I was looking for, the wrapped swords, which felt heavier than usual that day. At the prison gate, I steeled myself, the swords a reassuring weight under my arm. The forbidding concrete walls loomed, as if sensing my impending deceit. With a deep breath, I strode into the facility for the very last time. Chapter 25. I didn't head straight for the East Wing. Instead, I made for the administration area near McDaniel's office and headed further along to the prison's vault, my heart pounding with the weight of what I was about to do. Thankfully, Porter was on duty and recognized me from my previous trip to look over Leylandier's personal effects. I'll need to check them out. I kept my face a mask of nonchalance, praying that enough name-dropping would negate the need to run it by the warden. Colonel Levine wants them looked at by a specialist in General Rhine's office. Porter frowned but shrugged as she fetched a clipboard from under the counter for me to sign. No doubt the box of items had already been looked at by any number of specialists, but she didn't question the order. After grabbing the crate from the back, Porter sent me on my way, and the tightness in my chest was the first sign that my nerves had really started to kick in. Illusion was never really my thing, but I did my best to send a trickle of magic into the crate from the Velimir to imbue a sense of nothingness into it. The echoing footsteps and oppressive atmosphere of the prison heightened my need to remain discreet. I wasn't sure it would fool the CCTV cameras, but I knew that carrying a box of elven stuff around would only lead to questions which I couldn't answer. I got past the doors that led me to the East Wing and only passed a couple of guards I'd seen, but never met during my time at the prison. Nobody stopped me, and I hustled the last stretch to make it into the locker room. Dropping my pack to the steel bench, I carried the crate past the lockers into the bathroom, and when I heard the door opening behind me, quickly stashed it in an empty cubicle. "Lopez?" a male voice sounded. I turned and leaned around the corner to see Romero leaning in the doorway. The guy had intense, beady eyes and a bad habit of standing in people's personal space. "Yeah? You ready for us to bring him out?" I managed a snort. "Geez, can't a soldier take a crap? Give me 10 minutes, yeah?" His nose wrinkled, but he shrugged and left. I wasn't sure if they had put the new rotation of guards on notice about me, but they were definitely more vigilant than the old crew, probably because they'd just started. Leylandir hadn't asked me about them, but he wasn't stupid either. He probably figured things were about to change in a big way, and that McDaniel didn't want to risk human error or complacency. After counting to 10, I returned to the crate and fetched out my prize, which I wrapped inside the decoy bundle of practice swords, then cast around for somewhere more secure to hide the crate. With only cubicles and lockers around, I puffed out my cheeks and went about the business of stuffing Leylandir's clothes and leather satchel into a spare locker. I wrapped the rest, knives, boots, gloves, and an amulet, into his cloak and threw them in my locker. I couldn't do much about the crate itself, so I left it in the cubicle and hoped for the best, leaving me to stare at my pack. On a whim, I decided to take it with me, and hustled out of the locker room toward the yard. The next step was going to be more difficult. I hid my pack under the bench and left the swords in their bundle on the far side of the yard, lest McDaniel figure something was up. The skies overhead under the metal grill seemed particularly moody, but I didn't care if it rained. Romero must have decided to give me more than 10 minutes as I paced the yard waiting. But when McDaniel finally strode out with his eyes up to the sky with a frown, the guard followed behind with the elf in tow. I kept my hands steady as I made the cuff swap, and smiled politely at the warden as he left, noting that even his nerves around Leylandir had shifted considerably since we'd started our routine. He turned his back to the prisoner to leave, which is something he would never have contemplated back when he thought I was certifiable for even suggesting the new cuffs. When the door closed, I held off from pushing the force field up right away and remained within arm's reach. Elves are skilled illusionists, yes? Leylandir's eye wandered to the bundle on the far side of the yard, then back to me with a puzzled frown. Of course. Why do you ask? I need them to see what they expect to see. Us practicing, same as usual. Is that difficult? He took a half-step closer, his frame looming over mine as he stared down at me like I was the puzzle that needed solving. You wish to deceive those watching above? I bit my lip under his scrutiny, but nodded. His features sharpened with interest, and he took a deep breath. He said audibly, casting around and looking up at the observation towers. It would be easier if you first made it rain, but I am unsure if it would interfere with the wards set around this place. Perhaps. He took my hand, and I turned so it would be less obvious up in the observation tower. My fingers tingled against his, and my breath caught. He frowned and reached for my chest where the gnomish pendant hung under my shirt and stopped just short of touching it. You should use the Velimir to remain unnoticed. Let me guide you, he said soothingly. The clouds are heavy and would need little encouragement. I swallowed and gave the slightest of nods. He projected a series of images into my mind, obscured tendrils of magic threading through the grill and spreading up above tentatively to check against any barriers. Slowly, he cautioned. I did as he instructed, though with my nerves I normally would have choked by then. Maybe it was need, or maybe it was using the Velimir as a conduit. But when my senses extended up above the prison, his mouth curved in the slightest of smiles. Good. Now... He projected waves of energy into my mind, like I was trying to massage the clouds themselves, despite stopping well short of the permeable shield that covered the entire base. When I did as he instructed, The first spatters of rain came down, one on his forehead, causing his smile to grow wider, and back down. I will show you. I guided the magic back through the grill, and he pushed images into my mind where magic appeared almost like a mist, with intention laced through like a fine mesh. It took a fair degree of concentration, but when I sent it up, I combined it with the force field I used to prevent the guards from overhearing and released his hand. You sure that's going to work? They will see what they expect to see. His eyes searched mine. Why do you wish this? I chuckled anxiously, unsure where to begin. Because I'm clearly losing my mind? His lips twisted in a smirk, the distance between us almost suffocating as I felt my cheeks heat. I wanted to take his hand in mine again, but instead I cleared my throat and jerked my chin toward the bench where my pack and the sword bundle lay. I brought you something. His gaze released me, and he stepped away. I stood back as he unwrapped the swords and smiled as Leylandir took out his sword, Alaith Mailorin, before resting the flat of the blade against his forehead like he was greeting some long-lost lover. I felt almost voyeuristic to gawk at the display and folded my arms tightly around my chest. They have decided, haven't they? I closed my eyes to keep the emotion tamped down and nodded. You were right. He didn't respond. Instead, the silence dragged as he turned his attention to Erding, which remained in its sheath beside Gigot's practice swords. May I? Sure. I stepped closer. I wanted to ask you. Back on Azagrim, it was different. Here, it's like the sword is sentient. I've been reluctant to practice with it too much. Leylandir's eyebrows climbed, and he set his sword down to unsheath Erding and hold it up under the light rain which darkened the yard. It is of a fine quality, but a sword is only as powerful as its master, or how much magic that master is packing on any given world. I sighed. I'm guessing because we're on Earth, swords like ours are drawing more power? Yes, he agreed, and his lips curved upward. But a person with lesser power would not sense the soul of the sword, only fiddle with its enchantments. I cocked my head. Gunther had been certain that he'd never felt what I'd described when handling his own sword, and if Gunther had lesser power, then I was a monkey's uncle. Souls? Yes. All enchantments have souls at the center of their creation. It is why enchantment is the highest form of magic. Some sects believe their ancestors inhabit them, but it is likely the concentration of magic is as akin to our own spirit that it just seems that way, an echo of who we are. He handed me the sword, and I took it by the handle. When he reached for his own, I realized he assumed we would move straight into forms, and I held a hand up. Wait. He paused and left Alaith Mailorin resting on the bench with a questioning look. I'm being transferred. This is the last time I'll see you, unless... I drew a deep breath and set Erding down. You don't want to die. I don't want you to die. Hell, even the general doesn't want you to die, but he doesn't have any reason to keep you alive. We can fix this, but not with... I paused to collect myself. He was a dead man walking, and it wasn't time to beat around the bush. A few weeks ago, I never even suspected that hybrids were real, let alone were the reason some humans can wield magic and others can't. It's a cover-up, Leylandir. If people knew, the world would be a very different place. I've fought my whole life to end this madness, and now I just can't shake the feeling that if this is such a big secret, there's a reason behind it. My pulse raced as I stood there in the rain, pleading with my eyes. I didn't even know what I was suggesting, but I needed him to understand. Leylandir stood there with his mouth hanging open, the rain causing his long blonde hair to stick to his face. I hugged my arms, my body racked with shame that humans could be to blame, and that I'd only ever been a naive pawn in the grand scheme of things. He took a step closer, forgetting the swords for now. His mouth worked before he replied. What is it you desire from me? Time, I said with a shrug. I need you to play along with this until we can figure out what to do. They'll make a decision on Monday in the next briefing, and with the peace talks coming up soon, I think they'll execute you sooner rather than later." He closed his eyes, his features pained, and I took a step toward him to build my case. "The only way to hold them off is to give them what they want, information that Earth would find useful going into the talks. But it can't be about hybrids. Political information, if you have any, or what the common people are saying back on Erendor about the peace talks. Anything that'll keep you alive." He grimaced and went to shake his head, but I closed the distance between us and threaded wet fingers through his, clasping his hands tightly. "Please, Leyland dear." My voice caught with desperation. "You know something. And this is the closest I've ever come to understanding why those damn gates opened, to finding purpose in this madness." He squeezed back, a glimmer of longing in his green eyes even as his posture remained taut with inner turmoil. I searched his face imploringly, willing him to understand, to say yes. "You would keep me caged, Asha." His words were soft but carried a world weariness. "By those who have kept the truth from you all along. Have you not considered that the answers you so desperately seek lie far beyond the control of your army?" "No," I said, shaking my head. "I can't." He leaned in, so close I could make out the flecks of gold in his eyes. "I cannot give you all the answers, but I would walk that path with you, only if you are willing to take a risk, to defy the system that imprisons us both." My breath hitched at the weight of his request, defying everything I'd been taught, abandoning the military life that, until now, had given me order and meaning in a world gone mad. Tears blurred my vision as I met Leylandir's intense gaze. "The answers are here, and any hope of changing things." His expression softened with something like pity. "Then perhaps we are both trapped in cages of our own making." He released my grip to run his hands up my arms, sending a wave of goosebumps in their wake. "You and I could be great allies, Asha Lopez, but not like this." I swallowed hard, my mind a hot mess of emotions. "What are you really asking me, Leyland dear?" His eyes burned with conviction. "To break me free from this prison, and come away with me." I stepped back out of his grasp and ran my hands over my wet scalp, reeling with the impossible choices crowding me on all sides. How did we go from my carefully crafted plea to stretch out his death sentence to arguing about running away together? As if sensing my need for space, Leylandir took a deep breath and turned to collect Alaith Maloran from the bench with a contemplative set to his features. "You might not have all the answers, but you haven't offered up everything either." I threw up my hands. "So tell me, who the hell am I, Leylandir? If I'm a hybrid, I want to know what that means." His brows drew together, and he took a deep breath before tearing his eyes from his sword to face me. "Even with full command of my power, I doubt I could give you the answer you desire. Calathil is more skilled than I in that regard. All I know is that you appear stronger than any of the humans I have encountered since arriving on Earth, which suggests your magical ancestor was strong. This is not enlightening, however, when considering that only powerful beings may travel by portal to other realms. Perhaps it is that your magical ancestor is a closer blood relative than other hybrids. My unknown grandfather." I pursed my lips and nodded. "So it's a crapshoot on what species that might have been?" He glanced at Erding, which sat propped against the bench, as if it could shine a light on my ancestors. "It would be conjecture, yes. But perhaps elven forms suit you for a reason, though you have an orcish temperament at times." My jaw dropped, then an uncontrollable and unaccountable smirk took hold of me. "I seem to remember you suggesting that Orduk women were formidable." His gaze rolled over me, a slight twitch in his cheek the only hint of amusement. Or was that something else? "They are?" Feeling the weight ease from my shoulder as our conversation had returned to familiar territory, I strode over to pick up Erding, figuring we both needed some release. "We're not done with this conversation." I turned the sword in my palm. Once I walk through that door, we'll never see each other again. Maybe I'm crazy, but I've taken a risk on you, and I don't do that kind of stuff lightly. I guess what I'm saying is..." A thump came from overhead, and I tensed as I snapped my head upward. A body lay up on the rebar. Was that Romero? Then an explosion shook the very walls of the yard, and I felt strong arms carry me to the ground. Chapter 26. Dust hung in a cloud from where the explosion took out some of the concrete wall, and I wormed my way from under Leylandere as I tried to reckon with what just happened. Then ropes uncoiled from the place where the rebar had bent back in the blast. I swore under my breath as I pushed myself off the ground with Erding in hand. 3 figures skidded down the ropes, and it took a second to realize that they were clad in woolen cloaks and had swords at their sides. When they hit the ground and turned, their pale green skin made my eyes bug out. "Orcs!" Leylandere snarled before launching forward with Alaith Mailorin leading. I couldn't reckon with the sight in front of me. What in the actual hell were orcs doing busting into Fort Hood, Texas, intent on breaking into a prison? It took a moment for my legs to move as I realized I should be joining Leylandere in fending them off. The first orc he slashed at didn't have time to unsheath his sword, and a spray of blood went flying. The other 2 growled and met his next attack, and I spotted more figures coming down the ropes. As I got nearer, I squeezed Erding's handle and a dance of electricity sizzled over my palm. With the orcs more concerned about Leylandere, I took the opportunity to slash at the hamstring of the nearest foe, who turned with a howl as Erding sliced with ease. He was just as tall as Leylandere and wide as a dwarf. When his mouth twisted into a rictus, I found myself taking a step back, wondering if the sword was the best weapon at my disposal given his size. My fear must have shown because the orc advanced, leaving me to act on reflex. Using a dwarven form, I tumbled on the ground in a somersault and launched up with a brutal thrust to his midsection. Maybe I was fast enough, or perhaps with the leg wound he was slow, but my next problem was maneuvering to get clear and wrench Erding free before he toppled forward from the fatal wound. Another explosion rocked me, and I squatted to keep my balance as I realized there were more orcs coming. While we were busy, 2 of them had reached the other end of the yard and blasted away the door leading inside. They disappeared into the cloud of dust, and any hope of backup from the guards dwindled as a scream sounded from the other side. Thrusting Erding upward, I screeched as I willed the sword to snap the ropes. Blinding electricity jolted up the wall, and the orcs who were halfway down dropped to the ground like stones. The stench of burning hair made my nose twitch, and the ropes disintegrated into a flare of embers. I looked upward to see what was coming next, and a tattooed female face glared down at me with a hand raised. Crap. I sidestepped just in time to avoid a blast of magic which sent a spray of dirt up into my face, forcing me to pause and shield my eyes momentarily. Leylandere fended off 4 orcs with wide slashes to keep them at bay. I lifted a hand to send a blast at the nearest one, but didn't dare take my eyes from the orc shaman above for too long. When she lifted her hand again, I thrust Erding skyward, and an arc of electricity sprang from the sword's tip in her direction. The flare of an orange magical barrier kept the lightning from reaching her, but her face disappeared from the wall, and I rushed to join Leylandere with opportunistic slashes of my sword. The elf was considerate enough to press the orc nearest to me so I could take him unawares as I went for his kidneys, but after the orc fell, another blast commanded my attention as I sprang sideways. Glaring up, I couldn't see the shaman, so instead blasted the wall near her last location, hoping to punch a hole right through. Concrete exploded, but another blast, which barely missed my head, told me it was the wrong target. "Asha!" Leylandere shouted and dispatched the last of his foes as he ran to meet me. Crouching, I held out Erding again, hoping to obliterate the walls of the yard as I erected a force field around myself. But someone else had the idea first. The concrete wall fell in a spray of chips and rubble, and I held up my arm out of reflex to shield my eyes despite the force field keeping the debris from hitting. Leylandere crouched at my side, his arm pressed to mine, which was oddly comforting despite our tenuous situation. Through the haze, I saw a line of orcs approach. Leylandir muttered something in Elvish that I didn't quite catch, and I thrust out my hand to create a wall of force to send them backward as they climbed over the rubble. "Where's the shaman?" I said, casting my eyes around for the tattooed face. My understanding of orcs was rudimentary, given we didn't see many of them in the Northern Hemisphere. But from what I knew, most orcs didn't have a great aptitude for magic, and their squads were usually headed by a shaman who did the heavy lifting when it came to magical assaults. "I don't know." Leylandir's head swiveled around the yard. "Keep the barrier up while I fight these ones off. If you see her, don't hold back." He sprang forward before I could grab his sleeve to keep him inside my magical protection, and I cursed. The line of orcs had turned to a mob after being flung backward, but my magic hadn't deterred them from advancing. With Leylandir between me and them, I couldn't batter them again without also harming him, so I ran sideways to get a better angle. A blast from above made me halt in my tracks, and I spun with my eyes upward to the back half of the yard where the wall remained standing. A flash of movement caught my eye, and I lifted Erding to spray electrical energy in that direction. The sword's handle heated against my palm, and I grunted as a counter-assault hit my barrier, almost causing it to falter. A human body launched down from the wall which collided against the barrier. More than a little disgusted, I let my concentration slip for a second, and the shaman struck again, this time sending one of the metal benches flying at me. It connected with my midsection, and I launched backward. The air punched from my lungs. I managed to thrust Erding upward again, but the strike went low and took a chunk out of the wall close to the ground. Slamming the force field back in place, I crawled from under the bench and got to my feet, casting around for my attacker. Nothing happened for a few seconds. I used the opportunity to spray some orcs with electricity who were launching themselves at Leylandir, who was already fending off too many attackers. They crumpled to the ground, then Leylandir's sword flared and the press of orcs went flying into the rubble. He could actually use the blade's enchantments while cuffed? I clicked my teeth shut and ran toward him, figuring he was the shaman's next target. As I closed the distance, he looked up, and I followed his gaze to see a spherical shape lobbed over the wall, glowing an acid green color. His eyes met mine, his eyes as wide as saucers. But even as he opened his mouth, I dug deep into my waning strength and reached for him as I shunted the most powerful force field I could summon over us in a protective bubble. Then the sphere hit the ground, and Leylandir and I fell in a tangle of limbs as the bomb went off, lighting up the area in a blinding green light before everything went dark. My body hurt. My magical self hurt. My head hurt. The magical barrier dissipated, allowing smoke and dust to billow in around us. Coughing, I held my sleeve to my mouth and listened beyond the ringing in my ears for signs of what was next. I heard blasters in the distance, the orcs surely having roused the entire base by now, and squeezed Leylandir's arm to signal that we should get moving. Come on. I winced as I rolled clear of him and got on my hands and knees to stand. I was tempted to clear the yard of the thick miasma hanging in the air, but thought that if the shaman was still lurking, it was better to keep our movements discreet. Leylandir moved, but instead of standing, crawled to a fallen orc who had apparently been within the force field at the time of the explosion. In death, he looked more human than he had before, with a strong jaw and the greenish hue of his skin the only sign that he was another species. "What are you doing?" I hissed. "Do you usually have orc raids here?" Leylandir gave me a flat stare, then started searching the guy's pockets. "They are mercenaries." I rubbed the bridge of my nose and bent to fetch Erding, then looked around to where my pack was most likely to be. Of course, we rarely had orc raids in the US. The only other one I'd heard of on military soil had been the attack in Alaska that Levine had told me about. I picked my way over the rubble in search of my things, and when I reached the broken wall, I peered around cautiously when I heard shouts. The skies had darkened, which made me wonder just how long we'd been lying there, but the rain had let up. When I reckoned with the sight of a mob clad in orange advancing out the front of the prison toward the distant lights of soldiers being mobilized, my breath caught. The orcs must be lingering somewhere. But had they used the opportunity to liberate a decoy army to keep their presence obscured? Damn it. What was I supposed to do now? Briskly retrieving my pack, which had thankfully been shielded from the blast by a section of wall which jutted up from the ground on an angle, I returned to Leylandir, my mind racing. I went to tell him about the situation, but he was looking over a folded note with a frown creasing his brow. I am not familiar with this language. That'd be a first, I said before snatching the note out of his hand. It was on paper. Real, white, bleached paper, and while I couldn't read it either, I'd seen the Russian coat of arms enough times to know what it was. Papers. Clearance from the Russian military. Leylandir blinked up at me in confusion, but I folded the note and thrust it into my pocket. Casting around, I tried to reckon with what I should do next, but one thing was clear. The assault was meant for Leylandir. If the briefings had been useful for one thing, it was learning that Russia was pissed that we had him, and the political maneuvering with the EA and news cycle over these talks only raised the stakes. But if the orcs presumed us dead from the explosion, then there was every reason to get the hell out before they came back. We need to go. I bit my lip, thinking. I had the invisibility cloak from Mrs. Lee in my pack, but it wouldn't do much for both of us, especially not with Leylandir's admittedly grubby orange jumpsuit. Your stuff is in a locker if we can make it there and find another exit. I was about to take a step back when I heard metal scraping across the rubble. The noise froze me in place, and I looked up at Leylandir. He had picked up his sword, a Lath Mailerin, and its blade glinted despite the dimming skies. For a long moment, Leylandir held my gaze. I saw the calculations running through his mind, the temptation of escape warring with something else. His grip on Elaith Maloran shifted, tightened, then loosened again. I swallowed hard, my heart pounding in my chest. He was the better swordsman. If he wanted to, he could cut me down and disappear into the chaos. I might be able to fend him off with magic in time. But as I met his eyes, I saw a flicker of something there. Recognition, maybe, or hope. Did he think I'd suddenly agree to his proposition? Would he force me to do something that I wasn't sure I was capable of doing? Leylandir, I said softly. A plea and a question all in one. He hesitated a moment longer, then slowly, deliberately propped the sword back against his shoulder. We go together, he said, his voice rough. The words sent a rush of relief through me, tinged with something warmer, more complex. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak, and we turned together to make our escape. Inside the prison, warning lights flashed in the darkened hallways, and we passed bodies of guards on the way to the locker room. Thankfully, it seemed like the commotion had drawn everyone out, so we made it through to the locker rooms, encountering no surprises on the way. When I thrust the bundle of clothes at the elf, he was already shrugging out of the jumpsuit, revealing broad and well-defined shoulders. I turned to give him some privacy. Despite the dire circumstances, I couldn't quite ignore the flutter in my stomach at the sight of Leylandir's bare skin. Get a grip, I chided myself. Now was hardly the time to be distracted. The commotion of battle was still audible inside, and a slight shudder through the floor told me it was too soon to hope for a clear outcome. Was the prison the only target? For all I knew, half the base could be under attack. Dropping my pack, I rooted around for the cloak and buttoned it around my shoulders, conceding that logistics might have had a point about its practicality, as I awkwardly held my sword to keep it under the shroud. Leylandir snorted softly as I wrestled with it, and I looked over my shoulder to see him buttoning his own cloak. You look like you are wearing a... He paused as if searching for the word. Umbrella. His wry observation broke through my flustered state, and I managed a rueful chuckle. Thanks. But I can't say I care if it keeps us from getting killed before the night is out. I started toward the exit, but Leylandir didn't follow immediately. And where do you propose we go? He asked. I turned to face him, my pulse kicking up at the challenge in his tone. Anywhere to get us the hell out of here. It's not safe to wait around. We don't know how many orcs are out there, and you're clearly the target. Leylandir held up his wrists, the metal of the snuff cuffs contrasting with the earthy colors of his elven attire. It would be easier if I could assist. I swallowed hard against the sudden dryness in my throat. Tell me we aren't doing this right now. Doing what? He gave me a haughty look. Without my aid, you would likely be dead already. Excuse me? I snorted. I seem to recall getting to you just in time to put up that force field to keep us both from getting blown up. If I am your prisoner, then it is your duty to keep me safe. I have no such obligations. I flinched and shook my head. A thanks would have sufficed. Leylandir pushed his sword into the sheath which hung from his belt with a sneer. Thank you, Asha Lopez, for saving the life of an elf who remains condemned to die. I took a deep breath and shook my head. Come on, we can argue later. We need to get out of here before a whole squad of AFOs turn up. He muttered something in Elvish that I was sure I wasn't meant to catch, but didn't argue the point. Biting my lip, I tried to think through our next move. While I'd become more familiar with the facility since my visits, I didn't know the entire layout and had only ever used the front door to get in and out. But an evacuation plan hung on the wall beside the lockers, and I peered at it closely to figure out the route to an emergency exit. After deciding on a longer path which at least led to the back of the facility, I crammed the orange jumpsuit into a locker and reached for Leylandir's cloak. He didn't protest as I infused the garment with magic, which similarly made his body fade into the background, and pulled up the hood to make him appear like a bodiless face hanging in the air. I stifled a snort at the bizarre sight and took his hand so we didn't lose each other en route through the hallways. There were a few areas where my magical signature didn't get us through a door, but a quick jolt of electricity from Erding fizzled the locks. Bodies of fallen guards and mangled furniture made a barricade at one point, and I had to hold my breath as we worked together to clear it. When we finally reached the door with a blessed exit sign above it, relief flooded through me. The facility is a fair distance from the rest of the base, and my car is out front, I said in hushed tones. We'll make for the perimeter and get out that way on foot if we have to. And after that? He asked tightly. I'll think of something. I took a deep breath as I pressed the door's bar to unlock it. 2 orcs looked up in surprise on the other side, and I grunted as I held up a hand to slam them to the ground with blunt force. Leylandir edged past me and dispatched them with a knife as I gawked at the concrete service area where a large wooden boat bobbed up and down in the air just a few feet from the ground. What the hell is that? I hissed. A galugumshire. Leylandir smirked as he wiped his knife on the cloak of a dead orc. A skyboat. I am familiar with their operation. They can cross vast distances cloaked in stealth magic, which is why an Orduk mercenary band is usually successful in taking their targets by surprise. I dragged a hand over my face. And let me guess, you need the cuffs off to use it, right? His smirk turned to a grin. Yes. I puffed out my cheeks. And here I was hoping there'd be a delivery van somewhere we could lift. It would take us a while to get anywhere on foot, and once we were off base, what then? I had to get Leylandir somewhere that they'd never expect to find us before I made contact with Levine. The colonel had to know about the note before anything drastic happened. Licking my lips, I sized up the boat and made a decision I hoped I wouldn't come to regret. Fine, come here. Leylandir held out his wrists with a certain cocksure flair as he approached, but frowned as I touched the runes in the pattern which only allowed him to use some of his magic. Just like Ishar had instructed me when giving me the cuffs. He blinked in confusion as I let my hands drop and waggled his fingers as I sensed him drawing magic. I'm sorry, but you're still my prisoner. He glanced between me and the cuffs, then took a terse breath before turning to the skyship. So it would seem. Chapter 27. It didn't take long for Leylandir to get us off the ground under the cover of the ship's cloaking charm. I stripped off my cloak, feeling a little useless, and packed it away as I watched the elf at the helm. Instead of a steering wheel, a panel of runes glowed softly on a slab of slate. Luckily, the magic seemed to come from the ship itself, and Leylandir could use what limited magic he had to navigate, leaving me to inspect the strange conveyance closer. The boat itself looked like it could hold maybe 50 men, and as Leylandir lifted us up, I'd noted another 4 on the ground further from the prison. Was that all of them? It was hard to gauge the size of the army a few miles from our position, who were mostly a blur of human combat fatigues and bright orange jumpsuits lit here and there by blasts of magic. I hadn't realized just how many off-world prisoners McDaniel was holding and wasn't sure if they were similarly cuffed at all times or if they were meeting fire with fire out there. But we were heading the other way, the hum of the skyship's magic filling the air as we flew onwards. "There is a fence ahead." I joined Leylandir at the helm and noted the cyclone fencing that marked the perimeter of the base. It was odd. There was no sense of velocity with the skyship bobbing along sedately, but it was clear from the surroundings that we were making good speed, the wind whipping through my hair. Thankfully, we were heading west, and while I wasn't stupid enough to believe heading to Lampasas was a good idea, I'd already thought of something else. Then realization struck me, a cold knot forming in my stomach. Wait, the arcane shield around Fort Hood. The orcs must have had their shaman force a hole through it to get in. There's no way they could have gotten through in one of these things otherwise. We're going to need to do the same to get out. "There is no need," Leylandir said, his voice calm over the rush of the wind. "I cannot form portals while moving in the air, but we can land once we are beyond the military grounds. I cannot sense a ward at its border, so I would guess it is further beyond. If you release me, it will not take long to—" Whoa, whoa, whoa. A portal to where, exactly? I pulled the Russian note from my pocket, the paper crinkling in my grip. There are orc mercenaries back there attacking people I care about. I need to call Levine and let him know where they came from. Leylandir's brow furrowed, and he stared ahead as if trying to sense the shield. I am not certain I have the strength to pierce such a barrier in my current state. "I'll do it then," I blurted, then caught myself. Could I really blow a hole in the arcane shield, which was a primary defense for the US military? Or maybe we take this tub down and find a car. There's a state park about, an hour driving west from here. It's far enough away that— Leylandir arched an eyebrow. "And why would I assist you in this? The longer we delay, the greater the risk of being caught. If we land to find a ground vehicle, we will be exposed and vulnerable." I took a terse breath, the cold air stinging my lungs. He had a point, but I couldn't just abandon my duty, my people. "Look, I get it. You want to pack up and leave. But those mercenaries? They're not just a threat to Fort Hood. If we don't get this note back to Colonel Levine, this could escalate into something much worse." Leylandir's expression remained impassive, but I saw the wheels turning behind his eyes. "And you believe this Russian information you wish to share with your Colonel Levine will prevent that?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But we can't just run away and leave everyone else to deal with the fallout." He was silent for a long moment, his gaze locked on the horizon ahead. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Very well. We will go to this state park of yours, but you will need to take care of the wards." "Okay," I said, relief washing over me, followed quickly by uncertainty. "But how? I don't know if I've got enough power for something like this. It'll need to be a big hole to get this boat through." His brows furrowed, but amusement twinkled in his eye. "I just witnessed you erect a magical barrier strong enough to withstand a Drogkarzog. Orcish magical explosives are notorious for their destructive power." I opened my mouth to speak, but what could I say to something like that? Leylandir kept his attention on the helm, his fingers dancing over the runes as he guided the skyship onwards, the soft glow of the magic casting shadows across his face. I watched him work, trying to ignore the growing unease in the pit of my stomach. "It was an emergency." I waved my hand dismissively. I didn't even know what I was doing. And to think humans have been capable of thwarting us for over a decade, Leylandir said dryly. I can sense the ward, faintly, but you should be able to reach it from this position. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my senses to get a feel for the shield's energy. It was a vast, unyielding wall, its surface teeming with complex patterns of interwoven magic. I probed at it, feeling for any weaknesses or gaps, but found none. Leylandir glanced at me, his expression unreadable. We do not have much time. If you are to make an attempt, it must be soon. I nodded, swallowing hard. Stepping to the prow of the ship, I planted my feet on the deck and raised my hands, palms stretched toward the shield. Gathering my power, I focused on a single point right ahead of us, imagining all my energy converging there. Magic surged up through me, a maelstrom of chaos that started in my core and raced out to my fingertips. With a deep breath, the cold air filling my lungs, I unleashed the pent-up force, sending a blunt burst of raw magic hurtling toward the shield. The impact was jarring, a physical shockwave that nearly knocked me off my feet. But the shield held, my magic dissipating harmlessly across its surface. Gritting my teeth, I tried again, pouring even more power into the strike. The surrounding air crackled with energy, loose objects on the deck rattled and shook, and the sound of wood creaking filled my ears. I threw a look over my shoulder to see Leylandir gripping the helm tightly, his knuckles white with the effort of keeping the ship steady, his jaw clenched. This time, I saw the shield ripple at the point of impact, a small, localized disturbance that quickly smoothed out again. It wasn't much, but it was something. Narrowing my eyes, I gripped the Velimir and focused all my concentration on that one spot, gathering every shred of magical energy I could summon. With a cry of effort, I released it all in one massive surge, a lance of pure magical energy that stabbed toward the shield. The barrier shuddered, the ripple spreading further this time, but at its center was a rent which tore open as the shield stretched under the strain. But then, the magical rebound toward the ship hit us in a tidal wave. The deck heaved beneath my feet, nearly sending me tumbling. Leylandir cursed, fighting to keep control as the ship listed dangerously to one side, the smell of burning timber filling the air. I slumped back, my head spinning from the exertion. Through blurred vision, I stared at the hole I'd torn in the shield, a jagged wound in the magical barrier, the edges glowing like embers. But it was rapidly shrinking, the edges knitting back together even as I watched. "Hold on," Leylandir shouted, his voice barely audible over the creaking of the ship as he wrenched the helm hard to one side. The ship banked sharply, the deck tilting at a dizzying angle as we hurtled toward the closing gap. I clutched at the railing, my heart in my throat as we raced the collapsing edges of the hole. The ship shuddered and groaned, the timbers creaking under the strain of the sharp turn. We were going to make it. We had to make it. With a sickening crunch, the ship lurched violently to one side, the impact reverberating through my bones. Wood splintered and the deck shuddered beneath my feet. We'd clipped the edge of the hole, tearing a gash along the side of the hull. But we were through. The ship groaned onwards, trailing debris and sparks, the acrid scent of burning hanging in the air. But I couldn't tell if we'd lost the cloaking charm in the process. Leylandir fought to steady our course, the muscles in his neck bulging with the effort. I risked a glance back at the shield, now whole and unbroken behind us. We'd made it, but barely. And that much magic couldn't have gone unnoticed back on base. Leylandir met my gaze, his expression grim. "I do not know how long we can continue this flight. Let's hope we can limp it to the state park. I don't want any civilians caught up in this." I trudged back to the helm, bone-weary and empty. I should try and call the colonel and set up a meet. Leylandir looked over the side of the boat, his expression pensive as he inspected the damage. After taking a deep breath, he spoke. "You risked your life to reach me before fending off the drug Karzog. I will take you to this state park so you can make the necessary arrangements. But after that, I will use any means necessary to evade capture and free myself of these bonds. I do not wish to harm you while doing so." I opened my mouth to protest, the words sticking in my throat. Without Leylandere to back up my story in the absence of any other evidence, would it be enough? But if I were in his position, I knew getting the hell out of here would be my top priority. The idea that he'd be gone forever, though. My stomach sank as reality sank in, a bitter taste filling my mouth. "Oh, why, thank you." I swallowed and fought back emotion. "Maybe you can punch me in the face before taking off so I can say you attacked me and escaped." Leylandere's nose wrinkled and I waved my hand dismissively. I was actually considering just letting him walk from this, and it struck me that I'd wind up getting punished for it and never have the benefit of knowing why he was here in the first place. "Don't you still have a job to do here? I can tell you it would be much easier to accomplish as a friend of humanity rather than a foe." "My original purpose is of little consequence. Returning to the colony would be futile now that the ruling council knows I intended to go there." "So what? You'll just take off back to Arendor and hide under a rock for the next few centuries or something?" Leylandere cocked his head, his hair whipping about his face in the wind. "There will be other opportunities that arise." "Oh, nice." I threw up my hands, the frustration burning in my chest. "And in the meantime, I suppose you expect me to just take off those cuffs and call it a day. I'll be court-martialed and thrown into a cell for letting you go. Damn it, why are the Russians trying to take you out? You know they'll try to cover that up too, right?" Leylandere went to take my hand, but I shrugged him off and pulled my phone from my pack. Turning my back on the elf, I tried Levine's number, but there was no coverage. I swore and threw the phone over the side of the skyship before sitting glumly on a wooden bench fixed to the deck. A hand on my shoulder made me startle, and I looked up at Leylandere's concerned face in surprise. "I do not wish for you to be punished. Perhaps with the note you can redeem yourself in the eyes of your people." "Unlikely." I sighed. "But they have to know who was behind this." Leylandere tapped his temple. "Tell your superior, then." I frowned, then took his meaning. "I can't manage telepathy on my own. Hell, I wouldn't even know where to begin trying to find him in the mess back there." Leylandere brushed his fingers against my temples, his touch cool against my skin. He closed his eyes as the tingle of magic warmed his fingers, the sensation making the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Then Levine's face focused in my mind's eye, the image crystal clear. The image shifted to show Levine shouting and pointing at soldiers out at the scene of the battle, and my eyes widened. He made it seem so easy despite the cuffs throttling his magic. And when Leylandere nudged me, I felt that a connection had been established. "Colonel," I projected, "orcs have attacked us. I've taken the prisoner to safety, but there's something you need to know." I saw Levine recoil and look around as though I might have been standing behind him. It took a second for him to reply. "Lopez?" "Yes. The orcs attacked us at the prison. Leylandere was their target, but I found a note on one of them. Hank, the Russians sent them." "What the hell are you talking about, Asha?" I saw Levine turn from the soldiers to stalk away. "The only damn orcs I've seen are ones in jumpsuits. It's a damn shit show out here." I frowned. Surely the orcs couldn't have been that stealthy. "I'm telling you, orc mercenaries attacked the facility, and they have Russian papers. I'm on one of their skyboats getting clear of them as we speak. We took out a couple of orcs left to guard them, but there's gotta be more around. They stashed the ships around the back of the prison. I saw at least 4 that could hold maybe 50 men." "Russian papers? What do you mean?" I took one off a body. Not that I can read it, but it had the Russian coat of arms on it. I'm guessing it's an off-worlder permit. That's some guess, and the prisoner. I opened my eyes and met Leylandere's stare. I was sure he was listening in on the conversation. "He's safe with me." "Good. Turn that ship around then and meet me back on base. The situation here is under control. No, there are orcs out there gunning for him. If you don't believe me, send some men to the prison to look at the yard in the East Wing. There should still be some bodies around, and I'm telling you, they almost leveled us with a magic bomb. I'll head someplace safe until you can verify that everything is clear. Are you disobeying a direct order? I blinked at Leylandir, who was watching me curiously. Yes. But I'll have you know I only disobey the stupid ones. Damn it, Asha. Levine held up a fist and clenched his jaw. If he gets away, it's both our asses on the line. You get back here now, understand? I bit my lip and my eyes watered. I'm afraid I can't do that. Have a team meet me at Colorado Bend State Park, preferably with someone who can read Russian. Asha? Yes, Colonel? I hope you're not planning anything stupid with the prisoner. I stared at Leylandir, who was giving me a curious look. Was he listening in? Of course not, I projected, then banished the image of Levine to sever the link. I shook my head to clear the sight of the colonel from my mind. Leylandir remained crouched in front of me, and I stared into his green eyes, completely torn. I'd wanted so badly to keep him alive, but knowing the cost for both myself and Levine, could I really stand by and watch him hop into a portal back to wherever he came from? The mercenaries will be gone by the time your soldiers arrive, he said softly, most likely after collecting their dead. I stood and folded my arms as I made for the stern of the boat. Already, Fort Hood was an indistinguishable blur in the deepening darkness. What is the point of all this? Why would the Russians send a company of orcs after a condemned elf? If they just wanted you dead, they could have lobbed that bomb over the wall, and we would have been none the wiser. My suspicion is that they wish to capture me, whether for their own purposes to barter me back to Arendor or at the direction of your Russians is unclear. Barter you? I turned with a frown. Aren't you just some servant of a noble house? Yes. His mouth curved in a small smile. But they may suspect that I am of value to Calathil Tulkasil or the ruling council. I dare say the shaman changed her mind when she weighed the cost of taking me alive. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Scheming and politics could go screw itself. If you're right and the orcs don't leave a trace, the note is all we have to prove what happened. And if this bartering theory of yours is true, it might just be the catalyst that kicks off a whole new trajectory in this war. You believe this is my fault? He frowned and stared at the deck. Did I? I paced the deck, unsure what to believe at that point. I was furious about the peace talks after arriving back from Azagrim, but I also knew that the first few years after the gates opened were by far the bloodiest, and I had to wait a couple of years to enlist. Sure, I'd seen wholesale slaughter before, but nothing could amount to the complete devastation as humanity came to grips with our newfound power. A betrayal of this scale right on the brink of peace talks could be the spark that blew everything out of the water all over again. I didn't say, wait. I turned with a frown, and Leylandir held out his hand with a look of grim concentration on his face. Confused, I joined him but stopped short of taking his hand. His features darkened. You must see this. Chapter 28. When Leylandir grabbed my hand, a flash in my mind caused me to drop beside him in a wave of dizziness. I was in Levine's office, and he was seated in front of his smaller conference call screen, with the general on the other line. She's compromised, you said so yourself, General Rind said. She's fleeing with the prisoner, and who knows what bullshit he's feeding her. These Russian papers could be Elvish for all we know, and if orcs came through the gate, then Arendor is complicit in the attack, if not the ones who orchestrated it. I want that elf back dead or alive, and unless your girl hands herself over willingly for arrest, she's to be taken down. You understand, Colonel? It won't come to that, sir. Lopez made a rash decision under fire, but if the elf was the target, maybe getting clear was... Are you making excuses, Levine? Because last I checked, it was a soldier's duty to follow orders, not to make rash decisions. No, sir. Understood, sir. Don't mess this up. I want your word that the unit has authorization to use lethal force to bring Lopez back if required. Yes, sir. I recoiled and jerked my hand free of Leylandir's. His expression was hard, and I shook my head a little frantically. "No," I said. "He wouldn't do it." "It seems he just did." I dragged a hand over my face. "They need to see the papers. You heard the general. If they came through the avant gate, it'll be Arendor who gets blamed for this. It will be a damn bloodbath. And the war will continue, just as your Russians intended. Can you say with honesty that your people will side with elves over other humans?" In a sudden burst of frustration, I shrieked. I never wanted the peace talks to happen. It felt like capitulating and accepting that this is just how it's going to be from now on. But now, if there's an answer on how to fix things and it comes from peace with Arendor, how are we ever supposed to make it happen? You have already suggested that your leaders will not countenance a solution which acknowledges the deterioration of human genetics and compromises their standing. Leylandier's voice remained calm. Will you willingly offer your freedom to them? I blinked and shook my head. What are you suggesting? Leylandier stood and his eyes darted around the skyship. Leave this place with me. I cannot offer assurances on Calathil's behalf, but I am certain he would find a human of your talents useful for his cause. I laughed. It was ludicrous. I'd be just as welcome on Arendor as Leylandier was welcome on Earth. Just get me down to the state park. After that, I'll take off the cuffs and you can take this tub wherever you need to go. I met his gaze, and for a moment his eyes clouded with unmistakable hurt before his expression shuttered closed. I was setting him free. The anger inside me boiled as he returned to the helm. Would he even thank me for it? I resumed my pacing, hoping that clarity would suddenly appear and guide me in the right direction. Without Leylandier, I'd be doing this all on my own. Just one woman against the damn system. We descended with agonizing slowness into a small clearing inside the state park, the groan and snapping of branches the only sounds signaling our arrival. When Leylandier halted the skyship, I made for the edge and planted my butt to swing over. But Leylandier reached me first and placed a firm hand on my thigh, igniting a flutter low in my belly. I met his gaze and gripped the railing, frozen by the intensity that crackled between us. "This is madness," he murmured, his voice edged with urgency. His hair remained disheveled after our flight, but it was the first real moment where I drank in the sight of him outfitted in his elven gear. My throat tightened as I saw him, not as my prisoner or my assignment, but as an elf I'd come to care for. An elf I knew I'd dearly regret letting go of. Part of me ached to let my walls down, to collapse against his strength. Instead, I huffed out a snort. It's all madness. He scratched his temple and looked down. Leave the note for them to find. You needn't give yourself over to them. I shook my head and gestured at the trees. In all of this? Sure. They'll find it. Set a beacon. I can show you. And what then? My throat tightened with emotion. I've been a soldier my whole life. There's nowhere to run anymore, and on Arendor, I'd be the one who is hunted down. If I have any chance of influencing things here, I need to do my time for insubordination and then get back into the army's good graces. There's a hedge witch here who offered to help me master my magic. Once I have full command of it, well, I'll play the game. Magic is currency in the army now. I'll do whatever I have to. Leylandier pressed a finger to my lips to hush me. You talk too much. I squawked with indignation, and his touch became firmer. I held his gaze, feeling a complicated mix of defiance and hyper-awareness of his touch, which rendered me infuriatingly still. His finger was calloused yet gentle against my mouth. He leaned a little closer and applied a hint more pressure, holding me wrapped. If they arrive and I am not here, they will kill you. Even if they do not, your leaders will always suspect that you released me. The weight of his words cut through the heated tension, leaving me chilled. He spoke an uncomfortable truth I didn't want to confront. I swallowed hard as his intense stare held me captive for a heavy moment. Finally, I lifted my hand to grasp his wrist, pulling his finger away from the distracting warmth of my lips. Clearing my throat, I focused on the cuffs, touching each rune in the familiar pattern, taking care with the motions I had long since memorized. The cuffs clicked open, the metallic snap stark against the relative quiet of the forest. I clipped them onto my belt, the weight a solemn reminder of what I was sacrificing. "I go alone," I said in a low voice. "And I don't need to make a beacon." I swung over the side, dropped a short distance to a tree branch, and again to the ground. I heard him drop beside me. "You are a fool." "Yeah." I threw a grim look over my shoulder. "Guess I am." I began walking, determination propelling me forward even as my heart felt leaden. I had expected Leylandir to take this chance to escape, to create a portal and disappear back into the elven realms. But after a few paces, I heard his familiar footfalls join mine on the forest floor. I shot him a questioning look over my shoulder, but he simply met my stare, jaw set in that stubborn line I knew so well. A protesting remark withered on my tongue as I reckoned with my chances of shooing him off. Of course he would follow. Stubborn, foolish elf. We made our progress through the pines and brush in terse silence, the land gradually becoming drier and rockier underfoot. I didn't know where I was going exactly, but I knew once I stopped, it would be time to say goodbye, even if it seemed he had no intentions of making that easy. Part of me warred between exasperation at his presence and something far more unsettling. A reluctance to be parted from him so soon after our heated exchange. If he asked me to go with him again, did I have the strength to refuse? Before I could dwell too long on that traitorous thought, Leylandir abruptly stopped. "What's going on?" I asked. "There are soldiers ahead." He indicated a narrow gap in the trees, and my belly clenched. I took a reflexive step forward. "No," Leylandir said, arms shooting out to bar my path. "Let me." "Are you kidding? You need to get out of here." "It is simplest for me to sneak about unseen," he said. Then, as an afterthought, he added, "Give me the cuffs. I will make it appear as though I have escaped once they see me." "You don't have to do that, you'll get yourself killed." "I will not be taken by humans again, and I have no wish to see you perish." He gave me a single searing look. "We may yet see each other again when there is an opportunity to continue my work." I tugged the cuffs free of my belt to hand over, not trusting myself to speak, but as he grabbed them, I held on. In just a few minutes he would be gone. Maybe forever. "Wait." I tugged the Velimir from under my shirt over my head. "Take this. It's not like I'll be going off-world anytime soon, and they aren't much use here." He took the pendant with a slight bow, and I let go of the cuffs. So long as he could get free and portal out, he was doing me a favor, and after everything that had happened. I told myself that the swelling of my chest came from a place of gratitude for the elf. Count to 30, then shout for me to stop and follow. There should be enough distance between us that you won't get caught in the crossfire. I swallowed and nodded, then counted in my head as I crouched in the shadows. Distant sounds of scuffling reached my ears. A sharp cry, then blaster fire. My heart pounded, but I forced myself to wait until the count before bursting from my stance with a frenzied shout. As I neared the edge of a stand of dense pines, I slowed to a cautious creep. Boulders and gnarled trunks provided perfect cover in the gloom. In the darkness, soldiers could be lurking anywhere, and I didn't want to blunder into a stray blaster shot. The sounds of combat fell eerily silent for a beat. Then a blood-curdling scream rent the air from my right, quickly choked off. I flinched, whipping my head toward the commotion, but saw only inky blackness between the trees. Somewhere over there, a soldier had just fallen. Another agonized cry shattered the stillness, this one distant and to my left. I strained my eyes but could make out no movement, no figures battling among the shadows. Just the telltale thump of another person hitting the ground. The metallic crack of blaster fire made me jerk. I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement, Leylandier's lean form weaving through the tree trunks, sword in one hand and the other pressed against his side as if shot. A sickening lurch went through me. He'd been hit, but he pressed on, disappearing once more into the inky night. "He's escaped," I bellowed toward his last known position. "Everyone regroup before he takes us all out." My voice carried farther than I intended in the stillness. Instantly, blaster fire lanced through the trees, a scorching bolt zipping past my head. I ducked on reflex, the heat singeing the air. Cursing, I sidled behind a wide pine trunk, trying to get my bearings. Leylandier's path of destruction seemed to arc to the northwest. I risked a glance through a gap in the foliage and caught sight of 2 soldiers fanning out in that direction, blasters raised. "I have intel which Levine needs to see," I shouted. "Stop messing around." A third figure emerged closer to the east, limping heavily. The grizzled features of Renfield came into focus. His gaze swept the area, finally locking onto me. "Lopez?" Before I could answer, the soldier to Renfield's right barked out. "Don't listen to her. The colonel said no funny business. That asshole is still out there." "He got away, you idiot." I raised my hands placatingly, inching out from my cover with exaggerated care. The last thing I needed was a trigger-happy recruit shooting first. "We don't stand a chance of subduing him unless we work together," I pressed, desperately trying to diffuse the tension. The forest had gone quiet, and the only sound I heard was my pulse hammering in my ear. Renfield's eyes narrowed, but he held up a hand to stay his men for the moment, then pressed the comms device on his sleeve. "The elf is on the move and hostile. Proceed with extreme caution. I repeat, proceed with extreme caution." Injured, I just had to hope he could evade the rest of the soldiers and form a portal before he was captured again. I was acutely aware that he'd kept from using magic on my account. And if he died... "Lopez?" Renfield asked, his eyes locked on mine. "The intel?" This was my chance. I took another step, angling to put the fallen trunk between us as a barrier. "It was an orc raiding party that attacked the prison. Their target was the prisoner. I had to get him out before they could take him down." I saw the reaction I had hoped for in Renfield's eyes. He pressed the comms switch again. "Hodges," he shouted, "tell me you found that bastard." "You've got to believe me." I reached for my pocket, and only then did I realize my mistake. "Lopez!" Renfield shouted. I felt a stab of heat in my shoulder and went down hard. My ears roared, and I curled into a ball at the searing pain. Then came the shouts, and I pushed a force field around me as I clenched my teeth. Blaster flashes lit up the surrounding forest, and a shot aimed at me caused the barrier to flare like a Christmas tree. Gritting my teeth, I rolled to get a better view, and there was Leylandier, launching himself at the soldier who had shot me. "Behind you!" I screamed, the words ripping from my throat. Leylandier spun and finally held up a hand to throw a blast of fire at an incoming soldier before bringing his blade back around. Then his blade was flashing, slicing deep into the man's arm. The blaster fell to the ground, and Leylandier was on him in an instant. He fought with a savage intensity, heedless of the soldier's firepower. They fell one by one, their blasts glancing off Leylandier's whirling form. But I didn't know how many were out there. And in that moment, I knew what I had to do. I struggled to push the pain into a corner of my mind and stand to join the fight. Drawing Erding from my belt, I let the force field dissipate and pointed the sword with my good arm to take aim in a sizzling jolt of electricity. A soldier crumpled, freeing Leylandier to focus on his next foe. Renfield. With a little more practice under his belt, the AFO threw up a force field, just as Leylandier thrust a Lath Maloran toward him. The sword ricocheted off, throwing Leylandier off balance, and Renfield let the force field drop to get a shot in. Time slowed. "Leylandier!" I screamed as the soldiers closed in on him from 3 sides. Leylandier's magic flashed, but he was hit hard in the chest and fell to the ground. He rolled away from the incoming blaster shots, and I sent a wave of electricity at the soldiers closing in for the kill. Renfield had fallen to the ground, apparently dazed from the counter-assault. But Leylandere didn't move, and the fury in me took hold. I closed my eyes and dropped the blade, focusing all my attention on the fiery hot rage that took over. Leylandere lay motionless nearby, and I knew I had to get him out of harm's way. Turning toward the flurry of sounds and the approaching soldiers, I saw them clearly in my mind's eye. With a primal roar, I unleashed a spiked mass of fire, willing it to consume them all. The heat grew stronger and stronger until the flames burned out of control, pouring from my hands in a torrent. I stood my ground, shielding Leylandere's prone form as the searing blaze swept over our attackers. The inferno swallowed the sound of blaster fire, agonized cries drowned out by the crackle of the flames. Renfield's force field flickered and failed as he was engulfed, his pained howl cutting off abruptly. The other soldiers, caught in the maelstrom, were reduced to blackened husks in seconds. The reek of smoke and screams seemed far away somehow as I dropped to the elf's side and bent to check for signs of breathing. His pained wince caused me to suck in a relieved breath, even as I realized I'd touched his shoulder, which was probably in worse shape than mine. Lifting my hands, I shook as I tried to reckon with what I should do. I was no medic, and probably needed one almost as much as Leylandere did. But it wasn't safe to remain there, and I didn't have the strength to move him. Then I shivered involuntarily. A snapping sound drew my attention, and my breath fogged as I saw ice crystals spread across frozen ground and up tree trunks. The smell of smoke was replaced by a frigid blast of wind, and flames were snuffed in its wake. Hair whipped around my face, and I held my arm up to shield my eyes. Then I saw her. There, standing in a pool of blue-white light, was a woman with long black curls and a purple cloak flaring around her. The silver diadem suspended over her brow appeared to be the source of the light, though her eyes blazed with magical intensity as she held out her hands to extinguish the last of the flames. It was Ishar, resident hedge witch of Colorado Bend State Park, and she looked mighty pissed about the incursion into her territory. Chapter 29. I called to the hedge witch, but my dry throat only elicited a pathetic croak, and Ishar kept her attention on the forest as she finished the last of her magic. Leylandere groaned, and I took his hand in mine. My teeth chattered in the absolute zero temperature, but when Ishar finally withdrew her magic, the ice melted almost instantly, leaving the pungent scent of wet charcoal hanging in the forest. Oh. Leylandere shifted with a grimace, and I squeezed his hand with a shushing noise. Ishar. My voice carried better in the stillness. It's Asha. Asha Lopez. I came to see you when... I know who you are. The hedge witch, who seemed about a foot shorter now that she'd let go of her magic, strode purposely forward. The question is, what danger do you bring on your heels? I opened my mouth, but where could I possibly begin to explain? Shaking my head to keep the throbbing of my shoulder pushed firmly aside, I looked to Leylandere. He needs help. Clearly, she said caustically, and bent on the other side of the elf with her hand outstretched. Leylandere's other hand flew up and he caught the witch's wrist. My breath stuck in my throat, but Ishar only raised her brow and used her other hand to unwind Leylandere's fingers as the elf glared at her. She's a friend, I insisted, hoping that much was true. She could have taken us out in her frosty rampage, so I figured it was a good assumption. Behave. Ishar's hand glowed with a soft white light, and Leylandere's groggy eyes widened as the magic spread over his chest. Ishar's brow drew together in concentration, and I waited with bated breath as she worked. With the shift in temperature, crackling sounds made me jump as the trees settled back into their normal state, accompanied by steady drips of water from the leaves overhead. Ishar moved her hand to Leylandere's side but jerked her head up as the magic cut out. There are more of them, she whispered. I have done what I can. He will live, but you must move if you hope to escape them a second time. Leyland deer sat up with a grimace, and I glanced back through the forest. There were no signs of movement, but I trusted the hedge witch's intuition and knew Levine would keep sending in troops until the job was done. The AFOs waiting with the vehicles would have sent word back, and I had to hope there were only a few of them left, with reinforcements presumably an hour away. "Will you help us?" Ishar gave me a curious look before responding. A human soldier with an air of destiny about her, traveling with an elf of all creatures, with your human brethren in close pursuit. Tell me, girl, why should I risk my neck for your cause? I swallowed. She raised a good point. As Levine's asset, I was sure he'd be furious if he learned she gave us assistance. Well, I guess you don't want to be on the wrong side of destiny, right? The witch threw back her head and laughed, but I was already fumbling in my pack as Leyland deer stood on wobbly legs. I do not know if I have the necessary strength to form a portal, he said begrudgingly. I need a brief respite to recover. Then you shall have it, Ishar said as I pulled a knife from my pack. I will divert the attentions of those who chase you. As I rolled up my sleeve, both the elf and witch gave me curious looks. Catching my collar to bite down, I dragged the blade across the underside of my injured arm and clenched my teeth before dropping the knife. Drawing steady breaths through my nose, I felt my brow bead with perspiration and used my fingers to fish out a small capsule from the wound with my eyes screwed shut. With bloody fingers, I spat out my collar and glared at the tracking device which had sat just under my skin since enlisting in the U.S. Army. A sizzling sound emanated from it before it went up in a puff of smoke. Then I dug around deeper in my pack for a bandage to wind around my arm, trying to ignore how the movements dragged at the cauterized blaster shot to my shoulder. As I grappled with the task, Ishar tutted and took over, leaving me to clean the knife and my hands. When I stood with a grunt, I reached into my pocket and hesitated. Leyland deer was still wounded and needed to get someplace safe until he could magic up the portal to take him home. And after the melee, I knew I'd be shot on sight by any soldiers who came after. I'd need to wait it out before I contacted Levine again to really let things settle. But there was one thing that just couldn't wait. Ishar, this needs to get to Colonel Levine. I pulled out the Russian papers and pressed them into her hands. It's important. I can't guarantee that if those soldiers catch up to me, it wouldn't get blown to bits in the fight. Can you arrange it, please? The witch lifted the note to her nose and made a face. This smells of orcs. Even better. You make sure he knows that part too. If you just give us a head start somehow, then give it to a soldier and make sure he takes it right back to Fort Hood. I took a deep breath. You might just be responsible for heading off the worst turn in this war since it started. Leyland deer was considering me with an unreadable expression, and I wanted to say out loud that it didn't mean that I was going with him, but I figured it was an argument for later. Ishar folded the note into a pouch hanging from her belt and reached for me, causing me to flinch back. You're not going to spit on me again, are you? Ishar grinned and shook her head as she pressed her fingers to my temple. There are many caves in this forest. The nearest is not an easy climb down into a deep ravine, but the rock will insulate against magic. Flashes in my mind showed the route southwest of our position and down a rock wall not dissimilar to the terrain around Ishar's dwelling. Supposing we could get down there without rending a path with magic, it seemed like a solid idea. Thank you, I said. The witch clucked and made a shooing gesture with her hand. Go. The longer you linger, the harder it is to keep those hounds off your scent. We gathered our things, and when I went to shoulder my pack, Leyland deer gave me a dark look and snatched it from my grasp with a pointed look at my own injury. It was presumptuous given what I knew about the graze on his side, but I didn't complain as he tugged out my camouflage cloak and arranged the pack under his way less tacky attire. Ishar left through the forest in the opposite direction, and I took a steady breath as I jerked my chin in the direction the witch had shown me. Your shoulder? Leyland deer fixed me with a stern stare. It's fine, I lied, the burning beneath my shirt betraying me. But we didn't have time for that. We should go. The elf's lips formed a tight line, but he nodded. We followed the witch's instructions, but with a thick fog settling in the forest, which I assumed was Ishar's work, it took us nearly 2 hours to arrive at the ravine. Loose shale and scree crunched underfoot as we peered over the edge into the shadowed depths below. The air carried the damp, musty scent of decay from the ravine floor. The climb down was precarious. I would have had a hard enough time of it uninjured, and even with Leylandier's superior endurance, he was still favoring his wounded side. And by the time we crouched at the edge to figure out a way down, I was sweating with my clothes soaked through, a bitter taste lingering in my mouth. I pulled the synthetic cloak off with no small amount of relief. I unscrewed the lid of the canteen and took a greedy swig, the water doing little to soothe the scorching pain in my throat. Sweat stung my eyes as I tried to catch my ragged breath. Leylandier watched me with a furrowed brow, then his gaze dropped to survey the treacherous path down with obvious doubt. "I'm fine," I rasped, though the lie tasted bitter on my tongue. "Yes, of course you are," he said dryly, but the worry didn't leave his eyes. The throbbing agony in my shoulder had kept me too focused on putting one foot in front of the other to speak during our trek. But now, with our destination in view, the questions I'd been suppressing bubbled up once more. "Why?" I blurted out, lifting my good hand, then wincing as the movement sent a lance of fire through my injured arm. "Why come to my rescue when I got shot?" Leylandier moved to lean against a nearby tree trunk, arms crossed over his chest as he fixed his gaze on the far side of the ravine. For a long moment, he was silent. "Because you saved me," he said at last, so softly I almost missed it. "I could not let you be captured or killed, not after you risked everything to aid my escape." My brow furrowed as I studied his impassive profile. "I thought you repaid that debt when you faked getting away." At that, he turned to face me fully, his expression softening. "Which would have proved meaningless if you perished in the attempt." I tried to dab the sweat from my brow with my good arm, but the simple movement sent a wave of dizziness crashing over me. Dark spots danced at the edges of my vision as the ground seemed to tilt violently beneath my feet. I knew the warning signs. Shock was setting in from the exertion, even if the wound had been effectively cauterized by the blaster. I knew without medical attention, I was a good risk of permanent damage. Perhaps I could find Ishar after Leylandier was gone and the soldiers had given up their hunt. But it would take time. And we didn't have the luxury of time in the here and now. "At that distance, an AFO wouldn't miss," I insisted, trying to banish the pain and fatigue to the corner of my mind. "It was a warning shot. I moved too fast. Once they had me incapacitated, they would have brought me in." He moved closer, clearly alarmed. "You are far beyond incapacitated, Asha." His eyes raked over me critically. "You require immediate rest and healing." I might have laughed if I had the strength. As it was, all I could manage was a feeble shake of my head. "We don't have time to rest. They'll be on us before—" The words died on my lips as a violent tremor racked my body. My legs turned to jelly beneath me, and I pitched forward with a strangled cry. Leylandier's arms closed around me, keeping me from crashing face first into the unforgiving ground. I sagged against his chest, too weak and dazed to hold myself upright. Distantly, I felt him shifting, lowering me to the ground with surprising gentleness. "Easy, easy," he murmured, cradling me against him. "You have overtaxed yourself, Asha. You must rest now." I wanted to protest, to insist we couldn't afford to linger when our pursuers could be on us at any moment. But my teeth were chattering despite the burning heat radiating from my shoulder all the way down to my toes. Some detached part of me knew this was the end of the line for me, and that if I were on the battlefield, I'd long since have been dead. Leylandier's cool fingers brushed my clammy brow, and I managed a feeble moan of protest as the world threatened to slip away entirely. I couldn't lose consciousness. Not now. Not when we were still so vulnerable. No. There was an urgency in Leylandier's tone that shocked me back toward wakefulness. "Asha." Open your eyes. I will do what I can to tend to the wound, but I must inspect it first." With monumental effort, I forced my eyelids open, blinking to clear my blurred vision. Leylandier's face swam into focus, his features tight with concern. His deft fingers were already working at the buttons of my shirt, carefully pulling it open and leaning me forward to maneuver my arm from the sleeve. Every movement sent fresh waves of excruciation through me, and I found myself resting my forehead against his shoulder, seeking any small reprieve from the fiery torment. He hissed under his breath as he peeled my shirt away from the angry, blistered mess of my shoulder, and I snapped my head back, clenching my teeth. This is far worse than I feared. A tremor of pain lanced through me as his fingers probed the cauterized wound. It took everything I had to bite back a strangled cry, my back arching. White-hot pain lanced through every nerve, threatening to drag me under. "Forgive me," Leylandier said softly, his free hand coming up to cradle the back of my head, holding me steady. "I will try to be gentle, but this is clearly festering. It cannot wait." Panting shallowly, I struggled to focus on his face, on anything but the searing agony radiating from my shoulder. Can you heal it?" A flicker of regret passed over Leylandier's angular features, and he shook his head. "I was never a particularly skilled healer," he admitted. "But I must try to stabilize you and slow the spread of infection until we can find proper aid." Dread coiled in my stomach, but I managed a weak nod of acceptance. He placed his palm over the wound, sending a tremor through me as his magic flared to life. I watched hazily as his face twisted with determination. Light bloomed beneath his hand, spreading tendrils of energy into the ragged injury. The pain spiked, whiting out my vision for a moment. I choked back a hoarse scream as magic stabbed through me. Just when I thought I couldn't keep from squalling, the sizzling agony receded, dulling to a throbbing ache that pulsed in time with my racing heart. Gasping, I went limp against the ground, my skin slick with sweat. Leylandier sat back on his heels, his own breathing ragged. "It's not a true healing," he said, his normally smooth voice rough with strain. "But it should slow the spread of fever and numb the pain for a time, long enough for you to rest and gather your strength." Through the haze of pain and exhaustion, I felt Leylandier gently lift my head, slipping my pack out from under me. He rummaged through it briefly before extracting a clean bandage. With infinite care, he eased me up and wrapped the soft fabric around my shoulder, his fingertips brushing against my skin with each pass. Despite the pain, or maybe because of it, I focused on his touch as he handled me like a porcelain doll. Once finished, he gently slid my arm back into my shirt sleeve, then buttoned my shirt closed over the fresh dressing. As he eased my head down onto the pack, a wave of bone-deep exhaustion crashed over me, and it was all I could do to keep my eyes open. "What now?" I mumbled, the words slurring together as I fought against the pull of unconsciousness. Leylandier's gaze darted around the small clearing, assessing. "Now, we shelter here while you recover. I will cloak us in an illusion to hide us from prying eyes. It may buy us a little time before our hunters close in." Shame burned through me hotter than any fever. I was slowing him down rather than aiding his escape. "You should go," I said, my throat tight. "Leave me here. Let the soldiers find me. You'll have a better chance of escaping on your own." His eyes snapped back to mine, widening slightly. "I will not abandon you." Before I could protest, Leylandier rose to his feet and moved to the edge of our small clearing. I watched through heavy-lidded eyes as he began to weave the illusion spell, his long fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air. Shimmering walls of magic rose around us, encasing us in a small pocket of safety, a temporary refuge from the dangers that lurked beyond. To any outside observer, I guessed our hiding spot would appear as a tumble of boulders and scrubby bushes, easily overlooked. But even in my drowsy state, I knew the most complex of illusions could be easily thwarted with the right magical gear. It was a stopgap measure at best, buying us a little time, but far from a perfect solution. Apparently satisfied with his work, Leylandir returned to my side, lowering himself to the ground with a grace that seemed at odds with the weariness that lined his face, or the wound he still nursed on his side. In a gesture that took me by surprise, he gathered me gently into his arms, cradling me against his chest as he arranged us both into a more comfortable position. He took great care not to jostle my injured shoulder, his movements slow and measured. As he settled me against him, Leylandir reached for his cloak, drawing it over us like a blanket. The soft, rich fabric enveloped me, cocooning me in a soothing warmth that chased away the chill that had started seeping into my bones. It was a startling contrast to the burning heat that had consumed me just minutes before, and I instinctively burrowed deeper into the comforting embrace of both the cloak and Leylandir's arms. "Rest now, Asha," he murmured, his breath stirring the fine hairs at my temple. "I will keep watch over you. No harm will come to you while I am here. I swear it." A part of me wanted to argue, to insist that he was being foolish, that he should leave me behind and save himself while he still could. But the lure of sleep was too strong to resist, the promise of a temporary escape from the pain and fear too tempting to refuse. Slowly, tentatively, I allowed myself to relax into Leylandir's embrace, my head coming to rest in the crook of his neck. His steady heartbeat thrummed beneath my cheek, and for the first time since our desperate flight had begun, I felt a flicker of something that might have been safety, or perhaps even comfort. As my eyes fluttered shut, I felt Leylandir's arms tighten around me, holding me close as if he could shield me from all the dangers that awaited us beyond the shimmering veil of his illusion. A soft sigh escaped my lips as I finally surrendered to the exhaustion that pulled at me, allowing myself to sink into the welcoming oblivion of sleep, secure in the knowledge that, for now at least, I was not alone. Chapter 30. I woke with a start, my heart pounding in my chest as my mind came to terms with the place between sleep and wakefulness. For a terrifying moment, I had no idea where I was or how I'd gotten there. The smell of damp leaf mold all around me conjured fragmented flashes, the searing burn of magic, blaster shots in the forest, the feel of strong arms wrapped around me as the world faded to black. Leylandir's arms. I'd turned coat on my comrades. Killed them. The weight of that realization jarred me fully awake as the pieces fell into place. Then I grunted as the bodily jolt pulled at my shoulder, and I reached to touch the bandage with a wince. I cast around the small clearing, searching for any sign of the elf. Muted light permeated the forest canopy, and I tried to reckon with how much time had passed since the fight with Renfield's unit. Had it all been some fever dream brought on by my injuries? No, that was too much to hope for. The details were too vivid, too visceral to be delusions. A rustling sound drew my attention, and my head whipped around to spot Leylandir approach, his green eyes fixed intently on me. Before I reacted, he closed the distance between us in a few graceful strides, kneeling at my side to press his hand against my forehead. I froze at his touch, my throat dry and my mind still fuzzy as his calloused fingers brushed my skin. Up close, the exhaustion etched into the lines of his face, coupled with the worry that creased his brow, were clear as he studied me. But he appeared far too calm for someone who I knew was injured and being hunted. How could he have let me sleep for so long? For a moment, neither of us spoke. The silence stretched between us, thick and charged, until finally, Leylandir broke it with a soft exhalation. "Your fever has broken," he murmured, passing me a canteen. "That is good." But his low voice reminded me that soldiers could be anywhere, and we'd wasted almost a whole night. I lurched upright, ignoring the protesting ache in my shoulder and the way the world tilted alarmingly around me. "We have to move!" I rasped, my voice hoarse and raw. "It'll be full light soon. They've got to be close." Leylandir held up a hand, his expression one of calm reassurance as he pressed the canteen into my hands. "They are out there, yes. But this is a large forest. and I suspect Ishar's efforts to confound your soldiers have kept them from spreading out. Ishar. I took a healthy gulp of water and blinked. She'd agreed to buy us some time, but how long could she hold out for? I wanted to believe him, to allow myself to be soothed by the confidence in his tone. But deep down, I knew our respite could only be temporary. Sooner or later, our hunters would find us. And when they did... I took another long pull from the canteen, savoring the cool liquid as it soothed my parched throat. Leylandier's calm demeanor was disarming, but it couldn't erase the memory of Colonel Levine's betrayal that had seared itself into my mind. The conversation I'd overheard replayed in vivid detail, Levine agreeing with the general to take me out with lethal force if necessary. My own superior, the man who had mentored me and who I counted as a damn father figure, was willing to have me killed to preserve the military's agenda. The notion made my gut churn with a sickening mix of anger and hurt. But I'd struck first in the end, hadn't I? In that frenzied fight in the forest, I'd turned my magic on my fellow AFOs, my brothers and sisters in arms. Their screams, the acrid scent of fire and smoke, it all came rushing back in a flood of sensory recollections that made me shudder. I lowered the canteen, my hand trembling as the gravity of my actions hit me. There was no going back from this. No way to unring that bell or worm my way back into the military I had bled for. I'd made my choices, and in the process, I had shredded my career, my loyalty, my entire life's purpose in one fell swoop. Asha? Leylandier cocked his head as he watched me, causing me to stand a little straighter and fasten the cap of the canteen as I cleared my throat. We must discuss our next steps. I bent to stow the canteen in my pack and give myself a moment to think. If he had only just run when he was supposed to, I'd probably be back at Fort Hood where I'd have probably been healed already, even if I was also highly likely to be sitting in a cell. Had he thrown himself back into the fight to force my hand? Or was it to protect me? I never agreed to go with you, I said quietly, then stood and met his gaze. Didn't you? His voice hardened. In my estimation, you have few options. If they catch up to us, they will certainly kill you. If they do not, your condition will deteriorate as you wait them out. Leylandier held my gaze steadily as he stepped toward me, his eyes imploring me to understand. The only way to avoid capture or death is through a portal, Asha. And there is nothing you can achieve sitting in an earth dungeon. I reached up to probe my throbbing shoulder. While it felt better than the night before, he made a fair point, as much as I disliked admitting it. But my mind and heart were warring fiercely within me. I had to find a way to reconcile both. And why would you want to do that? I asked, my voice thick with a mix of emotions. The elves have no love for humans. I wouldn't be welcome in Arendor. Leylandier stepped closer still, close enough for me to catch the faint, earthy scent of him. This is true. His challenging stare held a hint of amusement. But is it worse than remaining here injured and pursued? Unlike you, I can admit when I am fighting a lost cause. A lost cause, I huffed, shaking my head. Is that what you think of me? Something shifted in his expression then. A softening around his eyes, a quirk of his lips that hinted at affection. You gave the Russian note to the Fey Witch and removed that capsule from your arm. Choices that suggest you have already accepted your path has diverged from your armies. My shoulders slumped as the truth of his words sank in. Ishar has a better chance of getting the note to Levine intact, and it's hard to evade people when you've got a tracker embedded in your skin. Of course, he said mildly, but I think you should come with me all the same. He took another step closer, forcing me to stare up into his face. Your beliefs, such as they are, align more closely with my own than I ever imagined. You would be safest with me in Arendor, Asha. Together, we could bring about the change we both desire. I scoffed, though it sounded half-hearted even to my own ears. I have no interest in becoming an elven asset. Leylandier's hand rose, his fingertips grazing my jaw. Would it truly be any worse than staying here, where your own people now see you as a traitor? The gentle touch of his fingers made me shiver. I held his burning gaze, struggling against the swell of emotions battering my resolve. You came here to find answers, I managed. I don't expect to be welcomed back with open arms, but if I leave with you, I'll be proving them right, and running away from the truth. For a long moment, Leylandier simply studied me in silence. Then his thumb grazed my cheek in the barest of caresses. If you believe that, then you truly haven't understood your situation. Could I do it? There was something teasing about the twist of his lips, not quite mocking, which made me reflect on my weak arguments. Or were they excuses? My mind raced as I tried to rationalize a clearly irrational situation. If Leylandier could form a portal to Earth from Arendor off his own steam, that meant this didn't have to be a one-way ticket. I could come back home once I'd recovered and figure out what to do next. I opened my mouth in surrender, about to utter the words that would take me over the edge of oblivion into a whole new world. Then Leylandier's head snapped up, his eyes fixing on some distant point into the forest. In the tense silence that followed, I heard the rush of blood pounding in my ears. "Soldiers," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "They approach." In an instant, we were a flurry of motion. I snatched my pack and sword, the adrenaline surging through me, dulling the throbbing ache in my shoulder. Leylandier moved with lithe grace, retrieving his own blade and belongings in a series of smooth, practiced motions. Our eyes met for a heartbeat. This could be our last stand. I gave him the barest of nods, gripping the worn leather hilt of my sword as we moved to face our unseen pursuers. But then he went still, his fingers pressing against his temples as his eyes slid shut in concentration. I opened my mouth to demand to know what he was doing, but the words died on my lips as an explosion thundered in the distance to our left. The shockwave rippled through the forest, sending a tremor through the ground beneath our feet. Debris and shattered branches rained down around us as the roar of the blast faded into an eerie silence. I crouched instinctively, half turning to shield my face from the falling detritus with one arm as my gaze swung wildly toward the source of the blast. Smoke billowed in the distance, obscuring my view. "What the hell was—" I began, but Leylandier was already moving. His hand closed around my elbow in a firm grip, and he tugged me off to the right without a word, pulling me into a swift jog that took us away from the explosion site. I stumbled after him, glancing over my shoulder at the rising plume of smoke with bewilderment. He wove us expertly through the dense foliage, not slowing until we'd put a considerable distance between us and the source of the blast. Only then did he release his grip on my arm, slowing to a brisk walk as he scanned our surroundings with sharp eyes. I fell into step beside him, panting hard. "Was that you?" I demanded between ragged breaths. Leylandier's jaw went taut, but he nodded. "I did not intend to expend that much energy, but we need time to form the portal." There was that question in his eye again. Dragging a hand over my face, I caught my breath and nodded. His lips moved silently as he drew a circle in the air. Immediately, a faint white light glowed from his hand, causing me to cast around wildly like AFOs would ambush us any second. But it wasn't enough. With an exasperated sigh, Leylandier dropped his arm to his side and pressed 2 fingers against his forehead. I watched him as he took a few steps back, shifting his feet into what had to be some kind of arcane stance, while muttering something under his breath that sounded ancient and foreign. He raised both hands up once more and closed his eyes, murmuring something else that never quite reached my ears. Lightning streaked across the sky like a silver web, connecting space and time for just one moment before fading out into nothingness. Leylandier stumbled back with an anguished cry, clutching at his chest as if trying to stifle some sort of pain radiating from within. The sudden burst of intense light had drawn attention, though. I made out shouts coming from behind us, growing louder with each passing second as I shifted from foot to foot. The Velimir. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I rushed forward to wrap my good arm around him. His eyes widened, and it was the first time I'd ever seen the elf pushed to the limits of his endurance. He gulped down breaths, his face shiny with the sheen of perspiration, and he reached for the gnomish pendant under his shirt. Perhaps it is enough. Let me help. I snatched the Velimir from him and pressed my hand against his chest. I offered myself up as I reached deep within to draw magic through my boots from the earth itself, while siphoning a stream from the pendant. Leylandir gasped as we joined and sagged against me, and for a second I thought I'd gone too far too fast. But he thrust a hand up with his jaw clenched, and once again a white light emanated from his palm. Filled with magic, every nerve flared, and I widened my stance to keep upright. A faint circle appeared in the air in front of us, and I wasn't sure if it was a clap of thunder I heard or the sound of a blaster in the distance. It didn't matter. We were committed now, and as lightning streaked down, I sharpened my will, focused on the need for that damn portal to open before they gunned us down. A flash of energy lit up the forest, and I gasped at the magical rebound which threatened to topple us both. He pressed his forehead to mine as the portal opened, his long blonde hair shrouding my face from the blinding white light which hid my tears. The sound of blasters and a shout from the trees were close. Too close. But his voice was gentle when he spoke. You won't find the answers you seek on this side of the portal. I know, I breathed, hating that he was right, but seeing no other path open to me. Staying to redeem your honor is pointless? I took a shuddering breath. He leaned back, lines of concern creasing his brow. They'll kill you. I sniffed and dragged a sleeve across my face. And if I go through that gate, your people will kill me. I won't let them, he said. As long as you choose to tarry in Arendor on the quest to fix what is broken between our worlds, I swear to protect you with my dying breath. I blinked at the whirl of pure magic in front of me, the power of the portal causing air to whip around the surrounding trees in a frenzied whirlwind. For all my career, I'd wanted nothing more than the gates between the worlds to blink out of existence, and now that same conviction was pushing me through one of the damn things. Leylandir's words echoed in my mind, his promise of protection a lifeline in the chaos. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the unknown that lay ahead. Come with me, he urged, his breath hot in my ear. I hesitated for a moment, unable to say the words, but deep down I knew there was no other choice. If there was even a chance that going with Leylandir could lead me to the truth, to the answers I so desperately needed, I had to take it. Yes, I said, my voice barely audible over the roar of the portal. I'll go with you. Leylandir's arms tightened around me like he was struggling to let go of me now that I'd agreed to leave. Relief mingled with trepidation in my gut as we turned to face the shimmering gateway together. But just as we were about to step through, a searing pain exploded in my leg, and I cried out, my knees buckling beneath me. Leylandir's grip kept me from crumpling to the ground, and I twisted in his arms, my eyes wide with shock as I searched for the source of the attack. And there, standing at the edge of the clearing, was a face I recognized. Gunther, his expression a mix of shock and confusion as our eyes met. Gunther! The name escaped my lips in a ragged whisper. He stood frozen, his blaster still raised, his expression a mask of disbelief and horror. Our eyes locked, and for a heartbeat, the world seemed to stand still. I saw the conflict warring in his gaze, the realization of what he had done. But Leylandir didn't hesitate. With a swift, fluid motion, he thrust his hand out, and a blast of scorching energy erupted from his palm, streaking toward Gunther. My former comrade barely had time to react before the searing magic slammed into him, sending him crashing backwards into the undergrowth. I screamed at the sight of Gunther hitting the ground and tried to work out if he was dead or alive, but the shouts and pounding of boots of more soldiers crashed through the underbrush, closing in on our position. Leylandir scooped me into his arms as my whole body turned to jelly. I cried out as the movement jostled my wounded leg, but Leylandir held me firmly against his chest, his pace quickening as he hurried toward the shimmering portal. "Forgive me, Asha," he said, his voice strained. "We must go, now." I wanted to protest, for everything to just stop for a second. But it was over, and there was nothing I could do for Gunther now. I clung to Leylandir, my fingers digging into the fabric of his shirt as pain lanced through my leg with every jostling step. As we reached the portal's threshold, I caught one last glimpse of the forest behind us, of the devastation we had wrought together, and the choices that had brought us here. Then, with a blinding flash of light, we stepped through the portal and the world as I knew it disappeared. Thank you for checking out The Elf Captive, Book 1 in the War for Magic series. If you're eager to hear what comes next, make sure you're subscribed to my channel and have notifications enabled so YouTube can take care of the rest. Happy reading, folks. See you with Book 2, Twisted Truths, next.